What's happening? Benton here. This is going to be a interesting broadcast. No, I understand, Christos. I was on one, sir, and I was clarifying in the moment. So shout out to 0 people here so far. Christos, although the comment is not showing up on my end. Oh, well, what happened is I'm being treated below the minimum level of acceptable treatment, and I'm not here for it. So now this will be construed, by the way, as Benton's a diva. Benton needs a safe space. Benton this and that. But the reality is, Drew, Toilet Bowl Earth, and EBT have never treated me as their equal or as one of them, right? And basically, I'm not going to be treated in a way that I would consider to be unacceptable. So, and I will say this: in the whole course of my life, I've never suffered a negative consequence as a result of standing up for myself. So the way I look at it is, if I just let people talk to me any type of way, no matter who it is, whether it's Drew or anybody. Now, these people were free when I came back on to just pretend like nothing had happened, right? I didn't bring anything up. I would have been happy to just talk about, news events that I really don't give a flying fuck about. I've been happy to do that, right? But it was brought back up. So now I'm, of course, going to say what I have to say. Now, these people were free to just merely accept what I'm saying, but they're not able to. Probably because they have an authoritarian mindset in which they dictate to me, but I'm not allowed to dictate to them, right? Because they could just say, "Oh, my bad. I didn't realize, that you felt that way." Right. But it's like, "Oh, have you had your coffee?" Meanwhile, everybody knows I'm up by 2 a.m. every day. Right. I've literally been out of bed for 6 hours. This is all well known, right? Oh, well, it's Benton's problem. Benton's cranky. Benton needs coffee. Benton woke up on the side of the bed, wrong side of the bed, because it can never be, well, Benton is taking issue with the way he was treated. See, these people can't own that. And what's interesting is that I actually prepared some notes, and this is going to be a fire broadcast. Even if this hadn't happened, this was going to be a fire broadcast. But by the way, you can see that I was actually sacrificing. I've been sacrificing this entire time because when I start out doing a morning show with 1 or 2 other persons, and it becomes a very conversational thing, and we're covering news topics, well, by the time we get over to my broadcast, then there's another, if Drew comes over and hangs out. So at some point, finally, I'm able to transition into my solo material, but I do way better if I start out with the solo material first, then transition into the solo stuff, or I'm sorry, into the panel stuff. But what you'll see is me, sublimating my own preferences and desires to facilitate and to work with other people who can't even pay me the courtesy of not directing derogatory remarks my way, right? And then also wanting to go into some realm where now I'm connected with OTW somehow, and a panel occurred while I was sleeping, right? And now I have to answer for that. I mean, what world is this? So that shit's never going to fly. Anybody doesn't like it, there's the door. We'll see you next time. Or actually, we probably won't see you, right? And you think people would understand this by now, right? You think this would be understood by now, but it's not. But I don't have a bone to pick. I don't have a vendetta, right? And I've said before, I can work with anybody who can work with me. But when one man makes it clear to another man, hey, clearly this is not the level of interaction that is going to be tolerated. What I would do is just go ahead and move on to something else. That's what I would do. Or maybe even say, oh, okay, my bad, I didn't realize. Right. That's called being in a space beyond 0% humility. Right. And really what we're talking about is the reality is, and I can talk about crazy in a context, but the reality is that the vast majority of the populace 100% of the time psychologically operates from a space of 0% humility. Meanwhile, here I am on the positive end, of the humility scale. So they can make fun of me for being prideful and arrogant all they want, but as long as I'm at 1% or greater of humility and they're at 0, I mean, what are we even talking about, right? But anyway, good to see everybody. Thanks for being here. And by the way, I don't even need 31 people. That could say 10 people, and I'll do the same broadcast. And in fact, I started out doing this broadcast to Music Holds a Secret, Glenn. I think Andrew K. Mack was swinging by. Drew wasn't in. Drew wasn't a viewer, that's for sure. Neither was Cecil, right? But now I got to hear Cecil expound upon ideas that he can't even literally can't spell, right? So I'm not here for that, but I've been very patiently tolerating things, by the way, without becoming cranky most of the time. But it's funny, it's something about being calm, cool, and collected and not cranky is nobody notices. They only notice when the crankiness comes out, right? But yeah, I'm supposed to just let people just say whatever they want and construe things however they want. That's completely fine. Well, I don't think it's an act, El Sensei. I don't think it's an act, right? But yeah, I am cooking up some great content, and y'all are going to love it, certainly. Yeah, and it has to do with this comment from Christos, which says, as long as you understand, I wasn't saying you are not successful already. Well, and actually, we're going to get into some definitions and such. And I do want to say, well, by the way, I'm like this all the time. So and shout out to AJ Lloyd, because he noticed something I mentioned a couple of weeks back on a live stream about there's something in the ether, right? And I'm very well attuned. I'm very well attuned to these various dynamics. Well, I would say the same thing to you, Drew. Why are you being a little bitch, not accepting that I really am not here for what y'all were throwing my way? And then, you could adjust to that and move on to something else. But instead, you decided to remain in a fixed position. So when I dig in my heels and you dig in your heels, there's nowhere to go. So if that's what you consider being a little bitch, I mean, I can't help you, sir. But I'm not here for that. So when I hear somebody say that they're not down with that, then I typically just take them at their word instead of trying to make it, oh, well, they haven't had coffee, right? Well, they woke up on the wrong side of the bed, right? Oh, they're cranky. See, which, by the way, that's all things I might attribute to women. Oh, but I'm been berating women. Meanwhile, I could start now and do it for the rest of the week, and I wouldn't be able to touch the amount of belittling Drew did just of Aphrodite alone over a period of what may well have been years. Oh, but she was acting crazy, so I guess it's okay. And then she reformed her life to better suit what Drew considers acceptable behavior. So now it's okay to bring her into the fold, see, based on how Drew perceives her behavior, right? And what's interesting about me is having all of these dynamics in my brain in real time and just very patiently going along and seeing everything as it unfolds. Meanwhile, feel free to just treat me appropriately. I mean, I don't think that's too hard to do. Just feel free to just treat me appropriately, right? Trying to put me in league with OTW, who could not match any of my scholastic achievements or my manner of thinking, right? So now, apparently, which I haven't even seen the live stream, so apparently OTW went on a live stream and used weak arguments and embarrassed himself, and then first thing Monday morning, that gets attached to me. I was asleep on the floor over there when that all happened. Yeah. So, what is that, by the way? And then, I don't care if you call me crazy. That's fine. What's the famous quote? Something about being well adjusted to a realm like this is no measure of mental health, right? So that's not the part that bothers me. It's just being treated in a fashion as if I'm less than you guys. Meanwhile, I'm above you. I'm so far above y'all's levels. Get on my level. But so I got people looking up at my level from below and addressing me as if I've done something wrong and I need to be critiqued and corrected. How about y'all correct yourselves first? Then maybe you can see clearly enough to correct your boy Benton. Because I've done already completed my process of correction. There's really no correcting left to do. But now here I am in the metaverse. Oh, and it's somehow being construed that I'm doing something bad or this is my favorite part, Drew. It's being construed that I'm somehow doing something bad or wrong by choosing to spend so much time in the metaverse. Okay. Meanwhile, type into the live chat, how many of you in this year have worked all but 2 days of a calendar month? Because I've done it probably multiple times. January, the only reason I even noticed that I worked every day but 2 days is because I hit the mileage bonus. Oh, driving a big rig long haul all across the country, which we claim like, American society is about capitalism and being productive and, this American work ethic. Well, I outwork all of you. So unless you can go get in a big rig and drive 7 days a week for months on end, by the way, did live streams from the fucking driver's seat. Again, get on my level. Unless y'all can do any version of that, or until you do any version of that, you can't tell me nothing. So maybe I'll do all my working for the year. Maybe I'll do all that in 8 months. And then maybe I'll fuck off for 2 months, stay in a motel, and be on the metaverse all day. You fucking morons. Like, how can your brain not figure this out? So then we get into stupid or liar. Are you stupid? Or are you actually smart enough to understand what I'm telling you, but you're pretending not to understand so that you can try to demean me, right? And a lot of it is jealousy. I mean, come on here every day and talk, Drew. You'd have 3 times the numbers I have. People would love it. Oh, well, I got this and I got that. Yeah, that's your choice, sir. You chose the life you have. I chose the life I have. I chose a life in where if I want to fuck off and go live in the streets for 6 straight years, I get to do that. I chose a life in which if I want to go drive a truck for 8 straight months, right, and then take 2 months off and be on the metaverse every day running my fucking yap, I get to do that. It's called freedom, by the way. It's called America. But see, y'all really don't believe in that now, do you? Because under freedom, I get to just live however the fuck I want, as long as I'm not hurting nobody. Who's being hurt by me being on the metaverse all day? Who's being hurt by me driving a truck for 8 straight months? Who's benefiting, by the way? Who's benefiting? But see, I think I do prove that we don't embody or uphold these values that so many people claim to uphold and value. All this MAGA bozo conservatism nonsense that doesn't exist, right? It's a fantasy. It's a farce. And I would say the way I live more or less proves that we're not into that. What we're into is corporatism, and we're into everybody living like everybody else. So as long as I banter with you bozos, as long as I live in a way that you find pleasing, well, then I'm accepted. But as long as I want to live outside of that little bitty box of what's acceptable, as long as I want to live outside of that, then now I'm not accepted. Meanwhile, the success is being able to demonstrate in the real world over time a superiority in thought, a superiority in logic, a superiority in practice. See, that's called competition. And I thrive on it, sir. Meanwhile, I'm dying. Oh, but these are the type of people who will make fun of a dying man. Why? Because anything they perceive as weakness, they attack. Well, that's fine. You can attack me all you want. I'm tough as fucking nails, Jack. But if you think I'm going to just hang out and, again, already, adjusting to other people, already kind of sublimating what I would want to do, right? And then to be treated that way, I'm just not cool with it. Now, again, y'all were free to just be like, oh, okay, well, we didn't realize. So, maybe we won't treat you that way in the future. It seems to me, by the way, that's what a good Christian would do, right? Isn't that what a good Christian would do? And this is why I'll never call myself a Christian, because I would never want to be confused for y'all, because that shit is not cool at all. And anybody don't like it, not my fucking problem. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. See, that they've made fun of my accent, so now I don't even want to say that. There you go. Well, see, what's interesting about perpetually indignant is nobody notices if one is not indignant. That's the interesting part. They only notice the indignation. They don't actually notice the times in which, oh, wow, based on what we know of this individual, normally he would be cranky and agitated and indignant. But look at how calm he is, and he's just calmly just waiting around to see if he's going to be needed, right? Partner. Well, that's fine, RT. I mean, that's okay. He says this has been brewing for a while. Hopefully this airing of dirty laundry back and forth will allow ultimate hatchet bearing. Well, but it can't, because they can never accept me because they're authoritarians. They have an authoritarian mindset. So they will dictate to me, and if I'm willing to go along with their dictations, then they will not accept me. They will tolerate me. And I've known this for a very long time. Well, it is bad when I try to say Dostoevsky. I get made fun of for that. Oh, I'll be right back. I forgot to do something. Actually, I guess I can do it on the computer. By the way, shout out to 54 folks in the house. Oh, and Drew rage quit, by the way, lest we forget. The rage quit was Drew's, just for the record, since we're playing that game. Benton wins again. Oh, go check out Freedom Grower. He's piecing up these fake. He's piecing up the fake Christians as we speak. So go check out Dick. He's of course they backstaged him apparently, based on what he said. I haven't seen the broadcast. Maybe we'll watch the broadcast and I'll get to. Although I can't do that to Music Holds the Secret. I've committed myself to not annoying Music Holds the Secret with excessive religious talk. But yeah, here's Dick. Let me drop his link. Give me a second. Here's Dick's link. Yep. I'll be right back. Oh, no, I won't. I keep thinking I have to do this on my phone, but I can do it right here. All right. Let's share the screen, actually. Let's do this. Present, share screen. Yeah, Drew rage quit. He shut down the stream. Oh, it's the wrong one. All right. He's gone. Who's next? There he is. Let's see, who else? I guess that's it for now. Thanks, Cleveland. Appreciate it. All right, we're back. Yeah, I agree, Young Jim. And if we cared about the audience, probably we would do what was needed to continue the show. See that, you guys people can, construe that I'm a diva, and they can imply that, I'm this or I'm that. I'm doing this first and foremost. I'm doing it number one for myself, because I do better when I'm less cranky and agitated when I'm engaged in creative endeavors. But number two is the audience, right? So Young Jim says none of us is greater than all of us. You and Drew do a good show together. You both have strong points and weaknesses. You're coming off as terminally unique here, but I respect your point. Thank you. But that's what I'm saying is, like, so if I bring some value to the table, then one of the few times I make a fucking request, I would just assume to have it granted. That would be my assumption, right? Instead of having it pushed back on me. And see, I noticed this pattern in life where I bring something up, and the way that my objection is handled is it's just thrown back in my face. Oh, well, you're cranky. Oh, well, you need coffee. Oh, well, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. And I don't have people like that in my life. I really don't. I don't experience that. on a regular basis, because I won't have anything to do with people like that. The fact is, as a human being, I have an inherent value where if I raise an issue, even if it's not valid, nobody can just immediately, without even taking the time to think, toss it back in my face. I can't think of many things more disrespectful to that than that. Now, if the people said, hey, let's take some time and after the show, we're going to think about what he said, or we're going to have a meeting about it, right? And if at the end of the meeting the conclusion was, well, Benton is just he went off half cocked and really he didn't have a valid objection to raise. See, I could accept that. I can't accept this thing where I raise an objection and it's just immediately put back on me. You're cranky. You didn't have coffee. You woke up on the wrong side of the bed. That's some weak ass pussy shit, man. And I'm not here for it. It's just that's people that behave that way are below a minimum standard of human conduct that I would tolerate in my own life. Period. It's not good enough, right? And by the way, I would never do that to somebody. That's fucking bullshit, man. Complete bullshit. But we're not paneling. I actually have prepared material. We're not paneling. If people want to panel, they're free to go on their channels and start up a live and drop a link. Yeah, exactly. Music holds a secret. He says, thanks, Benton, but feel free to talk about whatever you like. All this Bible thumping religious talk is quite sickening. Feels like I'm back at the Kingdom Hall. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Which, and what do we know about the Jehovah's Witness religion? It's authoritarian. It tells you what to do. You don't tell it anything. And while I see the same thing with people like Smackleford and Toilet Bowl Earth and EBT to a lesser extent, he doesn't do it as bad, but you don't get to tell them anything, but they will tell you what the religion is. They will tell you what the dogma is. And unless you adhere to that, they won't even entertain it. And I think that's what Dick's complaining about right now is, there's no openness to a conversation, but then the same people throw it back in his face as if he's the one not willing to have a conversation. It's just, it's a lack of integrity, right? It's a lack of honor as a human being, right? The fact is, I'm in the realm, and this is what I'm going to explain about. See, it says successful down there. Success in part is me being in the realm as a human and treating every other human being with some modicum of respect at the level of their humanity. Now, you can say it's debatable. There's times when I cross those lines, right? But I would argue that even if you find, and maybe yesterday with Jeff was an example, but I believe if we go back and watch that, you will see that I was patient with him as long as I could be, right? Because I have to maintain my integrity as well. Versus I come on a broadcast, I take issue with some of the comments directed my way, and it's just I'm immediately attacked as if I'm doing something wrong because I'm not just sitting there taking it. Well, fuck you. That's bullshit. If I don't have to take any kind of treatment I don't want to take, that's called life, man. That's just called life. And without getting too much into the religious stuff, it just reminds me of the Bible. The Pharisees following Jesus around with a metaphorical list of a fucking checklist and trying to catch him slipping so that they could, persecute him basically by the law. That's what I feel like's being done to me. People are trying to hold me to their concept of a checklist. Meanwhile, I'm in the realm, following the example of the Gospels, right? The teachings. I'm following that to the best of my ability. And I got people who I don't see following those want to hold up a checklist and try to catch Benton slipping on some legal and lawful, right? Based on a bureaucracy that Jesus never created. Jesus never came here and created a bureaucracy, you fucking bozos. But that's not convenient for people who are under brainwashing, who've been religiously brainwashed, right, through a system. Meanwhile, guess who was also brainwashed through religion? Except I seem to be the only one, other than possibly Music Holds a Secret. I seem to be the only one who's actually bothered to take the time to go in his own brain and unbrainwash all of that stuff. See? Meanwhile, I've already defeated all of your religious arguments with my superior logic, and nobody's ever even attempted to debate me or refute my points, they can't. So they just say, oh, he's straw manning when I've never straw man. They just say, oh, well, or they just try to not understand what I'm saying. Big brain EBT tries to say, what does skin in the game mean? And I'm like, really? Do you really think I'm going to let you act like you don't know what I mean when I say that? Like, that's just insane, guys. That's fucking crazy. I mean, it really is. I was here first, Drew, by the way, just so you know. You are on my internet on some level, lest we forget, Drew. You are on my internet. Yeah. Well, or Drew, I am me, because I know exactly who I am, and I could never be Paul, just like I can never be you or be anybody else. See? Yeah, you do though. You do know what skin in the game means, and if not, you could Google it. Yeah. And I used it in a context where that you're certainly intelligent enough to understand. Well, but see, that's why I won't call myself a Christian, Scott, because these people are trash at the level of a Christian religion, and they are trash when it comes to attempting to live the teachings of Christ as outlined in the Bible. They don't embody any of it. They just don't. Back to the Dick Gregory, and meanwhile, if I don't cite Dick Gregory, I'll get made fun of for not citing him, and then if I do cite him, I'll get made fun of for citing Dick Gregory. But how come? If I see a prostitute walking the street, I know she's a prostitute based on the way she walks, but I don't know these people are Christians unless they tell me. I mean, wouldn't it show through? I would think it would, but I don't know. Hard to say. Well, I'm accountable to the Most High, and I'm accountable to myself, Drew. See, actually, you're the one who hates that I'm not accountable to you other than the ways in which I choose to be accountable, right? Which is why I was in the seat ready to do the show. See, I decided to be accountable to you. Now, there was a time when my life went completely off the rails and I failed to live up to that, right? Although I wasn't the only one. I wasn't the only one who didn't behave appropriately in certain ways. But I think Drew hates the fact that I'm not accountable to him and his idea of how I should be as a person, see? So no, I'm accountable to the Most High first and foremost, and I'm accountable to myself, and I'm accountable to society in certain ways, right? In certain very narrow ways. But I'm only accountable to you, Drew, in the ways I choose to be. So I think you actually hate that you have no authority. I think that, and that's ultimately what Freedom Grower is talking about. His ultimate point is that you religious bozos, there is no source of authority for you with respect to other people's lives. There's not an authority or a church that anybody can point to say, well, that's the authority that Dick must adhere to. There's no authority, Drew, that you can point to other than the Most High, right? Or my own code, because I will live up to my own code. There is no outside authority that you can cite, Drew, and say, well, he's beholden to that. He's accountable to that authority. See, that's not a thing that can be done. Now, I do realize that people will hear this, and many of them lacking intellectual integrity won't just say, wow, he's right. And the thing is, how can I come on here and come correct and speak so specifically and be saying so many things that people find so powerful and that resonate with people? How can I do all of that, but then, I'm never getting from you guys, oh, wow, I never thought about it that way. That's an interesting perspective. Oh, wow, you're right. That's never happened, not one time. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. There's never been a time when it was just like, you know what? Never thought about it that way. It's ignored or it's mocked or ridiculed, whatever I say. I mean, think about that. But these are the people who want you to believe that they're living up to the teachings of Christ. Meanwhile, I haven't treated any of these people that way. Not one fucking time. Why? Because I'm actually attempting to put the things in practice. Okay. Because that's what that is. Actually, Drew, I challenged you in real time. I felt like I was receiving things that why are you speaking for me, number one? Because you're the one that got out of the kitchen when it got too hot, Drew. I didn't leave the kitchen when it got too hot. Now I did temporarily. Yeah, I did temporarily. But it seemed like no, I did go to battle. You left. I stated what I had to say, Drew, and you left. You ended the broadcast. That's what happened. So I temporarily quit, and then you rage quit. But see, again, these are people that will never own it. They will never just say, "Wow, you're right," and take an L. Like, what do you do with somebody who's just psychologically will not take an L? Because the fact is, if you're created in the image and likeness of the Most High, you have free will and creative force. So you can absolutely use those abilities to never accept being wrong. Like, you can do that, and nobody can stop you. Yeah, exactly. But you're here listening to it, Drew. And I've been a shit talker since day one. So it's like, hey, look at that dog over there, eating its own feces or eating its own vomit, right? And like we're mystified that the dog is behaving consistent with its nature. It's like, what have I ever done to indicate to you that I don't talk shit? That I've been a shit talker since day one. That's fine, Drew. Well, I'm plenty man enough. In fact, you ran, Drew. So the one who's not man enough to hash things out is the one who runs, Drew, which is what you did. You ran away, and now you're over here being very disingenuous and saying things that are completely untrue, when what you could do as a man is own it and say, you know what? I want to raise two boys. Whenever they detect that they're in error, that they will follow my example and just fall on their sword, metaphorically, right? Oh, and the jokes are writing themselves in my head right now, believe you me. See, that's what would happen, Drew. Except you're not capable of that. You're not capable of just being like, wow, I'm in the wrong. I should just go back. I should just back up a little bit, actually consider what this man's saying, right? But to do that, you would have to treat me as if I'm a human being of value, when you're not willing to do that. And I've known that for a long time, and it's fine, by the way. I will engage with that or not engage with that as I see fit, right? That's up to me. I wasn't sabotaging anything, sir. That's not true at all. That's a perspective, and I don't share it. That's your view, and I don't share your view, right? The reality is that we both dug in our heels, and you lost the game of chicken. That's what happened. There was a Mexican standoff, and you lost. Why? Because I'm much more mentally strong than you, Drew. That's why. And you're not equipped for that battle. So nothing I can do about that, sir. A famous man named Davy Crockett once said, first make sure you're right, then go ahead. And that's what I did. Because y'all were on some bullshit. You just were. Well, if it is paranoid thinking, I will certainly detect it and deal with it appropriately. That's what I will do. And I would say also, as far as sabotaging a broadcast, that would have been very easy to pull out of that. If that was a tailspin, that would have been very easy to pull out of. But not if one is only ever going to operate from a space of 0% humility, see, which is you, by the way. So as long as you're not willing to go from 0% humility to some positive number on the humility scale, there's nowhere to go from there. So, of course, I'm the one with the problem. Of course, I'm the one doing the sabotaging from your perspective, because you cannot admit fault. And that's by the way, is my basis for compassion for you, because I could see how miserable it would be to live that way. Right. Oh, well, Drew played a part in things, and they went off the rails, but it wasn't his fault. It's just that crazy Benton. Well, let's just go ahead and accept your premise, sir. You're the one who decided to try to do a show with me. So, see, even if you're right, you're wrong. because clearly you understood these things about me beforehand. It's just like me letting Tommy on the channel and then complaining about him and blaming him for sabotaging a broadcast, which I would never do because I'm the one in charge of the broadcast, just like you were the one in charge of that broadcast. But again, now the person who wants to lecture me about accountability is on here not accepting accountability for his actions. It's interesting, Drew. I find that fascinating. Well, I've got some prepared material that I think you folks will find very interesting. Before that, I think what we're going to do is have a reading. Oh, I rebooted my computer. Dadgummit. I had this all queued up. Oh, interesting. One moment, please. All right, this is Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How by Theodore J. Kaczynski. Let me share this screen in case anybody wants to read along. Chapter 1, the development of a society can never be subject to rational human control. There's a quote in Spanish we're not going to bother to translate. Context manipulations. Gone. I guess I need to start reading in the StreamYard window because however long I was offline, I wasn't aware of it. Man, my connection stinks. What's up, Lou? Good to see you, bro. Hey, there you go. Nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, bummer. Unfortunately, I guess if I'm going to do a reading, I have to read. I'm going to have to read through the StreamYard window, although that's going to be difficult because then I can't scroll. Bummer. Bummer, dude. I think we're back. What's up, people? I'm going to eat this grapefruit, and then we'll get back into some material. Apologies for the earlier technical difficulties. If anybody has anything constructive to say, that might be, yeah, there you go. Well, as much as we hate to have to do it. By the way, it's interesting when certain people comment on how I choose to interface with the, but then they're right here uh, critiquing me. It's interesting. Yeah. Hey, this grapefruit's been a game changer, I have to tell you. The old gallbladders. I can't even tell you how delicious this is. What I've noticed through my illness is when certain foods have exactly what my body needs, bro, they're just like delicious. Grapefruit being one of late. Yeah, I'm here. I just didn't know. I can't stand when people eat on mic, so I try not to do that to the audience. But since after the technical difficulties, it was 11 people in here. I figured I might as well take advantage of it and eat some fruit. It's one of the many sacrifices I make on these broadcasts. Sometimes I go past my meal times. Well, see, that's where your brain fails you, Drew, because I mean, actually, it's so dumb. It's hard for me to even get into that level of thinking. Ultimately, I'm just not willing to exist in a space in which, if anything goes awry, it can never be the fault of the other party under any circumstances, so that it's my fault by default. Right? No, thank you. That's good stuff, man. Yeah, that's what he's doing, Stephen David. He's spiraling. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He's spiraling. Oh, wait a minute. What's up, Roy Duggan? Good to see you. Or maybe he has points that that y'all are unwilling to accept. If that's what a spiral is data that you are psychologically unwilling to accept. And I'm going to explain why, by the way. Oh, it's I have a whole presentation prepared. Oh yeah, it's going to be great. Excuse me. Oh yeah. Amen, Roy. I could not agree more. Could not agree more, sir. You're absolutely right. See, I don't want to end my broadcast. So people are not going to be allowed to come in here and sabotage this broadcast. Since apparently I sabotaged Drew's broadcast, according to him. So yeah, I'm not going to have people in live chat sabotaging this broadcast. You can contribute to the conversation and the discussion, or I would suggest that you turn off your station and go find something else to do with your day. Because I'm pretty sure no matter what, we're going to have 20 people here who want to hear me cover material, talk about ideas. So if you want to be a part of that, you're welcome to be here and be a part of that. If not, I would invite you to please go and not return until such time as you can involve yourself with that. That would be my suggestion. So I don't come on the internet for banter, Drew. That's not. I'm not in it for that. I tolerate it if there's something in it for me, but I'm not interested in banter. It's just not. It doesn't fulfill any of my needs. Man, man, have to go floss. Hi. Indeed, scheme team. Many people hate that. I agree. And longtime viewers of this channel will know that I typically only talk about those topics in a certain context as part of a larger discourse or narrative. But my conscience is clear. I've done everything I can do. And in fact, I've tolerated plenty of treatment that I really probably shouldn't have. So I guess I better put the watermelon in the fridge, sir. And see, since I'm so underweight now, my hunger wants me to just eat all of the fruit, which I have done before. And still every once in a while I do give into that impulse, but it makes me sick. It tears my fucking guts all up. Makes me real fucking constipated. Sorry, try not to be gross, but yeah, it's not a good time. So I have to actually stop eating the fruit, even though I'm still hungry. Man, it's dry. Okay, good. All right. Let me share this screen. This is the, oh, wait a minute. I got to bring it up. I made a lot of notes this morning about success. Hopefully, is Christos around? I was kind of hoping Christos would be here for this. Dagnammit. I love it when they talk about religion. Why? Why would you love that? Why? All right. Office writer. Recently modified. Recent documents. All right. Let's share the screen. And was anybody here yesterday when Christos said something about wishing me success, and I said this is success, and I wasn't picking on him. It was and I knew what he meant, but I wanted to point out to everybody that my life is success. I am successful. They say, well, what do you mean? You're in a motel. You're this. You're that. Well, yeah, I'm a human being. I'm lots of things. Wait a minute, that's not the right screen. Present, share screen. StreamYard does not always work like it's supposed to. There should be a window here, but there's not. I mean, what the hell? Hold on, we'll get there. There it is. Why did it take so long? I have no idea. All right. So these are screenshots from Wiktionary.com. So this is the definition of success from Wiktionary or .org, I guess. Success, noun, the achievement of one's aim or goal. So I'll go ahead and stick with that definition. So then we'll scroll down a little bit. And by the way, this is, it's funny because I think we all just assume that we know what the word success means because it has specific connotations in our culture, typically tied to the second definition, which would be financial profitability, right? Well, I'm that as well. Now we could debate to what degree. Let's see, not in debt. Earning potential is right around, I don't know, $1,500 a week or so. Provided I can physically stand up to the job, which may not be the case. So maybe I'm not successful, right? It also means the fact of getting or achieving wealth, respect, or fame. So I think that's where people were, became very mocking at the idea of me being successful. Me declaring that, right? Well, I'm going by definition number one. I'm not getting all the way down to 2 and 4 here. It also means one who or that which achieves assumed goals, right? But see, I think it's right there in the first definition, the achievement of one's aims or goal. Well, who is the one? That's me. So if I have an aim or a goal, the achievement of that aim or goal is by very definition success. And that's why and it wasn't anything personal with Christos, but that's why I paused him, because when he said, I wish you success, I said, well, wait a minute, this is success, which just half of the peanut gallery just found hilarious, right? And they started throwing tomatoes at me, or what was it, the rotten, the stinking fish fallacy or whatever that Yurt talks about. But meanwhile, something I've been talking about since my very early days on the Chalk Body Outline Discord, one of the first things I remarked when I showed up was I said, I don't think you people have a lot of schooling. And I was actually quoting the intro to my favorite rapper, Sean Price, had a song where he said that I don't think these kids have a lot of schooling, speaking of the more, the current crop of rappers, right? And I see that a lot in these so-called truth communities. And by the way, not this audience. See, this is the audience. What I think I'm saying generally don't apply to you folks. Now, when there's 32 in the house, when there's 70 in the house, it's you folks. And then the other half of the audience is the peanut gallery that wants to throw tomatoes at me while I'm on stage, right? See, personally, I'd rather have the 34 who want to be here and want to talk about ideas and want to think about ideas. And then I'll expound on something, and then I'll look in the live chat and somebody will actually be building on what I'm building on. See, a build. That's what I want. And you don't find, now EBT does that to some extent. Drew's never in the live chat building on what I'm saying, ever. Meanwhile, I've been in his live chats plenty of times building on what he's putting down. Same thing with Toilet Bowl Earth. Now, I'm sure they could, but for whatever reason, that's not what they're going to do. EBT will, though, although he's given me the tomatoes. Oh, apples for the teacher. Thank you. Well, I don't know that I want to be the teacher in this regard, but I'm certainly the student. But y'all ain't the teacher. That's for sure. Not in this way. So by very definition, if one is achieving their aim or goal, they are successful by definition. That's the definition, right? And I get to set the goal. The society doesn't get to set the goal. See, Drew doesn't get to assume an authority over me and then say, or Kim before the storm. See, that's someone who's assuming authority, which, by the way, that's a psychological sickness. When somebody, Talcott does this too, when somebody immediately psychologically assumes an exalted position as if they're looking down on me. Now, sometimes I am in the exalted position looking down, but meanwhile, I'm generally looking down at people who are looking up at my level that they've never bothered to get on, and they're actually throwing the tomatoes. They're throwing them up in the air at me, but see, the tomato, you can't throw that far. I'm too far above your level. The tomato can't hit me, but the peanut gallery can always be swayed. See, that you can always appeal to the fickle feelings of peanut gallery. But to me, that's no accomplishment. Some people don't seem to understand that. So let's go on to the next definition, because I'm not done. We're actually going to look at what some of these other words mean. Oh yeah, down here. So goal meaning a result that one is attempting to achieve. Isn't that interesting? So by definition of success, the person does not actually have to have fully completed the goal in order to be successful. Isn't that interesting? Because some people could judge, well, he's in a motel, he has 30 viewers, he's running out of money, whatever it is, and say, well, he's not then successful. Well, if you, and not you, the listener, but if these bozos, these appealers to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery, such as Kim before the storm, they actually haven't bothered to learn the definitions of the words. And I know Kim, if he's actually fighting these legal, if he's actually preparing these legal documents, he's having to get into, well, what does this word, he's having to read the law and being like, okay, what does this word mean in this context? So let's go back a little bit. This is very important, Kim. Success is the achievement of one's aim or goal. And then a goal is a result that one is attempting to achieve. Not something that someone has achieved. It's someone who's attempting to achieve a result. And I'm successful as long as I am achieving that result, is attempting to achieve the result. That's the definition of success. And see, I understand this in the moment. And I think this is sometimes, why I get sort of into these confrontational spaces, because, even as I recognize how dumbed down the masses are, and even the problem for me is that on some level, I actually believe that these people understand what the words mean. And I don't bother to stop and take into account, well, most of these people haven't read very many books and probably don't have enough experience to even understand when I say this is success. They just think it's hilarious because they're only going by the definition of money, right? They're only going by, financial profitability. That's the only thing they're going by. Or number 4, the fact of getting or achieving wealth, respect, or fame. But respect, right? Well, they're not going to give me respect. So they're certainly going to, and by the way, these are people who are actively working against my success, right? They're actively attempting to undermine such that I can't call myself successful. But I am that by definition. And I think a lot of folks, would be well served to practice this in their life. And there's nobody in this realm that can make me feel less than. And you can call it banner all you want. That's demeaning when I go on a live broadcast, and I never have watched it, but let's just assume OTW made a fool out of himself intellectually. That has nothing to do with me. But then you saw the first words out of Drew's mouth. Number 1, calling me crazy, which, I can deal with that. But then trying to attach OTW's supposed crimes to me that I had nothing to do with. Oh, that's your boy. Like, what are you talking about? Number 1, he's Canadian. But yeah, I like his broadcast. I've supported his broadcast. We're not buddy-buddy. I've never emailed the man. I don't have his email address. I haven't even called Tommy my boy. We got pretty close. See, that never even happened. How the hell's OTW my boy? Think about that. I mean, what even is this on some level? Well, it's success is by definition, sir, and you may be late to the party. Good to see you, Kevin Mooring. Success by definition is the achievement of one's aim or goal. And so one in this circumstance would be me. And I am that. And by the way, it's it's contagious when somebody knows and understands these things. There's people in the physical realm who can hear some of the words I'm saying right now, right? And even that can become oh, is Drew here to yeah, exactly. I'm just like Paul. See, that's what it is. Yeah, I never was this way, but then magically one day there was a channel that I went to, and then I started becoming interested in definitions. I never did that on your old Discord. I never did that on my podcast, right? Before I'd ever heard of enslaved. See, this is where Drew proves himself to be basically a liar piece of shit, essentially. I mean, realistically, Drew, that's you being a lying piece of shit talking that way, which doesn't reflect on me, Bob. That only reflects on you. Isn't that interesting? Meanwhile, I know this: if people were timing me out and meeting me in a chat, I wouldn't be coming back under other names. Meanwhile, I don't have any other names. It's interesting how there's all these names. Now, I know 2 of them were channels, but now we're just coming back under different names, although it's his name, right? Presumably. But yeah, but now, see, I have to be associated with Paul Enslaved. Now let's discredit. See, but you can't discredit me. That's because, do you see the definition of the word success, Drew? Could you demonstrate your intellectual integrity and say, yes, by the definitions of the words, Benton is a success? But you'll never do that, will you? Because that would require you to get out of that 0% humility space. And man, I feel sorry for anybody in that 0% humility space. That is no place. You would Talcott if you if you at 0% humility and you never move out of that space, you literally sharing space with Talcott. Think about that. SMH, baby. SMH. So let's go on. So goal being a result that one is attempting to achieve. So I'm by setting a goal and working towards it, I am a success. That is, success is setting a goal and working towards it. Something I've done repeatedly in my life. I've set goals, worked towards them. Uh-oh, there goes the camera. I've set goals, worked towards them, and achieved them time after time after time after time. And see, we're just warming up, y'all. I'm really about to start cooking. See, I know what's coming, and y'all don't. And this is about to be some woo goodness. And Drew's got his strengths, but what I'm about to lay down, you ain't never gonna get this from him. He can't access these levels I'm about to go to. Nothing against him, but he ain't. You're gonna have to come to Benton for this. Now you'll get some of it from Paul too, but I'm not even sure you get this from Paul. You will in his way, but you ain't gonna get it from Paul in this way. Hang on, my camera's being stupid. Give me a second. All right, there we go. Verb. Achieve. So achieve means to succeed in something, now especially in academic performance. I don't think that was the... Okay, here's the one. So this is one I was going to use. Transitive. To carry out successfully, to accomplish. Okay, it's interesting. What does carry out mean? Carry out means to execute or perform, to put into operation, to do. See, I'm performing on these live streams. That's what I am doing right now as I talk to you. I am doing that. And then perform means to do or to execute, to exhibit an expected pattern of behavior, to function, to work. But see, the expectation is only going to be in the context of my goal. It's not going to be based on somebody else's expectation. And when somebody's operating from 0% humility, I think this is where they get confused, because when they look at another person and this person is audacious enough to declare, well, this is success, well, they seem to think that success in that regard has something to do with what is their expected pattern. What pattern of behavior do they expect from that individual? See, but it don't work that way. So here I am in the realm, and I'm interfacing with people intellectually, and they haven't even figured this very basic shit out. This is what I mean by get on my level, by the way. So if I understand all of this in the moment well enough that I know when I say this is success, I know that I am that, and I know I can lay out exactly how and why based on these definitions. And I knew that when I said it. And if they don't understand that, if they don't understand as I say it, well, technically speaking, based on these definitions, because you're not on my level. Now, I'm not talking about you, the listener. I'm saying the peanut gallery, not on my level. They're not on my level. Well, Drew, I don't think I'm even going to waste the time to explain to you why that's not a contradiction, and you seem to think it is. But I don't even know what to say, man. Now I think we're back to stupid or liar now. I mean, but I'm honestly starting to veer towards stupid. Starting to veer towards stupid, because clearly that's not quite the contradiction that you think it is. Yeah. Well, there's 47 people watching me talk about definitions of words, so I must be doing something right, Drew. Meanwhile, you must be getting something you want to get here because you're still here. So, well, I was hashing it out. Just fine, and then a message came on my screen that said the broadcast had ended. So I was actually in the process of doing that, Drew. Just like I'm in the process of succeeding in life, I was also in the process of hashing it out. So it seems like there was two people involved. Actually, there was three. So it was me versus two people. But in the process of said hashing out, you chose to end the broadcast. Oh, but I'm sabotaging the broadcast. Well, you're right here sabotaging my broadcast, which is why we're going to do this, because I think I'm going to go. No, I quit and you rage quit, because what you did was clearly far worse than what I did. Yeah. Well, I can only see, Layla, I can only act on my behalf. I can't make the other. I can't also. And here's what I've noticed in life, by the way: work things out means the other person stays the same and Benton changes. Right. Well, I'm already what I need to be. So the reality is it's going to be the other party's going to need to do better. So here's what working it out is going to look like. And I fully expect this will never happen. Drew needs to do better. That's what working it out looks like. Because meanwhile, there was a time, by the way, when I didn't live up to what I needed to live up to. It was back during the drinking myself to death portion of this incarnation. And then you know what I did after that? I did better. So I went into error. I corrected myself and I did better. So that's where Drew's at. Drew's fallen into error. He has the opportunity to correct himself. And until that's done, it's out of my hands, because I've already corrected myself and done better. So it's really up to him as far as I can tell. But meanwhile, I was happy to stay on the broadcast and just keep blasting him with my righteousness that he was unwilling to accept in the moment. Yeah. Yeah. Because, it can't be Drew's fault. That's not possible. See, Drew can never fall into error. It's not, because he's at 0% humility. He cannot fall into error in his own mind. It's impossible. So if there's two people and he's one of the two people, and now a situation crops up, it has to be the other person's problem. It has to be, the situation has to be of the other person's creation, because it cannot be of his creation, because in his mind, it's not possible, because he's at 0% humility. And that's not my problem. And I can't work with that. So when I say I can work with anybody who can work with me, That's the other person not being willing to work with me while I'm also willing to work with the other person. See, I can only actually do my part. I am doing my part. There was a time, I will happily own, where I wasn't living up to my part. I I didn't die, and then I realized the error of my ways, and now I'm doing better, and I will continue to do better. Because, by the way, that is success. That's setting a goal. And I fell short of what I was aiming at. I corrected myself and I went right back to success. So success, failure, figure it out, regroup, back into success. Isn't that amazing? But what if somebody's went into failure, but they can't psychologically accept that they've gone into failure? Well, now there's no reason to do anything. See, I owned the part in the past where I've fallen into failure. Then that's what enabled me to go back into success. But once the goes into failure, but can't recognize it as failure, they actually can't go into success now. Isn't that amazing? See, but how come I understand this and other people don't? That's what I find fascinating about this life. How come I can come on here and express this in such a basic, clear, concise fashion, and it all makes sense, and you could literally make a transcript of this and just go hand it to a professor with just minor modifications and say, hey, grade this paper, and you're going to get at least a B+, probably going to get an A, right? Just correct some of the colloquialisms, right? Maybe correct a little bit. Meanwhile, I'm coming off the dome here, okay? Things Benton can do, write a fucking university level A paper off the fucking dome in real time, as he speaks, by the way. So perform also means to do something in front of an audience, such as acting or music, often in order to entertain. And then to behave theatrically so as to give the impression of a quality character trait of a social actor to behave in certain ways. Again, see, what I'm detecting is that here's where the major misunderstanding is, that other people believe that success for Benton is dependent upon what they consider to be the behavior, right, of the performance, when that has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with what my goals are, and I am achieving those goals just like I have achieved them in the past, and I will continue to do so. Why? Because I'm set up for effectiveness, and I have been my whole life. Things Benton can do. All right, now we get to the fun part of the broadcast. This is going to be fantastic. I hope you get your ears on. Some of y'all ain't got a lot of schooling, man. That's what I was talking about earlier, Sean Price. And I wrote all this morning, so we'll just riff on this if that's all right. Make sure you guys can see this. When many hear me say this is success, now this is what happened yesterday. And see, I'm observing this yesterday in real time, and this is the levels I'm processing on. And when I talk about that, my entree into the present moment is that thoughts and ideas and perceptions. And I've recognized that most of the population, their entree or their interface into the present moment is through their feelings and their emotions, right? Which is okay, but it's like the opposite, right? So I'm actually aware of this as it's happening yesterday. So when many hear me say this is success, what do? They utilize an incorrect strategy or philosophy in their thinking. And now why are they doing that? Probably because of what they're feeling, see? And then we'll quote old Benton here, correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. So what these people are doing, which this is a incorrect philosophy, what they're doing in the moment is they're using their thought form to seek to negate the validity of the statement, this is success, right? But that's a backward strategy. This is literally the reverse of what they should be doing if they were aiming for effectiveness, right? And since I'm set up for effectiveness, and like I say, correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. So the moment in my life, probably in my mid-30s, when I recognize these dynamics at a very basic level, what I realize is, okay, all I have to do is never use these incorrect philosophies. Correct philosophy is not going out here and reading a books and constructing an ideology or a worldview and then moving forward. See, it's backwards. Correct philosophy is getting rid of all the things that don't apply or pertain or that are not valid. You get rid of them and you don't ever operate on them. So because I've practiced that, again, success, by the way, this is success. I aimed for this, and I have been achieving this. See, I'm a dynamic human being expressing moment to moment. See, I'm not this static, dead thing, right? So I am successful in this regard of correct philosophy. And I do that by, in the past, I got rid of the incorrect philosophy. And if I detect an incorrect philosophy in the future, because I'm paying strict attention, I will get rid of that too. These are people who've never done any of that. Again, get on my level. But they're below my level looking up at me in this regard and trying to tear me down, trying to pull me down from my perch. But in their mind, they think they're in the exalted position psychologically because they're at 0% humility. They perceive this as they're in the exalted position looking down on Benton. Now, here's where the cognitive dissonance comes in, because as the results manifest in the real world, the shit don't line up. You know, how am I doing all these things, by the way? But this idea that I am successful is ridiculous to some people. I want to check in with the chat real quick. Yeah, exactly. GOML, get on my level. So what these bozos attempt to do, because they're not aware of, they know not what they do. So they're using their thought form to try to negate the validity of the statement when I make it. That's ineffective, right? Now, again, we can always appeal to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery, which I say represents nothing. That's literally the, well, it's figuratively, rather, let's be correct. It's figuratively the courtroom scene from Idiocracy. That's, if you want a visual, and hell, that yesterday's stream got blocked because I showed that Saturday Night Live clip. Shout out to Pineal Power. He was right. They ain't having that. But yeah, the courtroom scene from Idiocracy. That's, if you want to know what a peanut gallery is, that's what that is. And at one point, one of the lawyer's arguments is basically like, just look at them, and then everybody just goes crazy. Like that's the level we're at here. So a superior stratagem, which I say represents a correct philosophy, is to begin by seeking to affirm the statement, right? But you can't do this from a space of 0% humility, because if I'm Jack Talcotting it at a 0% humility, and somebody like Benton is audacious enough to say this is success, well, I can't seek to affirm his statement because that would require humility. I can't seek to affirm Benton's statement of this is success if I'm operating from 0% humility. Because in order to try to seek to affirm his statement based on my emotional makeup or their emotional makeup, that's going to require them to go from at least to 1% or 2% humility at a minimum. It can't be done from a 0% humility from a psychological space. Not possible. So this is what I do, though, because I don't concern, because since I'm operating at some positive percentage, greater than 0 on the humility scale, when I hear somebody say, like Paul and Slave say something like this, I don't try to negate it, because I know that's not the proper philosophy or strategy for effectiveness. I try to say, okay, what evidence is there to support this? Which is what they would do if we're anything above 0% humility, and if they were utilizing proper philosophy. They would do this, but they're in their feelings. They're appealing to the peanut gallery. So they're unable to do what I'm able to demonstrate. And by the way, what I understand to such a deep level that I'm here explaining it to you folks. Thanks for listening. And Lord knows my understanding of this is 10% of my understanding of this, because I'm limited by the language. I'm limited by my own brain. I'm limited with time. I need to deliver the message in some sort of a entertaining fashion if possible, right? I can't too much abuse your attention span. And then you saw what I did with the daddy stuff, because it's getting implied that Drew was my daddy, and now now I got a new daddy, Paul, and now it's like I'm in conflict in their mind. Meanwhile, is this banter? Because I'm not wired for any of this. Well, it struck me when I woke up this morning. I thought about this and I said, well, shit, Larry Benton could beat both of these guys up simultaneously. Hell, he could probably take you one-on-one now, and he's 68. But when he was 40, he could have beat the fuck out of both of them at the same time. That's the true facts. It's not me being crazy. It's not, my dad can beat up your dad. He would have been able to do that. So what I'm saying is, I have a daddy, and that's him, right? Meanwhile, he hasn't been my dad in fucking 30 years, right? So, like, what are we even talking about with the daddy stuff? I think some people are down in their lower chakras. Well, I'm circulating all of those energies throughout the entire energy body, as it were. So I don't have to worry about that anymore. Thank you, Jesus. I done been delivered from the lower chakras. I ain't got to worry about that. Only one left now is maybe this demon of wrath. We get this demon of wrath out of here and fucking home free, baby. This is very subtle. And this is why I say there's no such thing as common sense, because to me, this shit's just obvious. But I understand that it's not obvious to other people. So here's how, in seeking to affirm the statement. So if the statement, in fact, does not apply, the way to understand that is through the negative passive yin form, after you use the positive assertive yang form to try to affirm the statement. If by utilizing the positive assertive yang form, you cannot positively affirm the statement, guess what? Now we understand that it doesn't apply, or it's negated. See, we can't realize the negative form by practicing the assertive form, as far as we can't immediately in the moment use an assertive means to negate validity. It's not a thing that can be done. We can only attempt to aggressively or assertively, or in a yang form of the yin and the yang, try to see, is this something that can be affirmed? And if we can't affirm it, now it's negated. It's not, you can't negate something that exists. You can discover that it doesn't exist, therefore by its nature it is negated. See, this is so fucking basic, man. So I'm in a realm, in a metaverse, with people who think not only are they on my level, they're psychologically exalted and looking down on me. Meanwhile, they don't even have this basic understanding. They don't even have this basic understanding. So, like, what even is this? It is not possible to assert a negation. If you could assert it, it's not a negation. That's why I said the human brain can't process negation. When you tell a kid not to run, you're telling them to run. Why? Because you cannot positively assert a negative. It's not possible. That's what do you think the yin and the yang is? All right, NJ Jeep Girl, have a good day. Grasp the dang dong. That's right. Things Larry can do. Well, and I've said it before, Mr. McGee. Y'all just don't have no idea what it means to be a Benton, because I don't want to get into the whole thing, man. But my dad's dad was national news when he passed away. Like for sports, right? Like it's a big fucking deal, man. And my dad, all of his three brothers are all bigger and tougher than him. All three of them. Whatever that is that's in them is in me. My spirit doesn't know that I'm just normal sized bozo. There's no fucking idea. My spirit thinks I'm the size of my dad's twin brothers who terrorized the whole fucking town. Who were bigger, stronger, and faster than everybody. And there was two of them, right? So on some level, my spirit, and I'm, by the way, one man army. I ain't got no people. I'm out here by myself. So, I didn't make it that way. I was born into this. But see, it's not possible to assert a negation. It is only possible to understand a negation because it cannot be positively affirmed. That's how you know it's a negation. So here's some more incorrect philosophy. Many people are so polluted in their own thinking and thought forms that they cannot recognize that they are in error, and because they are operating psychologically from a space of 0% humility. And I think I already covered this actually. And the only possible way for them to recognize the errors in their thinking is to move from 0% humility into a space on the positive side of the humility spectrum, any percentage greater than 0. So while they're in a 0% humility space, they cannot figure this out, which meanwhile, again, my basis of compassion for them, because I can imagine how horrible that would be. That's got to be a bad place to be, because the insistence on remaining in this, because of this, the insistence of remaining in the psychological space of 0% humility, these individuals cannot figure out the above for themselves. Due to this, as well as their own bias towards the person, that would be me, who made the assertion, how they feel about that individual, these people are totally unwilling to begin correctly. What I mean, they will not come correct by seeking to affirm the validity of the assertion. Hang on, I think I'm getting a phone call about a job. Hello?
Good morning. Is this Mr. Jason?
Oh, yeah, my bad. Hey, I think I know who this is, but I can't talk right now. Could you call me back later? Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. This is Javier with Real Home Sex and the Injury Attorney, sir.
Yeah.
But yeah, when would be a good time to call you back?
Let's see. Later this afternoon, like around 2 o'clock, if that works for you.
I'll go ahead and make a reminder for that, Mr. Jason. Either myself or someone from Rainwater here will give you a call back at 2 o'clock, all right?
Sounds good. Thanks a lot.
All right, so you have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye. Apologies for the interruption. That was the injury attorneys, but through my own research, what I figured out is that because of the way the workman's comp laws work, the only way I can get money is they would have to have me declared disabled, and I'm not in fact disabled. So unfortunately, that's going to be a non-starter, but I'm at least going to politely explain all that to that fellow. You know, once a lawyer's on the scent of money, potential money, you know, it's hard to shake them off. So I'm going to need a little bit of time so they can accept it. Treat them like a person, even though they're lawyers, right? So back to the, due to this, as well as their own bias towards the person who made the assertion, how they feel about that individual, these people are unwilling to begin correctly, meaning to come correct, which to come correct would be to seek to affirm the validity of the assertion instead of attempting to negate it out of hand. This strategy is so odd, which I think, by the way, is what we saw on the live stream today, which is whenever I made my assertion about the way I was being treated, instead of them pausing long enough to try to consider, well, does he have a point? It was just immediately they tried to negate what I was saying on the basis of, well, he's cranky, he hasn't had his coffee, and he got up on the wrong side of the bed. Oh, well, when I pointed out the flaw in their logic, it's just like, oh, well, it's banter. Well, okay, that's great, but don't y'all know by now that I'm not interested in banter? I mean, surely we've all figured that out by now. So my personal feelings and biases played no part whatsoever in my ruthless, and I am ruthless, in my application of logic and reason. Ruthless. And this is why these practicers of incorrect philosophy cannot defeat my logic. They cannot destroy my logic. It's literally not possible. Because even if it's not possible from this, because they're not coming correct, if they don't make the first move out of the gate correctly, they can't destroy my logic. See, they have. It's almost like a game of chess. They have to. If they blunder with the first move, and in my mind, a blunder would be only ever operating from a space of 0% humility is a blunder. Well, if they're blundering in the very first move they make in the chess game, they cannot defeat my logic and reason because they made a blunder. Meanwhile, I'm going to have all moves available to me intellectually, that I'm able to access anyway, because there are levels to this, by the way. And there's many people who are intellectually on levels far above me, right? I'm really kind of just middle of the road, ultimately. And it's not even my logic, of course. However, if these people, and what I mean by that is it's something in the ether that I'm tapping into. And I tap into that by getting over myself, by getting out of my own way. Also, I do that by refusing to exist all of the time in a space of 0% humility. Do I go there on occasion? Sure, I do. I don't stay there. Yeah, I go off into 0% humility. I'm a person. I think we all at various times. What I refuse to do is live there. Okay. And it's not even my logic, of course. However, if these people are unwilling to utilize these thought forms for themselves, basically I have a weapon that they don't have because they're unwilling to do what it takes to have that weapon in their fucking, that arrow in their quiver, as it were. Then I may as well lay claim of ownership, since these individuals are derelict with respect to these strategies. Yeah, they can't. Basically, I can take it all for myself, and because they won't use it, it's mine. They can't lay claim to it because they're derelict with respect to these strategies. And that's on them. That's not on me that they're derelict, right? And this is why I can correctly claim to be above their level in these regards, as I just explained. There's levels to this, said one of my friends in Slab City, who was, by the way, far above my level intellectually, way above. GOML, EBT, get on my level. How can you critique, ridicule, and admonish my thoughts, speech, and actions from levels below me? Like, that's not, it just doesn't work that way. Now, again, you can always appeal to the courtroom scene from the movie Idiocracy. That's always a thing that can be done. But guess what? Those folks are fickle. And just as you get them on your side, I can employ the exact same techniques and get them on my side. But it's called pseudo-intellectual integrity. I don't see any value in appealing to the peanut gallery, as I cover here. Meanwhile, the peanut gallery can always be swayed by appeals to emotion. Always. You can always sway the peanut gallery with an appeal to emotion. So therefore, it's so easy to get their support by appealing to their emotions that, to me, it means nothing. Emotion is inherently illogical and thus cannot touch thought, reason, logic, and perception. They do not intersect, see, which is beautiful, by the way. I probably went ahead and drank myself to death if they could intersect, but thank God they can't. And by the way, this is why I was able to tell AJ Lloyd that, part of his issues he was going through was his lady would become in an excessively emotional state. And then he wasn't recognizing that how emotional she had become. And he was trying to speak logic to her. But when she's in such an emotionally charged state, the logic can't penetrate. Right. That, thank God, like they don't cross over. And see, I'm military minded. Meanwhile, the bozos giggle derisively. I succeed in my practice of efficiency and effectiveness by accepting them as they are. See, now I put a little bit of energy into it, I will say. So I'm not quite living up to, this would be my best self, which I don't always live up to, but I think I did okay today. I certainly could have spurged out for a couple of hours and just never even, see, I'm covering material. Like, it hasn't even been that long. It's 10:30. Like this happened. All of these things occurred wasn't that long ago, right? So I had whatever, went through whatever I went through. We all saw it. And then now I'm on to covering my material here, which I would rather do, by the way. I would rather come on here and cover my material than do a morning show, honestly. But, I don't have a lot of people willing and able to collaborate with me, right, in that regard. And I always like to support people's creative endeavors if I can, which is how we get back to OTW News and who I view as a content creator. And I want to support what he's doing at a level of content creation. That's not me putting in I'm not, going into business with him. I'm not, tossing in with him, like now my fortunes are tied to his fortunes. That seems to be what Drew's trying to turn it into, right? Yeah, no, it's not that. I'll go team up with Dick before I will OTW. Nothing against OTW, but can I not support somebody's broadcast? This is somebody who, I don't know if he's still doing it or not, but for a time he was attempting to live stream 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I respect the grind, sir. I respect that. I succeed in my practice of efficiency and effectiveness. And I wrote all this before the things happened on the morning show. I succeed in my practice of efficiency and effectiveness by accepting them as they are. So I accept that they're this way, as much as it does annoy the fuck out of me, right? Well, that's my base emotional state, is annoyed. So who cares? But they waste their energy. By the way, this is how I defeat them in the long run. they waste their energy by ineffectively directing it outwards towards me, where it cannot achieve success for them in their life. Now, again, success based on their definitions, but I would say that by focusing on me and directing, coming into my live chat, right, and trying to tear me down, I guess if that's their definition of success, I guess they can succeed. See, so now I kind of have to hold myself to my standard. But I don't think in the long run that would be something that they would point to as, well, we succeeded because we put all that time, effort, and energy into somewhat effectively tearing Benton down, right? And and we got to say that he, he spiraled or he rage quit or whatever. End result, I win. So the end result of all this is I win. And I'll define that as I'm continuing to express in a linear fashion on my path of progress, which, by the way, that's my path is progress, has been my whole life. So that means life, right? That's me living. By living, I'm continuing to express in a linear fashion on my path of progress, while they lose because they remain trapped in the practice of incorrect philosophy, and they remain where they are on that linear progression, which I equate with death, because what is not moving and growing and progressing and changing is dead. So Benton is the victor, and to the victor go the spoils. And the peanut gallery is vanquished. They're defeated by themselves through ineffectiveness and inefficiencies, and they receive their punishment, whatever that may be. That's it, and that's all. Bam. How about you? Hey, there you go, Terry. 20 years ago. It was a long time ago. Right around the year 2000. That's pre 9/11. Much different world, I expect. All right, we're going to drop the link. But if people come up here and ignore me and don't defer to the host at least a little bit, I'm going to get annoyed and start reading the Gulag Archipelago over the top of them. So be forewarned. Who is BG? I don't know who that is. Or probably I do. BG. I don't know who is that. See, I don't even know who most of these bozos even are. And he may not be a bozo. I don't know. I don't know who it is. Well, no, the material was, I worked that up this morning. The what happened on the show wasn't pre-planned. That was a response to yesterday's fracas EBT. Oh, Barricade Garage. Yeah, go check him out. Shit. Black Goof. What's up, Jake? It's funny. I ordered this second monitor. Now I'm starting to wonder if I'm even going to need it or not. So I'm strongly considering doing a audio only live stream, but I have noticed that the numbers are better when I actually show myself. But dude, my connection is just terrible. Oh, Benton is a goober. Yeah, I reckon I am. Bubble guts. Well, Cecil's down there. I don't know that I want to blast him with my uncompromising, my spirit, my uncompromising and unwavering spirit right now, because there will certainly be attempts to, and I am a backpedaler, as the EBT's noticed. I will do that at times, certainly. Show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite, right? It's all a paradox. Oh, man. Yeah, but not too bad for something I just put together in like 30 minutes this morning. I thought it went pretty well. Hell, it took me twice as long to cover it almost. Or, yeah, twice as long to cover it as it did to actually write it. Things Benton can do. Yeah, I think we'll get into the Solzhenitsyn. And just to show y'all who this man was, I know y'all got schooling, but not everybody does, right? Oh, did I already stop the screen? That's foolishness. Present. Uh-oh. Share screen. Yeah, this is the guy who wrote the Gulag Archipelago. Hopefully everybody's heard of that. He was a Russian writer, a prominent Soviet dissident. And dissident is were people who disagreed with certain features of Soviet ideology or with its entirety, and who were willing to speak out against them. The term dissident was used in the Soviet Union in the period from the mid-60s until the fall of communism. Prominent Soviet dissident Solzhenitsyn was an outspoken critic of communism and helped to raise global awareness of political repression in the Soviet Union, in particular the Gulag system. The Gulag was the government agency in charge of the Soviet network of forced labor camps, which were set up by order of Vladimir Lenin, reaching its peak during Joseph Stalin's rule from the 30s to the early 50s. Solzhenitsyn was born into a family that defied the Soviet anti-religious campaign. Interesting, because communism gets rid of religion, as we know, although I'm sure there's some exceptions to that, such as the United States, by the way, which I would say is just religion as practice in the United States has been undermined to the point where it may as well not exist. In fact, at this point, you know, I would say it's always more harm than good, but it's way, way, way past that now. It's actually allowing people to continue to fool themselves into thinking that this is a so-called Christian nation when it's nothing of the sort. This is a communist nation, and remain devout members of the Russian Orthodox Church. However, Solzhenitsyn lost his faith in Christianity. Interesting. Became an atheist and embraced Marxism-Leninism. And that's a communist ideology that was the main communist movement throughout the 20th century, developed in Russia by the Bolsheviks. It was a state ideology of the Soviet Union, Soviet satellite states in the Eastern Bloc, and various countries, blah, blah, blah. While serving as a captain in the Red Army, so he was a good commie. Good meaning he did what they wanted him to do for the most part. While serving as a captain, so he must have been educated, in the Red Army during World War II, Solzhenitsyn was arrested by S-Mersh, whatever that is. S-Mersh. And sentenced to 8 years in the Gulag and then internal exile for criticizing Soviet leader Joseph Stalin in a private letter. As a result of his experience in prison and the camps, he gradually became a philosophically minded Eastern Orthodox Christian. So that he criticized in a private letter that, of course, the commies read it, and so they sent him off to the Gulag. And then he later got released and exonerated. He wrote a bunch of novels, most famous of which was the Gulag Archipelago, published in 1973. It outraged the Soviet authorities. He lost his Soviet citizenship and was flown to West Germany. In 1976, he moved with his family to the U.S., where he continued to write. In 1990, shortly before the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which is when the Soviet Union broke up, his citizenship was restored, and 4 years later, he returned to Russia, where he remained until his death in 2008. And he actually won the Nobel Prize in 1970 before Gulag Archipelago was even published, apparently. Oh, that was when it was published in Russia. I guess it was published before that. Maybe. I don't know. Might have to look that up. But yeah, I want to read a little bit from that if you folks don't mind. This is chapter 3, the interrogation. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can zoom in or not on this. Let's see. Zoom. No, doesn't do anything. Oh, yeah, there we go. The interrogation, chapter 3. If the intellectuals in the plays of Chekhov, who spent all their time guessing what would happen in 20, 30, or 40 years, had been told that in 40 years interrogation by torture would be practiced in Russia, that prisoners would have their skulls squeezed within iron rings, that a human being would be lowered into an acid bath, that they would be trussed up naked to be bitten by ants and bed bugs, that a ramrod heated over a Primus stove would be thrust up their anal cavity, that a man's genitals would be slowly crushed beneath the toe of a jackboot, and that in the luckiest possible circumstances, prisoners would be tortured by being kept from sleeping for a week by thirst and by being beaten to a bloody pulp. Not one of Chekhov's plays would have gotten to its end because all the heroes would have gone off to insane asylums. Yes, not only Chekhov's heroes, but what normal Russian at the beginning of the century, including any member of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, could have believed would have tolerated such a slander against the bright future? What had been acceptable, and this is translated from Russian, just so we know, what had been acceptable under Tsar Alexei Mikhailovich in the 17th century, what had already been regarded as barbarism under Peter the Great, what might have been used against 10 or 20 people in all during the time of Byron in the mid-18th century, and what had already become totally impossible under Catherine the Great, was all being practiced during the flowering of the glorious 20th century in a society based on socialist principles and at a time when airplanes were flying and the radio and talking films had already appeared, not by one scoundrel alone in one secret place only, but by tens of thousands of specially trained of defenseless victims. Was it only that explosion of atavism, which is now evasively called the cult of personality, that was so horrible? Or was it even more horrible that during those same years, in 1937 itself, we celebrated Pushkin's centennial, and that we shamelessly continued to stage those self-same Chekhov plays, even though the answers to them had already come in? Is it not still more dreadful that we are now being told 30 years later, don't talk about it? If we start to recall the sufferings of millions, we are told it will distort the historical perspective. If we doggedly seek out the essence of our morality, we are told it will darken our material progress. Let's think rather about the blast furnaces, the rolling mills that were built, the canals that were dug. And he's referring there to slave labor, by the way, people that were taken to these camps and forced to work. In fact, that was how as far as I understand, and I'm certainly no expert on these matters, but apparently that's how Russia was industrialized, was literally through this forced slave labor of political prisoners. No, better not talk about the canals. Then maybe about the gold of the Kalama, if I'm saying that right. No, maybe we ought not to talk about that either. Well, we can talk about anything so long as we do it adroitly, so long as we glorify it. It is really hard to see why we condemn the Inquisition. Wasn't it true that besides the autos de fe, magnificent services were offered the Almighty? It is hard to see why we are so down on serfdom. After all, no one forbade the peasants to work every day, and they could sing carols at Christmas too, and for Trinity Day, the girls wove wreaths. In his Dictionary of Definitions, Dahl makes the following distinction. An inquiry is distinguished from an investigation by the fact that it is carried out to determine whether there is a basis for proceeding to an investigation. Oh, sacred simplicity! The organs have never heard of such things as an inquiry, lists of names prepared up above, or an initial suspicion, or a denunciation by an informer, or any anonymous denunciation were all that was needed to bring about the arrest of the suspect, followed by the inevitable formal charge. The time allotted for investigation was not used to unravel the crime, but in 95 cases out of 100 to exhaust, wear down, weaken, and render helpless the defendant so that he would want it to end at any cost. So long as 1919, the chief message, so as long ago as 1919, the chief method used by the interrogator was a revolver on the desk. That was how they investigated not only political, but also ordinary misdemeanors and violations. At the trial of the Main Fuels Committee, 1921, they accused some Russian whose name I can't pronounce, complained that at her interrogation she had been drugged with cocaine. Though the accused complained that at her interrogation she had been drugged with cocaine. The prosecutor replied, if she had declared that she had been treated rudely, that they threatened to shoot her, this might be just barely believable. The frightening this translation from Russian is a problem. The frightening revolver lies there, and sometimes it is aimed at you, and the interrogator doesn't tire himself out thinking up what you are guilty of, but shouts, come on, talk, you know what about. That was what the interrogator somebody demanded of somebody else in 1927. That was what they demanded of Vitkovsky in 1929. And 25 years later, nothing had changed. In 1952, Anna Skripnikova was undergoing her 5th imprisonment, and Sivakov, chief of the investigative department of the something I can't pronounce, State Security Administration, said to her, "The prison doctor reports you have a blood pressure of 240 over 120. That's too low, you bitch. We're going to drive it up to 340 so you'll kick the bucket, you viper, and with no black and blue marks. No beatings, no broken bones. We'll just not let you sleep." She was in her 50s at the time, and if, back in her cell after a night spent in interrogation, she closed her eyes during the day, the jailer broke in and shouted, "Open your eyes, or I'll haul you off that cot by the legs and tie you to the wall standing up." As early as 1921, interrogations usually took place at night. At that time, too, they shone automobile lights in the prisoner's face. And at the Lubyanka in 1926, they made use of the hot air heating system to fill the cell first with icy cold and then with stinking hot air. And there was an airtight cork-lined cell in which there was no ventilation, and they cooked the prisoners. A participant in the Yaroslavl uprising of 1918, Yasivly, I can't say these names, Alexandrovich Kazyanov described how the heat in such a cell was turned up until your blood began to ooze through your pores. When they saw this happening through the peephole, they would put the prisoner on a stretcher and take him off to sign his confession. The hot and salty methods of the gold period are well known, and in Georgia, which is a country, and as well as as a U.S. state, and in Georgia in 1926, they used lighted cigarettes to burn the hands of prisoners under interrogation. In God, these names. In whatever the name of this prison is, they push prisoners into a cesspool in the dark. There is a very simple connection here. Once it was established that charges had to be brought at any cost, and despite everything, threats, violence, tortures became inevitable. And the more fantastic the charges were, the more ferocious the interrogation had to be in order to force the required confession. Given the fact that the cases were always fabricated, violence and torture had to accompany them. This was not peculiar to 1937 alone. It was a chronic general practice, and that is why it seems strange today to read in the recollections of former Zeks that torture was permitted from the spring of 1938 on. There were never any spiritual or moral barriers which could have held the organs back from torture. In the early post-war years, in the Chica Weekly, the Red Sword, and Red Terror, the admissibility, I think those are newspapers, the admissibility of torture from a Marxist point of view was openly debated. Judging by the subsequent course of events, the answer deduced was positive, though not universally so. It is more accurate to say that if before 1938 some kind of formal documentation was required as a preliminary to torture, as well as specific permission for each case under investigation. I guess I better make sure I'm still online. Oh, I am. Then in the years 1937 to 1938, in view of the extraordinary situation prevailing, the specified millions of emissions to the archipelago had to be ground through the apparatus of individual interrogation in specified limited periods, something which had simply not happened in the mass waves of kulaks and nationalities. Interrogators were allowed to use violence and torture on an unlimited basis at their own discretion and in accordance with the demands of their work quotas and the amount of time they were given. Types of torture used were not regulated, and every kind of ingenuity was permitted no matter what. This is the Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. I probably should have put up a banner, huh? I saw Wiz was here, but I was just getting into the reading. We'll pause for a minute and see if anybody wants to join the panel. Sorry about that, Wizard. I didn't wait long enough, and then I thought nobody was coming. So my bad. All right. Well, if anybody wants to hang out, if you come on, just give me a few minutes, and I'll go to you. But I got to get to it like a stopping place in the reading, if that's all right. I know this is kind of hard to read. It's not. It doesn't seem to really be letting me to zoom in. I zoomed in, but then as soon as I started scrolling, it's like it goes back or something. I don't know how it works. Oh, there we go. That's a little better. Okay, we are over here. In 1939, such indiscriminate authorization was withdrawn, and once again written permission was required for torture, and perhaps it may not have been so easily granted. Of course, simple threats, blackmail, deception, exhaustion through enforced sleeplessness, and punishment cells were never prohibited. Then, from the end of the war and throughout the post-war years, certain categories of prisoners were established by decree for whom a broad range of torture was automatically permitted. Among these were nationalists, particularly the Ukrainians and the Lithuanians, especially in those cases where an underground organization existed or was suspected that had to be completely uncovered, which meant obtaining the names of everyone involved from those already arrested. It would also be incorrect to ascribe to 1937 the discovery that the personal confession of an accused person was more important than any other kind of proof or facts. This concept had already been formulated in the 20s, and 1937 was just the year when the brilliant teaching of Yevensky, I guess, I don't know, came into his own. Incidentally, even at that time, his teaching was transmitted only to interrogators and prosecutors for the sake of their morale and steadfastness. The rest of us learned about it. The rest of us only learned about it 20 years later, when it had already come into disfavor through subordinate clauses and minor paragraphs of newspaper articles, which treated the subjects as if it had long been widely, which treated the subject as if it had long been widely known to all. It turns out that in that terrible year, Andrei Yan, I'm just going to have to figure out some of these names. One longs to blurt out, God, these names are killing me, availing himself of the most flexible dialectics of a sort nowadays not permitted either Soviet citizens or electronic calculators, since to them yes is yes and no is no. I wonder if I highlight this, will it just like text to speech it? No. There's got to be some way to do that. Pointed out in a report which became famous in certain circles that it is never possible for mortal men to establish absolute truth, but relative truth only. He then proceeded to take a further step, which jurists of the last 2,000 years had not been willing to take, that the truth established by interrogation and trial could not be absolute, but only, so to speak, relative. Therefore, when we sign a sentence ordering someone to be shot, we can never be absolutely certain, but only approximately, in view of certain hypotheses, and in a certain sense that we are punishing a guilty person. Thence arose the most practical conclusion that it was useless to seek absolute evidence, for evidence is always relative, or unchallengeable witnesses, for they can say different things at different times. The proofs of guilt were relative, approximate, and the interrogator could find them even when there was no evidence and no witnesses, without leaving his office, basing his conclusions not only on his own intellect, but also on his party sensitivity, his moral forces. In other words, the superiority of someone who has slept well, has been well fed, and has not been beaten up, and on his character, i.e., his willingness to apply cruelty. In only one aspect did that fellow fail to be consistent and retreat from dialectical logic. For some reason, the executioner's bullet, which he allowed, was not relative but absolute. I see what you did there. Well played, Solzhenitsyn. Thus it was that the conclusions of advanced Soviet jurisprudence, proceeding in a spiral, returned to barbaric or medieval standards. Like medieval torturers, our interrogators, prosecutors, and judges agreed to accept the confession of the accused as the chief proof of guilt. And check in with the chat. Net and Yuhu says, to all my ancestors who fled communist countries for a better life in America, you should have stomped them in the streets, pussies. Yeah, and he addresses that in this book at certain points. I agree. Well, maybe the Solzhenitsyn. I think part of the problem is it's being, been translated from Russian. We'll wrap up here. Maybe Wizard will want to come back. He's probably doing other stuff. So. However, the simple-minded Middle Ages used dramatic and picturesque methods to squeeze out the desired confessions: the rack, the wheel, the bed of nails, impalement, hot coals, etc. In the 20th century, taking advantage of our more highly developed medical knowledge and extensive prison experience, and someone seriously defended a doctoral dissertation on this theme, people came to realize that the accumulation of such impressive apparatus was superfluous, and that on a mass scale it was also cumbersome. And in addition, there was evidently one other circumstance. As always, Stalin did not pronounce that final word, and his subordinates had to guess what he wanted. Thus, like a jackal, he left himself an escape hole so that he could, if he wanted, beat a retreat and write about dizziness from success. After all, for the first time in human history, the calculated torture of millions was being undertaken, and even with all his strength and power, Stalin could not be absolutely sure of success. In dealing with such an enormous mass of material, the effects of the experiment might differ from those obtained from a smaller sample. An unforeseen explosion might take place, a slippage in a geological fault, or even worldwide disclosure. In any case, Stalin had to remain innocent, his sacred vestments angelically pure. We are therefore forced to conclude that no list of tortures and torments existed in printed form for the guidance of interrogators. Instead, all that was required was for every interrogation department to supply the tribunal within a specified period with a stated number of rabbits who had confessed everything, and it was simply stated, orally but often, that any measures and means employed were good, since they were being used for a lofty purpose, that no interrogator would be made to answer for the death of an accused, and that the prison doctor should interfere as little as possible with the course of the investigation. In all probability, they exchanged experiences in comradely fashion. They learned from the most successful workers. Then, too, material rewards were offered: higher pay for night work, bonus pay for fast work. And there were also definite warnings that interrogators who could not cope with their tasks, even the chief of some provincial NKVD administration, if some sort of mess developed, could show Stalin his hands were clean. He had issued no direct instructions to use torture, but at the same time, he had ensured that torture would be used. Let us try to list some of the simplest methods which break the will and the character of the prisoner without leaving marks on his body. Let us begin with the psychological methods. These methods have enormous and even annihilating impact on rabbits who have never been prepared for prison suffering, and it isn't easy even for a person who holds strong convictions. First of all, night. Why is it that all the main work of breaking down human souls went on at night? Why, from their very earliest years, did the organs select the night? Because at night, the prisoner, torn from sleep, even though he has not yet been tortured by sleeplessness, lacks his normal daytime equanimity and common sense. He is more vulnerable. Persuasion in a sincere tone is the very simplest method. Why play at cat and mouse, so to speak? After all, having spent some time among others undergoing interrogation, the prisoner has come to see what the situation is. And so the interrogator says to him in a lazily friendly way, look, you're going to get a prison term, whatever happens. But if you resist, you'll croak right here in prison. You'll lose your health. But if you go to camp, you'll have fresh air and sunlight. So why not sign right now? Very logical. And those who agree and sign are smart if the matter concerns only themselves. But that's rarely so. A struggle is inevitable. Another variant of persuasion is particularly appropriate to the party member. If there are shortages and even famine in the country, then you as a Bolshevik have to make up your mind. Can you admit that the whole party is to blame, or the whole Soviet government? No, of course not, the director of the Flax Depot hastened to reply. Then be brave and shoulder the blame yourself, and he did. Foul language is not a clever method, but it can have a powerful impact on people who are well brought up, refined, delicate. I know of 2 cases involving priests who capitulated to foul language alone. One of them, in some area in 1944, was being interrogated by a woman. At first, when he'd come back to our cell, he couldn't say often enough how polite she was. But once he came back very despondent, and for a long time he refused to tell us how, with her legs crossed high, she had began to curse. I regret that I cannot cite one of her little phrases here. Psychological contrast was sometimes effective. Sudden reversals of tone, for example. For a whole or part of the interrogation period, the interrogator would be extremely friendly, addressing the prisoner formally by first name and patronymic and promising everything. Suddenly, he would brandish a paperweight and shout, "Foo, you rat, I'll put 9 grams of lead in your skull." And he would advance on the accused. I don't know why I'm laughing. Clutching hands outstretched as if to grab him by the hair, fingernails like needles. This worked very, very well with women prisoners. Or as a variation on this, 2 interrogators would take turns. One would shout and bully. The other would be friendly, almost gentle. Each time the accused entered the office, he would tremble. Which would it be? He wanted to do everything to please the gentle one because of his different manner, even to the point of signing and confessing to things which had never happened. Interesting. Dude, and David Polk says this is fire. Going to go to the library and get this book. History Repeats Itself. I'll tell you this. I listened to the abridged audio book, which is, dude, it's like 100 hours. It's nuts. But, when I'm truck driving, I don't really read books, but I have 100 books on my Audible. Actually, sometime we could just play. I could actually just play it, right? But yeah, dude, this is one of the best books of all time, and this is just, barely scratching the surface here. Indeed, I am the Dow. Good to see you, sir. Well, that's true, Jake. That's very true. It is, in fact, a J idea, is it not? Terry Miller says Stalin directed the elimination of 66 million. I see what they did there before World War II. Wonder if that had something to do with Germany's reaction. That's a good question. I'm not really sure. And this is what I'm talking about with all this nonsense about Ukraine and Russia, because, I don't know what's going on there, but let's just assume, if we take the, the media, if we go by the official fiction of what's supposedly going on in this Russia-Ukraine thing, I think Americans really do themselves a disservice by we sort of project our own, Americanism and our own thought process onto the Russian people. And if you look at World War II, man, you got to kill about half the Russians before they even notice that anything's happening to them. I mean, dude, you want to talk about stoic, by the way. If you look at, what is that, the siege of Stalingrad, or is it Leningrad? I always get those backwards, but let's take a look at that real quick. Just reading the Wikipedia page is like, what the fuck? What a lot of these people have actually gone through is just insane. Let's see. Siege of Leningrad. Yeah, it is Leningrad. I always get those backwards. Let's share this. Yeah. It says the siege of Leningrad was a prolonged military blockade undertaken by the Axis powers against the Soviet city of Leningrad, present-day St. Petersburg, on the eastern front of World War II. Germany's Army Group North advanced from the south, while the German Allied Finnish Army invaded from the north and completed their ring around the city. The siege began on 8th of September 1941, when the Wehrmacht severed the last road to the city. Although Soviet forces managed to open a narrow land corridor to the city on 18th of January 1943, the Red Army did not lift the siege until 27th of January 1944, 872 days after it began. The blockade became one of the longest and most destructive sieges in history, and it was possibly the costliest siege in history due to the number of casualties which were suffered throughout its duration. While not classed as a war crime at the time, in the 21st century, some historians have classified it as a genocide due to the systematic starvation and intentional destruction of the city's civilian population. So you're dealing with people in that part of the world for whom whatever this Russian Ukrainian thing is it's basically, it's not even a blip on the radar. It's just nothing to these people. It says here, Leningrad's capture was one of 3 strategic goals in the German Operation Barbarossa and the main target of Army Group North. The strategy was motivated by Leningrad's political status as the former capital of Russia and the symbolic capital of the Russian Revolution and Bolshevism, hated by the Nazi Party. Leftist communism versus right-wing fascism, right? The city's military importance as a main base of Soviet Baltic Fleet and its industrial strength, including its numerous arms factories. In 1939, the city was responsible for 11% of all Soviet industrial output. It has been said that Adolf Hitler was so confident of capturing Leningrad that he had invitations printed to the victory celebrations to be held in the city's Hotel Astoria. It is clear Hitler intended to utterly destroy the city and its population. Hitler's ultimate plan was to raze Leningrad and give areas north of the river Neva to the Finns. So this is all the military stuff, blah, blah, blah. Says, according to Zhukov, before the war, Leningrad had a population of 3.1 million and 3.3, counting the suburbs, as many as 1.7 million, including 414,000 children, were evacuated between 29th of June 41 and 31st of March 43. They were moved to the Volga area, the Urals, Siberia, and Kazakhstan. So the city was bombarded. The air attack of Friday, 19th September, was particularly brutal. It was the heaviest air raid Leningrad was suffered during the war. 276 German bombers hit the city, killing 1,000 civilians. Many of those killed were recuperating from battle wounds in hospitals that were hit by German bombs. 6 air raids occurred that day. 5 hospitals damaged in the bombing, as well as the city's largest shopping bazaar. Hundreds of people had run from the street into the store to take shelter from the air raid. German shelling and bombing killed 5,700 and wounded 20,000 civilians in Leningrad during the siege. By the way, these are not troops. These are just people, right? This is people getting fucking bombed. See what the chat thinks about all that. Not too much, actually. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Rob. Good job there, Bubba. Well, Crumley, I hate to disagree with you, but the supply of McDonald's will continue unabated. And I'll tell you why the American people are not going to be starved out is because that would be the best thing that could ever happen to this country. Because what I figured out at a certain point is that if you look at Russia and China, you know, I would argue that their populations are much stronger overall than the Americans, who are now dumbed down and weak and obese and, you know, just think everything's funny, right? So, you know, actually, the thing that would be the worst for this beast system, it seems to me, you know, if we're talking about, you know, if the system wants America to be strong, the best thing that could happen would be a mass famine. And every time I say that we've never had mass famine in the United States, people always point to the Great Depression, but that's not what I'm talking about. Yet some people starved to death during the Great Depression, I'm sure, but that was nothing compared to, you know, what happened in Russia and also in China, right? So these are populations, you know, these are the descendants of people who all the weak motherfuckers starved to death, and, you know, presumably many of whom never were able to propagate their genetics, right? So what would be, in my view, what would be the best thing that could possibly happen to this country would be starve the population, get rid of 75. And I'm not calling for this. I'm saying this would be a positive outcome as far as creating a strong populace. Just eliminate the elimination of the 75% weak people through mass starvation over a prolonged period of time. That's why I don't believe that shit's ever going to happen, because what would be left would be far stronger than what we have now. So that's what makes me think, while on the one hand, the system seems to find benefit in the fear mongering around the propagation of the fear that we're not going to be able to go to the grocery store and buy food. You know, the reality is, it seems to me like what benefits this system the most is that people are always able to go through the McDonald's drive-through, right? Even as we see the prices of real food, you know, skyrocketing. So, yeah, I mean, I think it would be great. Unfortunately, it would be a wonderful thing if, you know, a lot of these people just got starved out, you know, survival of the fittest style. That would create a strong population. But again, I'm not calling for that, but I just don't see it happening. I really don't. But Maybe y'all disagree. I don't know. But these are the kind of people we're dealing with, man. These are the over there in that part of the world. These are the offspring of these people who dealt with all this stuff, this siege, and the like. Excuse me. The 872 days siege caused extreme famine in the Leningrad region through disruption of utilities, water, energy, and food supplies. This resulted in the deaths of up to 1.5 million soldiers and civilians and the evacuation of 1.4 million more, mainly women and children, many of whom died during evacuation due to starvation and bombardment. One cemetery in Leningrad holds 500,000 civilian victims of the siege alone. Economic destruction and human losses in Leningrad on both sides exceeded those of the Battle of Stalingrad, the Battle of Moscow, or the bombing of Tokyo. The siege of Leningrad ranks as the most lethal siege in world history, and some historians speak of the siege operations in terms of genocide. So this is what I'm talking about. What the media claims to be going on in Russia and Ukraine is actually happening, and I'm not convinced that it is. But if we accept the official fiction, this is a nothing burger to these people. We're the ones who would view this as, oh my God, and freak the fuck out. Can you believe what's happening? Dude, to the offspring, this wasn't that long ago, by the way. We're talking the 1940s. So to the descendants of the people who survived all this, whatever's supposedly happening now is a nothing burger. And I don't think Americans really realize that. Civilians in the city suffered from extreme starvation. Look at that. So, especially in the winter of 1941 to 1942. From November 1941 to February 1942, the only food available to the citizen was 100. Oh, this is, the only food available to the citizen was 125 grams of bread per day, of which 50 to 60% consisted of sawdust and other inedible admixtures. In conditions of extreme temperatures down to negative 30 degrees Celsius, negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit, and with city transport out of service, even a distance of a few kilometers to a food distribution kiosk created an insurmountable obstacle for many citizens. Deaths peaked in January to February 1942 at 100,000 per month, mostly from starvation. People often died on the streets, and citizens soon became accustomed to the sight of death. So you will forgive these folks. My apologies for not sharing the screen. You will forgive these folks for not really being that moved by what is supposedly happening now. And the next section is called cannibalism. While reports of cannibalism appeared in the winter of 1941 to 1942, NKVD, the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, the Interior Ministry of the Soviet Union, records on the subject were not published until 2004. Most evidence for cannibalism that surfaced before this time was anecdotal. Anna Reid points out that for most people at the time, cannibalism was a matter of secondhand horror stories rather than direct personal experience. Indicative of Leningraders' fears at the time, police would often threaten uncooperative suspects with imprisonment in a cell with cannibals. That's interesting. NKVD files report the first use of human meat as food on 13th of December 1941. The report outlines 13 cases which range from a mother smothering her 18-month-old to feed her 3 older children to a plumber's wife to feed his sons and nieces. By December 1942, the NKVD had arrested 2,100 cannibals, dividing them into 2 legal categories, corpse eating and person eating. The latter were usually shot while the former were sent to prison. The Soviet criminal code had no provision for cannibalism, so all convictions were carried out under some code, special category banditry. Instances of person eating were significantly lower than that of corpse eating. Of the 300 people arrested in April 1942 for cannibalism, only 44 were murderers. Oh, well, there's a bright side, I guess. 64% of cannibals were female, 44% were unemployed, 90% were illiterate or with only basic education, 15% were rooted inhabitants, whatever that means, and only 2% had criminal records. Given the scope of mass starvation, cannibalism was relatively rare. Far more common was murder for ration cards. the first 6 months of 1942, Leningrad witnessed 1,216 such murders. At the same time, Leningrad was experiencing its highest mortality rate, as high as 100,000 people per month. Lisa Kirschenbaum notes that rates of cannibalism provided an opportunity for emphasizing that the majority of Leningraders managed to maintain their cultural norms in unimaginable circumstances. Well, I guess that's give you a picture of what's going on at various times over yonder. I don't reckon us Americans know too much about that now, do we? Yeah, it's not going to happen, NJ Jeep Girl, because that would be the best thing that could happen to America, would be to starve out these obese, weak, dumbed down bozos, and that's just not going to happen. This corporate structure in which the beast system has achieved psychological control of the populace. So what reason is there to starve them out? See, to me, that's narcissism. Like, that's just assuming that Americans are so awesome and Americans are so powerful and great that, you know, they have to be starved out. Meanwhile, to starve them out, in my view, would actually make them into that, if they ever were that. Yet again, unless we forget, America did not win World War II, y'all. Russia did, lest we forget. Yeah, there you go. Almost like they were there, huh? Nubs, welcome to the stream.
What's up, man?
Hey, how are you?
Doing swell. How about yourself?
Oh, it's been a day, but I'm having fun.
I hear that. My slave master decided to set an unrealistic goal for me, and I'm not going to hit that noontime goal because I'm not done digging my hole.
See. Well, what will be
What's
the consequences? What will be the consequences of this?
I am my own slave master.
Oh, I see. I see what you did there. Very clever.
But I'm getting there. I'm about 4 foot at this point, so I'm pretty happy with where I've gotten to. I just set an unrealistic goal. Is that my connection that's really shitty, or is that yours? Is that my connection or yours?
That's me. Somehow it connected to the motel Wi-Fi instead of the my hotspot, which I find very strange, but not quite sure what's going on. We'll try to push through. If you could kill your camera, help, though.
They heard you talking about their favorite little guys with funny mustaches.
Yeah, maybe so. You might be right.
Said, we're going to put this guy on something secure that we know what he's talking about. It's a little easier.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'm going to see if I can get back on the hotspot here. See what happens.
Oh, you're all good.
Takes it a minute to boot up. I might have to reboot the whole computer. Hoping not to have to do that.
Well, as long as you're not digging holes, you know.
Well, I've had days where that's what I did all day was dig a hole. It's I was in a little better shape back then, so. I started
at 8:30, and that's what I've got so far.
Damn.
So I'm not doing too awful bad. It's nice and clean.
What's the purpose of the hole, if I may ask?
The customer that I'm working at, he's got a sump pump that drains out, and it drains out too close to the house. So I'm putting in piping underground into a reservoir so it has a place to go and then disperse underground as opposed to making an ice sheet during the winter.
I see.
It's a way that I've come up with that allows water to disperse very well underground. Is basically you dig a 3 foot by 4 or 5 foot hole, 3 foot by 3 foot, and then 5 feet or so down, 4 or 5, something like that. And then you'd use the heavy grade landscaping fabric, and you put that down all the way around, and then fill that with like a pea gravel. Then after the pea gravel goes on, your last piece of landscaping fabric goes on, and then you just backfill it like the normal yard, and you never know the difference because the pea gravel holds up in even without, it's not going to wash out because of the landscaping fabric.
Well, it sounds like you're providing a valuable service for which you will hopefully be, rewarded handsomely.
Well, this is the second year that we've worked for this guy. Where he's a return customer. We also did the neighbor's house on both sides, based off of his words. So he's definitely got us plenty of work. So I'd say we're doing all right.
Cool, man.
Unfortunately, it does require, some physical labor and, some do it to it. So that's me.
That's good for you. Yeah, that's good for you. Yeah. What a blessing.
Fuck yeah. The first day at this job site, I cut down 3 pine trees, and then derooted them. I didn't get a grinder or anything. I literally went in and I cut these out of the ground. The reason for that is the hill that they're on, there was no way you were going to get any size grinder that you needed. And not only that, but replanting after it's ground, you still have a lot of the main tap roots going around. And I was able to dig a good majority of those out so that there wouldn't be that much sinkage as it destroyed itself. But anyways, I didn't mean to come up and take over your stream or anything. You were talking about the good people with nice mustaches.
Yeah, man. It was I kind of needed a break anyway, so I'm glad you did.
Well, I'm learning more and more. I'm learning more and more that after we always talk about after War II. However, armistice does not mean we're done fighting. It means we're done in physical combat. That means that now there's economic issues for the rest of it. And I think we're seeing some of the outcroppings of those things that were done even all the way back then. They know the long game. We know tomorrow's game. Most of us can't even tell each other what we were doing last week, much less last year.
Well, the masses are certainly not fit physically, psychologically, or mentally. That's for sure, or spiritually.
Yeah, I think that the reason that they're not one and not the other, because I think it's a combination of all three makes up one. Like it really is the 3 in 1. There is no 3. It's just one. It's just different attributes of the same thing. Much more discipline and tenacity. You put those two together, they're not the same thing, but they go hand in hand.
Is
set you down.
Drew here to admit his fault? Probably not.
What's up, Ben?
Of course,
What's
my
up, Drew?
connection sucks.
What the fuck's going on this morning, Benton?
Searching for a better economy.
Where do you get this idea? You say, "Oh, these people will never treat me as equals." I've heard you say that before in the past. It sounds like some cope or something, but I don't know. Can you explain it?
Are you speaking to me?
Oh, I was away
No,
for a second. I had to go outside. I'm still fighting these connection.
Ben said my dad can beat up your dad.
Oh, I'm gone. Yeah, it's not possible for somebody to have a connection issue. This is part of what we're talking about, EBT. It's like the same level of trolling. Like, doesn't it ever just get old? It's like,
It never gets old because you react to it every time.
my fault. That's right.
I thought we beat this
my
out of you,
fault.
Benton. I thought we beat this out of you.
Yeah, now I'm going to beat something out of you, Drew. See, now it's my turn to
go.
beat something out of you.
All right,
no, I
let's
already said it all. It's whether or not you accept it or not.
What? I was doing other shit.
Do we want?
What do you
Okay,
mean?
I guess I'll replay the stream then. So
Well, I'm here right now. I can.
yeah, I'm
defend
going to
myself, so
replay this. I'm going to replay the stream to you. You need to hear this.
Well, just say it. Can't you just?
Oh, I just said it. So no, I'm not going to go through the whole thing again. I'm going to play it again. Again, see, it's I must do something different. Drew stays the same. I do something different.
Okay,
See how it
let me watch an hour stream and I'll come back in an hour. I'm trying to settle this
Exactly.
right now. You're trying to compare me to Jack Talcott. That's fucking laughable, dude. You're saying we don't treat you as equals, dude. I've said some of the worst, most horrific shit ever to EBT and Total Bowler.
I said you don't accept me as your equals. That's what I said.
Where do you get that? Where do you get that idea?
From being a human being having this experience, Drew. Why are you not willing to accept that is my question. Because if you're not willing to accept that, there's really nowhere to move forward from. If you can't move out of where you are towards my position, there's nowhere to go. I've moved as far towards your position as I can. Listen to me. I've moved as far towards your position as I can. Until you take a step in that direction, there's nowhere to go.
Well, how much more could I do to show you that I accept you? We did two different shows together over time and all this other stuff. I help you with the channel. I don't even do it. I don't want anything for it. I'm glad to help you grow the channel and do all this stuff and help you get subscribers as much as I can. And I mean, how much more could I show you that I
to bust your balls?
I respect you and I try to be here and work with you.
By not behaving the way that you and Cecil behaved this morning. See, that negates all of the goodwill when you behave that way.
Okay, well, I could be wrong, but I'm about 90% certain I've heard you co-sign OTW before, and you said he's
cares?
Grinding.
Who cares?
Who cares?
If he did something stupid, that don't have nothing to do with me, Drew. You bozos are wrong about your religious dogma, and you're trying to pin that on me through OTW, and I'm not having it. You're not living it. You're trying to claim something you ain't living, and I'm not here for that.
So we can't claim anything you do, but you can claim.
You can claim whatever you want, Drew. You're not living it. I certainly was not treated appropriately this morning. And when I brought it to your attention, you doubled down.
You didn't bring anything to my attention. You just quit, acted like you couldn't hear it, and then quit. So I didn't know what was going on. And then you came back in. You didn't say, hey.
I didn't act like anything, Drew. I still had the stream going. So I was hearing you in real time. Then I was hearing you again on delay.
Okay. But
And once I resolved that, I got told something about butt buddies by Cecil. I'm not here for that, man. I'm not
so
here
what?
for that.
Who gives a shit?
What do you, I give a shit, Drew. I give a shit.
Well, it's why.
Well,
why would you care what someone else says?
Because it's me, and what I care about ain't up to you, Drew.
It's called banter. It's a show. It's an entertainment.
I'm not interested in banter.
Well,
go have a show
Benton.
Have a show with Cecil then. He's really good at banter. I'm sure people want an hour of banter.
Wait a second. So are you saying that every single show is all about banter and that's what we should expect if we go, say, watch a PBS special or something like that?
Yeah, every movie and every show and every sports game is about banter. That's what I said.
Now, I'm just making sure I'm getting what you're saying clear.
You're right.
Okay.
No, these Steve and David, EBT to some extent, although he doesn't embarrass himself as much. Drew and Toilet Bowl Earth embarrass themselves through the way they're trying to foist their understanding of religion on people, and it's laughable. And for some reason,
you didn't see the stream,
me
so how would you know?
Because I can discern that, Drew. That's how I know.
Okay, so I need to go watch your stream to know what you said, but then you can just not watch a stream but know everything that was said.
Well, if I just answered all of your questions here, then yes.
Okay, I see how it is. Because that's right, because I'm not on your level, but I patronize you, right?
No, you're not willing to accept me. That's the problem, Drew.
That's a delusion in your head.
And it may be, and if it is, I'm entitled to it now, aren't I?
I guess you are. I mean, I don't know how much more I could do to.
If you can't see that I was not received warmly this morning, and I was immediately put on the back foot, and then now I'm being attached to OTW, who apparently embarrassed himself last night. If you can't see that I wouldn't appreciate that in the context of a show in which I would expect to at least be greeted warmly, although if it doesn't happen, I can deal with it. But I certainly wouldn't expect the opposite. And if you can't own that, there's nothing to talk about until you can realize that you are the one that created that in conjunction with Cecil. There's nothing I can do.
I mean, I need to go back and watch it, but I feel like we were just like gently busting your balls when you came in. But
I pointed out that I wasn't here for that. And that's your time to pause and reflect and realize that maybe you need to take a different approach. You didn't do that. You said I needed my coffee. You said I was cranking. You said I woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
I remember
so you put it back on me.
Hold on.
Immediately.
I remember you saying those things, but I don't remember. Maybe you did. I need to go watch it. I don't remember you saying, hey, I don't appreciate the way you're talking to me. Don't talk to me that way or anything like that.
Go back and watch it.
I guess I'll have to.
If you can't tune into another human being and detect that they're not appreciating their way they're being treated, it's not going to matter. Like that's a fairly basic level.
But you can't just say how you feel straight out. You got to do like some showing out shit. You can't just say, "Hey, this is how I feel right now."
Well, hell, it's probably not even up. We can watch it right now.
Of course, it's up.
Yeah. Anyway, we're back to Benton needs to alter his approach while Drew, who is not capable of doing anything wrong, stays the same. I am this way. I'm going to be this way. We're at an impasse, period.
Why do you say I'm unable to do anything wrong? That's silly.
Well, you were wrong and you're not owning that. You guys were shitty to me. I don't appreciate it. All you have to say is, wow, I didn't realize that. Thanks for letting me know it's not going to happen again. I'm letting you know that now.
Okay. Well, this goes to what you said about when you were talking about your
again trying to make me wrong. You're attempting to make me wrong, Drew. Instead of owning where you're wrong, you're attempting to make me wrong. That's weak ass bullshit.
I'm trying to.
If that's what you're going to model for your boys, we're in trouble. I don't need to be shown anything by you, Drew. I don't
wanna,
need to. I see my patterns.
when
Drew.
you say that you're in your marriage, the woman started acting shitty, and you realized, oh, she's acting shitty. Now let me be mean, or you didn't say the word mean, but you were going to act a certain way to her. That's some kind of weird psychological manipulation. Why don't you just come out and say, hey, this is how I feel. Why are you acting this way? And now you're trying to do that shit with me.
Well, I don't share your viewpoint, Drew, so I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, just rage quitting and then acting the way you did.
You are the one that rage quit.
Okay, we both rage quit.
Well, yours was obviously worse because you ended the stream.
Because you're trying to sabotage the stream.
Again, my fault again. Yeah, I'm trying to sabotage. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Meanwhile, you guys were over here all day, every day, sabotaging this broadcast. But I'm trying to sabotage.
The chat is the same as coming on the stream and berating.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to look up the meaning of the word sabotage, Drew.
The live chat is there. It is what it is, you know.
Again, everything you guys do is fine and above reproach, but Benton's behavior can be called into question. Interesting. I've been seeing it in all of you guys.
You're on one. You're on one today. I'm not above reproach.
Dude, I'm like this all day, every day, man.
No, ever since you went to that casino, your behavior's changed.
Oh, see, now he's going to try to imply that I'm drinking.
Well, that's what I've noticed. I'm not supposed to say what I noticed.
Wrong. And you're wrong.
I don't think I'm wrong.
Of course you're wrong.
We can ask the chat.
It doesn't matter what they think.
Oh, okay. So a general
consensus ask whoever
doesn't
you want.
matter.
Not with respect to the truth, of course not.
You know, low blood pressure, low blood sugar, things that could make you potentially irritated. And if you're going to say he's drunk, you better make
exactly, Drew,
consideration.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know how much more I could show you, Ben, that I'm trying to be out here and work with you, and I do accept you as an equal. I don't know why you would even say that I don't.
You know, I've never been part of y'all's group, man. It just never has happened.
You were a few times, and then you just rage quit. This is a pattern I see with you, like over and over time, like all different. Eventually, you're going to turn on Paul. The same thing's going to happen with Paul. You're going to have a falling out with him too.
Bro, there's nothing to fall out from. Like, see? This is a part of the problem. I think is that you guys are putting some sort of importance on that or relevance that just doesn't exist.
On what?
What you just said.
That you're going to have a falling out with Paul?
There's nothing to fall out from, man. Like, what are you even talking about? I've been on his show a few times, and I like to watch his channel.
Until you don't, and until you go at him.
Why would I go at him? I'm not even going at you.
Why would you go at me? You are going at me.
You came on here, Drew. You came on here. I'm not going at you.
That's fine if you want to go at me. We can go at each other.
It's not even about that. You're clearly unwilling to accept your part in things. Just like that bullshit with the D Live show. When I told you ahead of time I wasn't going to do the show, and you were like, "Oh, everybody knows I don't check my fucking PMs." You could have just owned it, but instead it's my fault. It's fucking bullshit, man. And then started the show early so you could be like, "Oh, well, Crocco's not here, and fuck you guys." Yeah, which, by the way, I just forgave that. But you were fucking totally wrong for that bullshit.
So how was I wrong?
Exactly.
I'm never wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So because where I see it from, I'm just going to tell you where I see it from. I did the show and I didn't see the email. I was there every time for the show. I don't know what, and the other people didn't show up. So,
well, you can't say that I didn't show up because I let you know several days in advance that I wasn't going to be there.
Okay, well, I missed that.
Well, that's
There you
not
go.
my
There you go, Ben.
problem.
There you
It's
go,
not
Ben.
my
It's my fault.
problem that you missed it.
I'll take the blame. The D Live show ended because it was my fault.
No, the D Live show ended because I couldn't keep my shit together.
The morning show ended because I couldn't not bust your balls, so that's my fault too.
I wouldn't blame the outcome of the show. I'm saying that, dude, I just don't know why you would treat me that way. That's fucked up.
I need to go watch it again. All I remember is some very light banter.
Yeah, that's not my perception of it. So if you intend it as light banner and I don't take it that way, that your intention has nothing to do with the way I take it.
Okay, the first thing I remember is that I played the clip of the OTW where I said he's crazy and doesn't know he's crazy. And I've heard you say over 100 times, you can't say that you didn't say this. You always say, I'm crazy, but at least I know I'm crazy. Those are people you can actually work with and talk to.
I probably said that in an offhanded way in a certain context. Yes.
No. You've said it many times.
I've said
we're all
crazy, what I've mostly said is that I can't be crazy because when I say things that sound crazy, I know that they sound crazy, and actual crazy people can't tell the difference. But I've probably flippantly called myself crazy flippantly, but I generally don't even say that because I know that the government can construe those comments in a certain way in the future.
Okay. So the reason I said that was because I just played that OTW clip where I said he's crazy and doesn't know he's crazy. So then you came on right at that moment. So it was a segue for me to say, speaking of that. So that's why I said it. I wasn't a personal attack or anything like that.
Drew, well, and what Drew's psychology license
at the Banter University.
Well, okay. And real quick, what EBT says, I think he was annoyed off the bat seeing Cecil again on the show. I don't care who's on the show, but Cecil's not. He's kind of dim-witted, man. He's just not that sharp mentally. He's just not. He's talking about things he can't even spell. Like, what is that?
I just don't get where you say things like that we don't accept you or something like that. I don't want to put words in your mouth. That's something like that. But then you say I'm above you, but then we're the ones that
in those ways.
We don't see you as an equal, but then you say you're above me.
In specific ways. So you're generalizing things when I'm speaking in a specific context.
So you never own anything you said. I feel like everything I'm saying is direct quotes, and then the same
thing. But like I say, I just spoke on a live stream. It's like literally the public record.
It's the same
and
thing
the Aphrodite stuff was I didn't feel like I wanted to play 2 days of semantical games. And the fact is, these people don't care anyway. They're just going to run with whatever narrative they want to run with.
So who's not accepting who when you say that we're not on your level or I'm not on your level?
I don't know. I guess that'd be a two-way street, wouldn't it?
Well, I've never said you're not on my level. I've never said anything like that. If you look at my actions, I've only treated you as an equal and done what I could to help you.
Well, that is not my view of things, Drew. So that's a view that I don't share.
All right. Well, then there's not much else to say. I'm sorry if.
Yeah, I know. I said that 15 minutes ago, and it's not about my feelings.
Well, it's literally your feelings.
No, it's not.
What is it then?
It's being treated in ways that are not going to work for me going forward.
That you feel a certain way about it.
No, I disagree. I would not ascribe it to emotions. No.
Okay.
And if this go ahead.
I considered you a friend, so sorry if I hurt your feelings or anything like that. That wasn't my intention. So I guess we'll leave it at that.
Well,
I can. You're a bitch. Bye.
Oh man, that wasn't very nice. I think the true colors came out there at the end, right? Yeah. Well, I wouldn't consider it fighting so much as Benton having to stand up for himself and draw a line in the sand. But I do find the gaslighting to be quite entertaining.
You know, it's just sad. It's just really sad. People are willing to ignore their own problems to mention yours.
Well, I mean, just I don't even know what to say at this point. There's a lot of a lot of character assassination going on, which I don't generally engage in, but I think with certain points I made about levels of being able to practically apply intellectual, thought forms, and with operating from 0% humility, I know I'm right. I mean, I know I'm right. So that's not my problem if I'm right and the other people can't accept that.
I do also enjoy all the trying going on. Everybody's trying this and trying that. Always trying. The difference between trying and done is action.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I don't know what else to say, but yeah, there you go, Ginger Ridge. Ginger Ridge summing it all up. That's right.
What are they saying?
That you dudes suck at relationships.
Relationships are easy. Relationships follow the immutable law of sowing and reaping. What you put in, you get out.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings, Benton. How you doing today?
Oh, it's I'm doing all right, man. How are you?
Good, good. I was
Holy shit, it's one of the wisest men on the internet.
don't be doing that. Don't be doing that, because I come up with a lot more questions than I do with answers. And
That's why you're so wise.
when I was up on Drew's panel one night with EBT, and well, I guess I don't know if EBT was there, but Toilet Bowl Earth and Steven and them, and they were speaking on scripture and stuff, and I asked them a simple question, and the conversation turned to evidently me not knowing, because I asked a question and they knew the answers, but none of them gave the same answer. Okay. And the funniest thing is that when they, again, one of those things about etymology, people do not recognize, and I will shove it down everybody's throat. If you want to get into the etymology, how come everybody goes to, like, when they go to Strong's on the particular question, it was about the difference in the scriptures in the same book that say Jesus died on the cross versus Jesus died on the tree, or was hung on the cross, hung on a tree. It says both things. So what Strong's are you, what does Strong say about it, and why do you choose which one to pick? And in that picking, Toilet Bowl Earth picked the Greek concordance of cross, yet the Hebrews Strong's concordance comes to tree. So Greek is not etymologically correct in the sense of origins. So they pick Greek cross over Hebrew tree, and then don't explain what Hebrew says about tree and how the cross comes from tree, because it's a post, it's a piece of wood. So when we think about this stuff, And we go back to the etymology. Why are they even stopping at Hebrew when we have cave wall paintings that nobody wants to interpret or relate to the spiritual presence? You know, those caveman drawings were done by a spiritual presence simply with no morals. It was just simply an expression in the spirituality of nothing that was right or wrong. It just was. And that's a big difference from today, because in all of the etymology and all the questions that people ask, we try to delineate and confine ourselves into what we're supposed to be, when we're just supposed to be natural spiritual beings. There is really no right and wrong. It just is as it is. So I don't know why everybody wants to put out information as if though it's true and correct when it's not. Again, you know, you go to the etymology of comment. If you want to make comments, they're fictions, inventions, and fabrications. If you want to talk about communications, communications is a conveyance of a debt. When you want to talk about messages, it's talking about what you have to put on the table when you come forth in agreement with people. What do you have of value to feed the others? As in a mess hall, what can you put on the table? And like I told Moose, even if you're successful, even if you can bring a good feast to the table and feed everybody, once you're done feeding, once you've given out all that information, all that food, you still have a mess to clean up. There's still all of the leftovers and everything that has to be cleared away. And people don't understand this stuff, and they think everything's the same. It's like when Drew was up here and he was saying it's banter. You know, yeah, you can call it banter. When I first came to these streets, I didn't realize what was going on until after I did that self-reflection. I realized, wait a minute. Yeah, Ginger's right. Guys don't know how to commit to relationships and develop good relationships because they want to play games. That's what a lot of this is. It's games. And it ends up, instead of being a game, or instead of being reality and just being a short little hazing session, it extends over time. It becomes Tommy and Jack and all these discombobulated relationships. And like I said before, I ain't friends with any of you guys. I'm not here to build relationships. I'm here to learn. If a relationship comes out of that, great. Otherwise, I love you, but I don't give a fuck whether you love me back or not. That's up to you. I yield.
Oh, sorry, Wiz. I thought you guys were talking. I've started to eat something.
No, that's all right. He left. Nubs left. I don't know why.
Well, you can solo if you want, or we can take a break. I'm not sure what you want to do.
No, I just wanted to come up and say the piece about that, you know, because like I mentioned to Drew the other night, I kind of take Drew as a respectful kind of guy, and I see a lot of what he does as banter, but I know it for that, you know, even with this panel here, even with Tommy, even with Jack. It's just the different commentary that we make, people believe so much in. And we really got to quit that, because the only thing that's real is what comes from your firsthand experience. And this platform here really isn't a firsthand experience. You know,
Well,
the only actions you can do here is a keyboard and your voice. You don't have any little physical actions to prove it.
Well, that's true. I'm way better in the physical realm as far as the body language and all that. And like, Paul talks about loudest voice in the room. That's usually me, dude. I'm loud as fuck. It's a lot different in the metaverse, but I wanted to respond to Yerd here. He said the idea that we are going to troll each other relentlessly and then say you're getting in your feelings is classic gaslighting. And the thing I want to say about that, Yerd, is if I suffer negatively from standing up for myself in this regard, it will be the first time in my life. Because what I know is throughout the entire course of my life, anytime I feel like I need to assert myself in that way, I never get punished as a result, ever. So I'm pretty sure this will also be the case here.
And he's right as well. When we get to the point where we're spending more time on here than with our family, you know, it becomes it does actually become a type of relationship. But again, it doesn't have that physical relationship. So there really isn't any proof. You know, you could say it's like the people with the January 6th trying to go into social profiles of everybody that was at January 6th event and trying to pull in more people just because they were related through a social platform. And that's your thoughts again. They were related through our thoughts, and that's an invention, fabrication, and fiction as yet, because there's no action substantiating it.
Still trying to eat, so man, sorry about that. For some reason, I thought Nubs was going to stick around.
Yeah, I did too. And then Provo down there, amazing. You're trying to broker peace all while having a LARP name. You're such an idiot, Provo.
Well, and Drew does have a point about, I did sort of run the gauntlet over there at the old Discord, and I really am way better at dealing with a lot of the trolling, and I used to spiral much easier than I do now, but like I'm still a person, like do I just now have to take all beatings until the end of time? Like I just don't see it that way.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. It ends up being like a hazing session that lasts forever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what I'm here for. So, it's like when I was on Truther Cops thing in EBT. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Love to God. You notice I use that now. Love to God. That's the thing that I want to put out. So I don't want any other message than that. And that was so simple. Do you love God? Of course I do. If you don't get that message out of what I'm saying, then something's wrong.
And real quick, I need to respond to Yerd here. He says, what went, and see, this is what I think Drew's a little just disingenuous, because he's like, oh, you said you didn't see the thing last night with OTW. But see, what Yerd is describing, this is what I assumed happened, right? So he says, what went down with OTW from small part I caught was they got him to acknowledge complicated things and then use the complexity of an issue to discredit him. So Yerd, I assumed that what happened with OTW was some version of he wasn't quite smart enough in the chess game to realize that they were dragging him off into the deep water, which, by the way, this is TBE's main strategy, is he asks these questions and drags somebody in the deep water and then he drowns them. I recognized it as soon as I met him and I saw that he did this, and I just won't ever let him do that to me, right? So somehow I just knew that it was some version of that happened. So of course I'm going to be annoyed when first thing the next morning I'm painted with the same brush as OTW. Oh, now that's your boy got drug off into the deep water and drowned. Meanwhile, I was literally asleep on the floor, and I would never allow that to happen to me. So of course I'm not going to enjoy. Now I'm also guilty by association. You see what I'm saying? I'm never going to put up with that ever. I don't need, well, real quick, I'm going to finish on this. I don't need to have seen last night's stream to understand the dynamics, do I, Yurt? I think I explained it pretty well, but go ahead, sir.
Well, yeah. And when you get used to the dynamics, because they are cyclical, it's just like when I was on there with TBE and Stephen, and they tried to go to the Strong's Concordance. That's what they were trying to do with me, was take me out to sea and dump me. You can't do that with me. You know, I'm going to do my research. I'm not one of those guys that's just going to believe you. And that's why generally in those kind of situations, I'm going to come with questions. So when I came with the question and they tried to drag me out to sea with that Strong's Concordance, I pointed out, well, one is Greek and the other is Hebrew. And you're using the Greek. You're choosing the Greek while talking about etymology, destroying your entire argument. Because if you're going to go to etymology and go to the origins, why aren't you going back before Hebrew? Do you not know how to comprehend and translate the cave wall paintings? Or do you need the little chicken scratches? See, that's the difference. Chicken scratches in Phoenician, the first phonetic language. That's why it's called phonetic. That's why we call it a phone. And that's why we call it definitions.
Well, and real quick, Yurt, thank you for clearing that up. And my point still stands. I knew it was some version of something like that, you know, where whether or not they actually defeated him, they felt like they could portray it that way, right? Meanwhile, when I go into these battles, if I go into some sort of skirmish, I'm not defeated. So that's the difference, right? And, you know, I'm not going to be painted with that brush, right? I don't do it a lot anymore. I'm really fucking good at arguing. Like, you know, I don't know that OTW is. Maybe he is. I don't know. But, you know, I'm not attaching my name to somebody else's skill level when I know what my skill level can do, right? And you got somebody like TBE who he trades on the fact that if he can always get his debate opponent to go first, it's very easy to observe the structure that person, and Yurt knows this because it's formalized debate. It's an advantage to not have to go first. And people don't understand strategy. They allow TBE to put them in a position where they go first every time, and he never goes first. He can't lose. But I look at the situation and say, well, obviously I'm not going to go first. So maybe I would. And I've said this before. I said I would debate TBE, but he's going first the first time. And we'll take turns after that. He's going first the first time. See, but he'll never agree to that because he trades on getting the opponent to put forth the argument first. Toilet Bowl Earth never puts forth his own argument. He just lays back and counterpunches. So if I know that's my opponent's strategy, my correct strategy is to never, ever play into that. It's obvious. And now nothing can happen. See, and I understand these dynamics like I breathe. And this is what I mean by get on my level, Drew. What I mean by you're not on my level, Drew, is that Stephen David and TBE and yourself to some extent can go around here and use these techniques on these bozos, but it'll never work on me. See, and I'm so far above that from a strategic standpoint. I look down on them kind of tactics. That's some weak ass bullshit. And if somebody's not sophisticated enough to fend it off, I mean, it's like taking candy from little kids because you're bigger and stronger. Ultimately, nope. How about you go up against a worthy opponent? Oh, that's not going to happen now, is it? And I'm going to read this email I got because see, these Christian bozos. These so-called Christian bozos, and I'm putting you in that camp, Drew. See, what has happened here, ultimately, I'll tell you exactly what's happened here, is for whatever reason, these people, instead of just accepting that I have different, my spirituality is far different than theirs, as practiced, right? Instead of accepting that, they've grouped up together. And now they're going out and trying to see, basically, you're either going to ride with them or you're going to collide with them. Well, I'm not riding with y'all with respect to religion, which is man-made, y'all. I mean, is this really where we're at? So I'm going to show you this fucking email that I got. See, this is actually causing problems with the channel. So I'm actually going to read this. I'm sorry. I'm showing his email address. My apologies. Now I'm in trouble. Damn it. Sorry. We'll change your email. I don't know what to tell you. Don't harass that man. Apologies. I'm going to read the email, though. Give me a second. I got to finish this food. I'll be right back. Wizard, you can talk if you want.
So yeah, I was just telling Enslaved by Truth, a brother in love, that when I went on Truther Cop's channel, I went up on panel, and if you go on up on panel, then it's like I said, you're going into a boxing ring. You should expect it. You should expect what's coming, and it's the same thing with any conversation that you get involved in. And when I come up on panel, I thought I was going to help somebody out, and that's when Enslaved by Truth asked if I loved God, and at that point, it kind of upset me, not simply because I thought it was a dumb question. I thought I exuded love of God and everything, but it was an interruption in what I was saying. But in the end, me going up on that panel to try to help somebody, I ended up helping myself because, like I said, as you see, under Word Wizard, it says "love to God," so that nobody can confuse that anymore. And I think Enslaved by Truth. Sometimes if you want to put the truth out there, you got to make it very clear. And I don't think it can be any clearer than that. Love to God. So thanks to brother Enslaved by Truth. And hopefully one of these days we will get to meet together and give each other a hug and share some companionship, relationship, whatever it is you want to call it, brotherhood. That's one of the things we're meant to do, is come together. That's the church. That's the cult. That's the homage. That's the return to respect and honor and redemption. When we get up on these panels and we have issues with each other, the thing about redemption is that once we are redeemed and realize we are redeemed, we become the redeemers. We change the way we behave, not the way others. We hope to help in that, but the only way, again, actions speak louder than words. So our true essence is being able to do the things that we speak of. So proving that I love to God is simply saying it so everybody can see it.
Well, and I can be a tolerant person. However, as the person who's in charge of the channel to some extent, there's certain people that I'm going to pay attention to how they react to what's going on over here. So I got this email, and unfortunately I revealed a little too much about the email earlier. Hopefully nothing bad occurs, but it probably will since this is the internet. But give me a second. I'm gonna read this email real quick. I think this is important. It says, "Hey Benton, I had to bail on your live stream today. Sorry. You were saying lots of good things, but your chat was loaded up with a lot of insane Bible thumping lunatics. They all are ganged up to force people to comply with their beliefs or be canceled, blocked, or deleted. I have had many channels." Well, I won't even get into that, but it's always Christians who want to punish you for what you say. I know most of the threats are not credible, but there may be one or two who would do something. They claim to be in full support of free speech, but if what you say is not in agreement with their view of the Bible, they lose their fucking minds. Razvan and Toilet Bowl are literally out of their freaking minds.
Well, like I said, Toilet Bowl and Stephen both went to the Strong's Concordance and picked out Greek over Hebrew in an etymological sense. That's just dumb. They avoid the issue of was he hung in the tree or on a cross by not realizing what tree means. So if they could have gone to Hebrew and explained that through Hebrew, the language of Hebrew, it was very condensed. There's only a certain number of expressions in Hebrew language. In today's modern language, English, that most of the world uses, it went through many different forms of changes throughout time in the different nationalities. And they want to go to Greek, Eastern Orthodox Greece. Yeah, that's okay. If that's your standing, you want a special exception clause to your beliefs, but there is no ground to that outside of your own rationality and spiritual understanding. And that applies to us all, yes. And that's why I said the spiritual understanding in me goes far, far beyond Hebrew, in this modern times when we talk about language and stuff, because we still have a language of pictures that they don't include. You notice they don't include Egyptian.
The reality is that these people who claim to be Christians are attempting to force their religion on people. That's what's happening. So if anybody doesn't want to accept that, that's not my problem. But that is what's happening. Accept it or don't accept it. That's up to you.
Yep. And that's one of the biggest things that you have to overcome, is because that's that internal battle.
But I'll tell you this, if you're going to go to war with people like me and the person who wrote the email in a religious war, you will not win. Because we are so filled with having religion shoved down our throats that you can't even imagine the levels of rage I could access based on what was done to me through religion. And I'm not the only one. So I'm not going to we're not having an environment here where people come here and they feel like they're having beliefs forced on them. So I don't care if it never happened.
No, it's not
no, hang on. I don't care. I don't care if the person imagined it, Smiley. The fact that my name's on the channel and that person who I trust greatly, who was here when it was 4 people in the live chat and I was driving a truck and didn't know if this would ever even be a broadcast, and now there's 58 people here. When that person sends me that email, that is the truth, regardless of how any of you try to spin it. And your views to the contrary, I'm going to be like y'all. Your views to the contrary are not welcome here. Your version of Christianity is not welcome here. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and people
take it with you when you go.
And people that want to sit there and say things like, who are these people claiming to be spiritual, all while quoting the Bible and denying the Bible? I've never denied the Bible. In fact, I've questioned the Bible, and I've questioned it for good reason, like tree and cross. I'm not denying either one. I'm wanting to know the truth. If anybody can tell me the truth about that scripture, please do so. But in the meantime, I use that as a weapon against anybody that wants to push their religion on me by using that as their religion. So yeah, that's the religion. The Bible is the religion.
I'm going to quote,
telling you to believe subliminally that he was hung on a tree and hung on a cross. Neither of them being exactly the same, but the origin is always going to be tree.
Smiley, I don't care what you remember, sir. I don't care that you don't remember that. That person experienced it, and that's enough for me. And that's not the only comment I've received like that. So the fact that you don't remember it is not relevant. I'm not putting you in a category, sir. If it don't apply, it don't apply. I'm telling you that it happened. If you don't think it happened, that's your problem. This is called a line in the sand, and we're getting this Christian dogma out of this channel. It's an exorcism. What's funny, Wizard, when Paul had people picking cult numbers and job titles, I wasn't able to call myself cult member, but I showed up the next day with Benton 303 Exorcist. That's my job. And we're going to exorcise this wicked spirit out of this channel, because I'm not having my name on a channel, and long-standing OGs of the channel feel like they're having religion pushed on them. That shit ain't gonna fly around here.
Yeah, when it comes again to that religion, greetings, Steve. When it comes to that religion in the Hebrew language and tree,
hey, real quick, this is a reckoning.
Yes. And that reckoning, I hope to express my realizations or the way I think about it. The tree, as it comes to the Hebrew meaning, extends from the tree of knowledge. So when they hung Jesus on the cross, they were giving him back to the knowledge because they refused the knowledge. Does that make sense? I mean, it's metaphorical in sense only, because that's the way I see it. I don't know if anybody else talks about it that way.
No, it's not a bit. We tried to be tolerant to intolerant, authoritarian, Bible-thumping Christians, and this is the result. dogmatic bozos. And I'm not going to have my name on a channel and people who are a fan of me as a content creator literally can't tune into the broadcast because we got dogmatic Christians, so-called, going after people in the chat based on religious beliefs. It's not going to happen. What's up, DD214? How are you?
How's it going, Benton? Keith, what's going on, fellas?
Just a normal discussion.
Yeah, it seems like it's an everyday discussion, you know.
Yeah,
a lot of defending and you know, a lot of offense. You know, when it comes to religion, there's just a lot of disagreement, you know, in the way of God. You know what I mean? And you all know my point of view. You know, I'm on the fence. Mine's open. You know, but it's really hard to want to make a conclusion. You know, more or less a confused conclusion of what the hell to make of all of this. You know what I mean? You got Christians, Catholics, Muslims. I mean, there's all types. But at the end of the day, it's I'm trying to wheedle my way in here and see if I can be accepted, you know, for what I am and who I am. And it seems kind of rough if you don't have that God. Oh, well, he's not a man of God, so don't listen to what that dude has to say, you know. So I'm just trying to be the anomaly in the case, and appreciate all you guys constantly talking about, you know, all the aspects of what's entailed with it, you know. But that guy last night, Aaron, on Jack's panel, I don't, and it's so far out of the
honeymoon love. Where does it talk about honeymoon love in the Bible? And then when I asked him what he meant by honeymoon love, he never mentioned any of the different types of love from the Bible. He couldn't tell me which one. He couldn't tell me whether it was agape love, eros love, brother, what is it, storge love, and the other one. He couldn't tell me which one it was that he was referring to. So that tells me there's no foundation of what he's talking about love, other than what he said, God is love. Okay, well then explain God. You know, so then we also have this, the relationship types that we have in these panels. It's much like the way I see fishing. When you go out fishing for certain fish at certain times because they're laying on their beds, you're doing it in a manner not because they're hungry, but because when that bait moves across that bed, it angers them. Okay. Now, if you're out there fishing at a different time of the season and you're actually using the live baits and the twisters and stuff to make live action, and they're actually chasing it, then that's a different kind. You're working on their hunger then. Okay. So this is the same thing, fishers of men. When you're going to be a fisher of men, are you going to do it in an antagonizing manner, or are you going to do it to get in a manner where they're chasing the food, the knowledge? There's a very distinct difference. You can catch them both ways, but it's a matter of what you're using, where they're at, and what they're doing. So it's a lot about reading other people. So when they, like Steve says, when you sit there and tell them you're not a godly person, then they all of a sudden back off. Then they're not reading you correctly, because I don't believe I'm a godly person either. I got 93 fucking cases. What do you think about that, motherfuckers? How about that, you bitches? I'm sitting here vile-tongued and everything, right? I can't be godly, right? Fucking punk-ass cupcake motherfuckers. It's about getting along with each other one-on-one and not letting anybody else interfere with that. I don't give a fuck about anybody else's opinion about Steve. I want to learn Steve. If you learn Steve and try to teach me about Steve, it's not coming from Steve, and therefore I'm not learning about Steve. I'm learning of Steve from you. Very different conversations. And again, this is why I go back to the etymology shit. If you really want to get to know me, fuck Hebrew, fuck Judaism, fuck Christianity, fuck Islam, and let's go start painting on the cave walls and see if we understand each other then.
You know, I can relate to the analogy, you know, of using fishing, you know, because we got that year round here down in Florida. And Max, he's my buddy. We work together. He lives on the water, and I talked to him this morning. He was telling me, there was a snook, out, and it's hot, and snook don't like warm water. They like the colder water. They'll stay at the bottom, right? So he was just amazed, like what's going on here? Why is this snook over here? And I don't know if you know what a snook is, but they can be very large fish. They're very intelligent. They're very hard to catch. You can dangle a bait right in front of them, and they won't even take it. So, and that's kind of what's going on in here in these rooms. Is anybody who's new, when I hit in here, I was blindsided, with having to explain and defend my religious beliefs before I could even, get out of what I am and who I am and what I'm about, so I had to learn, I had to learn how to tread the waters, and I had to learn, which lure to use or which cut bait to use and whatnot. That was a really good analogy of exactly what's, going on here. So with this Drew guy, I don't know much about him. I see that he's, an alpha male, trying to talk with other alpha males. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's Max right there. So it's just getting in a room with a bunch of people with different thoughts, different beliefs. And, one time I want to see where everybody can, you know what I mean? It almost never.
I hate to interrupt, but it cannot happen because of the intolerance of the so-called Christian authoritarians. Their intolerance and authoritarianism prevents what you're speaking on from ever happening, and they will not own it. But so anytime an issue crops up, it cannot be their fault. They will accept no blame, which means the other party it's assumed the other party is to blame because of their intolerance and authoritarianism. And that is what people like my OG who sent me the email, that's what they're referring to, is these people's intolerance, inflexibility, and authoritarianism. And I can't deal with people who are intolerant and can literally never be in the wrong no matter what happens. That's this psychological sickness. Yeah, and that's what we're dealing with here.
And it comes down to what a lot of people like somebody accused you of earlier, dogma, being dogmatic. If you look at it, and again, it's two words, dog, ma of the dog, ma of the creature. Dogma is your natural actions, your natural instincts that take over. That's what dogma truly is. So these people in the modern times trying to use it as if though it's a set schedule of behaviors. No. Not according to the classification that you're using as a dogma definition. When you look at the definition, etymology of dogma, it's your natural actions. So yeah, he is being dogmatic. And I prefer somebody that acts spiritual and natural over somebody that acts manual. Again, God formed man of the dust of the ground, and when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, man became a living soul. So if that's what was written, then why are we not acting like living souls in a natural capacity?
It's not true, Smiley. No, there's not. We got to the intolerance through the tolerance of one side. So one side was never tolerant and was intolerant the whole time. Through the tolerance of people like myself and the person that sent me the email, we've now reached a point where we're forced to become intolerant. That's not both people practicing intolerance. That's one side creating it and bringing it to an arena where it would otherwise not exist. You people need to learn how to process nuance.
Exactly. That's just like the Greek and Hebrew concordance. The nuance is there. You have to be able to understand it so you can explain to other people why you use Greek rather than Hebrew. If you can't do that other than to source Hebrew, Strong's, then you're only sourcing Strong's. And that's somebody else's definitions, opinions, and matters, not yours. So you fail.
Thanks. What's up? He says, shout out to me for addressing these issues and standing my ground. And see, I know the audience well enough. There's lots of people who come here all the time who hate all of this intolerant, authoritarian Christian dogma And what I mean by dogma is a bureaucracy. You know, you must do these things or else, right? There's plenty of people who hate it and just never say anything. See, so I know that one or two emails I get from a key person that represents more than one or two emails. So I will own and I will take responsibility for allowing it to happen. Why, Smiley? Because I was too tolerant of these things. I was too tolerant, not intolerant, too tolerant of people who don't practice tolerance in this regard. And the only thing you can do to a bully is bully the bully. You can only fight fire with fire. You can only fight their intolerance with your intolerance. It's the only way it works. It's the only thing they understand. What's up, Lou Bass? Good to see you.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Oh, I'm having a fun time.
Yeah, you had some rough morning, it sounds like. I don't know what rough.
I kind of like it, actually. I sort of thrive on it.
a little drama's fun sometimes. What the heck?
Yeah.
I was just listening about the dogma thing. It's kind of interesting. I think, I don't know. You were talking, so I don't want to cut in on you if you're not finished. But...
No, I'm speaking very forcefully today, so it's just
good.
Burst. Yeah.
Good. Why not?
Well, I noticed here in the motel, by the way, that there was some loud arguing this morning, which is very uncharacteristic. And then I noticed online last night, in the last couple of days, there's been a lot of arguing and bickering and stuff. So I know it's not just me experiencing these energies or whatever we want to call it.
It's funny you say that. I had a little bit of one of those episodes myself this morning.
Do tell.
With the unslaved one.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. No, I woke up. It was like 6 o'clock, 5:30 in the morning. I guess they were still on. I don't know what time it is over there. I don't think it's 6 there, but it was 6 for me anyway. And sorry, let me get this tire in here. They were talking about different things, whatever. They were doing this like dating thing where people come up and they put their ideal mate into Google or something, and you know, you put all the things that you want, their age, whether they're fat or not, what kind, their height, everything else. So that was kind of interesting. And then Samantha Sweet was putting in her stuff, right? And she put in that the amount of money that she wanted, like they put in how much average income do you want for your ideal person. And she puts 125,000, right? And you know, I mean, the average guy isn't making 125,000. Anyway, it descended into a virtue signaling fucking pile of shit, as far as I was concerned. Where she starts talking about the how she was with a guy that he loved the animals and I loved the animals, but he was younger than me. And then Paul went up in the animal shit, and I just said good morning. So they came on, you know, they got on me right away that I'm the guy that goes out and saves, because I said, hey, I've saved a lot of, probably more animals than you. And then one of them said something to the effect of, yeah, you save them and then you eat them or something. And it just triggered me, right? So I let Paul have it, right? I told him nice and straight, you're a fucking hypocrite and you're dishonest. You're dishonest with yourself and you're dishonest with others. Because the bottom line is you can be a vegan, but other people have to kill for you, right? But vegans, they condemn the men that have to kill animals to grow their food. They condemn those men. So that's the height or the epitome of hypocrisy in my view, right? And I believe that Paul's too smart for that, right? So he's got his dogma, right? His dogma is that he's not killing animals, but I am, because I choose to take it into my own hands, right? So I went off on him, and he thought I was Breaking Bad. I really wasn't Breaking Bad. I was just trying to hit him a little harder. Hopefully he'll catch it, right? So, yeah, it was interesting. I didn't go up on panel. This all happened in chat. So,
Well, yeah, I was on panel the other day when I was down at the river fishing, and I showed him my fish, and he said something about that. But I don't let that kind of stuff bother me because, again, we are not the same people. We have to let each other be each other. So, again, it's not a matter of him imposing veganism on me. He can't. No one can.
Right.
They can't impose it upon me. I have to tolerate it, as Benton was saying.
Sorry, I hope the wind is not, because there's a little bit of wind here. Is that coming through?
No, you're fine.
Yeah, no, that's the part that gets me. Is the it's the hypocrisy about this subject, right? Where he'll get on me heavily. Sometimes you've seen it, everybody's seen it, about the whole meat thing and blah blah blah, and basically like I have to pay some karmic debt for what I do.
Well, you
Right?
got to realize too, a lot of what he's saying, and I've said this many times, he comes off so disingenuous that you have to be able to realize he's just fucking with you.
No,
So
I know, and
is just banter,
Wizard,
and that's part of the game.
Wizard, I get that, and I can handle it. I'm a big boy, right? I got big shoulders.
I know you can.
And I can handle it. This morning, what really kind of tipped me over the edge was Samantha Sweet. When, everything she put on her fucking thing was so, like, it was
Classic,
just,
huh? So classic.
Yeah, it was just, hypergamy and fucking, better, virtue signaling. It was all this kind of bullshit, right? And so it triggered me. And then I went off on both of them, actually. I went off on Samantha a little bit, and then I went off on Paul because it just triggered me. And I think he has to understand it. Like, you can't force someone else into your beliefs. Right. And then the worst part about it is that the idea that nobody eats for free. No matter what you eat on this earth, something has to die. Period. End of story. There is no question about that. Right? And Paul will say, "Oh yeah, I gotta care about the fucking insects or the mice." What? A mouse has no fucking value. An insect has no value. You get rid of the insects, it's all over for all of us.
Absolutely, and that's part of it. Humanity is on a. Sorry, you're breaking up, brother. So I'm going to take over. Humanity is on a stretch.
Forget about humans. Forget about the rest of the wildlife. Forget about everything. It's over.
Let's give him a minute.
It's that remote link.
Yeah, he's walking away from the house. He doesn't realize it. You lose signal and shit the farther you get away. Yeah, there you go. So humanity is at a point in time where we have these extinctions throughout history that we're knowing of. Okay, we also have new species being discovered, but we don't know if they've always been there. We also have new species being created through crossbreeding and stuff. This is all throughout the insect, the reptilian, amphibian, fish, flesh and blood animal, insects, all of it. They're plants. Crossbreeding is proof evidence that we can create other things that haven't existed before by our own interactions. However, there are certain things that would have happened naturally. Various different types of tomatoes and various different types of plants will cross-pollinate on their own. We don't need to cross-pollinate them. Well, so what's happening now today is we're using the extinction method to cross-pollination to get rid of certain character traits in plants and stuff. And I think that's a little bit almighty control that we think we have. When it comes down to it, Mother Nature is going to balance everything out in the end. Even after man is gone, the earth is going to be here. Even the scripture agrees with that.
Well, humans can survive on a plant-based diet, right? So I believe some people that think that, well, then why are we killing these animals to eat them when, we can eat plants and vegetables, but it's the fact that, we have a choice, right? As humans, we have a choice of what we want to eat. So if you choose to eat meat, then eat meat. You know, is there people out there who cruelty to to these animals? Maybe these pig farms, whatever farms, being cruel to animals. That's wrong. If that's your reason for not eating meat is because of the cruelty, I get that. But just because you think you're saving one more cow or saving one more goat or pig from being killed, you're not doing any good.
I don't know where I got cut off, but I was just talking for a lot of time, and then I looked at my phone and nobody was there. I don't know where I got cut off. Yeah. So it's one of those days. Seems like a lot of people are having those little.
Yes.
It's funny how
Indeed,
that happens.
sir.
Funny how
Well,
that
yeah, it's
happens.
funny how you walk farther and farther away from the house and you lose signal.
No, I'm at my dad's farm and I'm using the girl that lives here's Wi-Fi, and it's like right here, right close. I only went like 25, 30 feet. I didn't realize.
And they only extend about 15.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, I'll stay a little closer.
That's that Faraday cage on the house. All the copper wiring and plumbing and all that. It distorts.
Well,
they
got one of these little fucking antenna things. I don't know if you can see it up there. See that antenna thing?
Yeah, but you still have all the wires and everything, and aluminum frames and all that in your windows. Everything.
Oh, right, because the signal's coming from inside the house. That's
correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and
that's
steel
the
roof.
Receiver, and then you got the transmitter inside.
Right, and then it's a steel roof with siding. No, it's not aluminum siding. It's vinyl. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you got to stay close.
Welcome to the 20th century, Lou.
It's a crazy world. It's a crazy world. Look, it's Sonny. I got the deal for you. My own brother, I wouldn't give such a deal.
Who's the tinfoil straitjacket? Evidently, he's in the back, Benton.
That's Toilet Bowl Earth.
Oh, okay. What's up, Clown? I should have recognized. Clown Bozo, huh?
Yeah, that was
Clown Bozo.
his
Is
older
that me
name.
or you or who?
Probably me, I'm assuming. I don't usually read the private chat when I'm broadcasting for whatever reason.
So how much of what I said did you guys hear?
None.
No, really.
Not too much.
How far did I? Like how far? What?
We got to the part about how important the insects and all that was to mankind.
Okay, all right. So you heard quite a bit of what I said. Yeah, I didn't get cut off much later than that. Much past that. Yeah. Paul thought I was Breaking Bad on him. He goes, "Oh fuck! I didn't think Lubass was going to be one of them." I wasn't Breaking Bad at all. I was just letting him feel a little bit of the heat, right? I didn't want to do that on his panel, right? But I thought it was time, so I did it. Yeah, it's a touchy subject because everybody, we all love animals. We have pets. We love them, and we've all been brainwashed by the fucking Disney since very small. So thumpers running around in our brain and Bambi's bouncing up and down in our belly, and we got those big eyes, and the tramp. The Lady and the Tramp, the little doggies are eating spaghetti and kissing, and we got this anthropomorphic idea of what animals and humans are, and it couldn't be further from the fucking truth. Like, if people really understood nature, it's fucking cruel like a motherfucker. Really, really cruel. And I've seen some of these cruelties with my own eyes. A deer finds itself lucky if I'm the one that kills it. because when it's done by a coyote or a wolf or whatever, you know, or a fence or you know, a car, it's
or
not
when they're
pretty.
pregnant with three does, and they
Right.
just start plucking them out of their
Well, I witnessed this with my own eyes. Right? I witnessed that with my own eyes. I watched a coyote when I had my broken leg. I think I told the story before, but it was too far. I couldn't get there with because I had a broken leg. And so I called my son in to come and get the coyote. This coyote chased this doe down, big doe too. And it wasn't a huge coyote, brought it down. It was because of the snow conditions, right? The snow conditions had ice on top of the snow. The snow was deep. So the coyote was running over top of the ice, and the poor deer was sinking into the snow because its hooves are pointy. So it's breaking through that ice and having a hard time keeping up its speed. And I watched the coyote bring it down and fucking, while it was alive, rip its gut open, pull the babies out, and just basically in 3 gulps eat the babies, and the mother's heads flinging around, and until my son got there and shot them both, right? So that put the deer out of its misery, you know. Or cars, right? the shit that car, you know, that poem. You remember that poem that I read about the hunter and the rabbit wizard? Were you there?
Yep.
Yeah. So that whole poem was inspired because of a situation I had happen many years ago with a good friend of mine. That we went rabbit hunting and we hit a rabbit on the road, and then we shot a couple of rabbits. But the rabbit we hit on the road just bothered me for so long that I ended up writing that poem. Now, I couldn't find the original one, so that one that I wrote changed a little bit, but it was inspired by that rabbit that was killed on the road, because that poor little thing fucking, you know, it was half squashed and pulling its body on its 2 legs trying to get away. And I, you know, had to get it as quick as I can to put it out because it was suffering, you know, because its back legs thighs were literally a pizza, and it's just dragging them. It's a cruel world out there, bro. Animals, like I said, find themselves fortunate when I put them down, because I make sure it's done quickly with the minimum amount of pain and suffering, you know. My daughter, when she shot her first deer, Juliana, in fact, it was a young deer. And, you know, they're cute, right? They're pretty. And it was with a bow. And when she shot it, you know, this little, there was a young buck. He didn't have horns, but it was a young one. And she shot it. And the arrow was perfect, clean, right through double lungs and heart, like right through lungs and heart. So it was the most perfect shot. And the thing just kind of looked up, did 2 little hops, stopped, looked around, like as if, what the hell just it, like it didn't even realize that an arrow had just gone clean through it. And then it just laid down and died. It was over in like seconds. And she was a little traumatized by it because she watched it happen at close distance, and she never really did hunt much after that, but that's okay. It is what it is. Yeah, it's you know. And then this whole thing, like Timmy, oh, this kitten, a kitten appeared to me. It appeared to me, right? Like he's something special, and this kitten went to look for him, right? And then this idea that this kitten was taken by somebody else and that it didn't eat for 5 days because it missed him. Number one, how the fuck can you know that this thing didn't eat for 5 days? Number two, the idea that this thing didn't eat because it's thinking of you is so ridiculous. I can't even, I don't have words for stuff like that. Right? And they say that's when I told the story about the giraffe. A giraffe just appeared in my field, came to me because it saw my fucking cows, how well I fed them. And then my neighbor stole it, but his house was a bungalow, so its head was sticking out and I could see it. So 5 days later, I went to, I made that story up. I don't know if you were there when I did that.
Yeah, I heard that. It was pretty
you
funny.
know, and then, God bless Paul, and I love Paul, and Paul, I'm always going to love Paul. But the thing, the fucking hummingbirds, they come to me. Yeah, they fucking go to anybody when everything's dried up. You put something red out, and they're going to come to it. Because all the flowers are dried up in the middle of the summer. They got no food left, and they're starving to death. So any color they see, especially out in the desert, they're fucking going to go to it. And they don't care whose hand's at the end of that color. And he was holding up one of those hummingbird feeders. I went and watched the video. He had one of those hummingbird feeders or something like that. And they know those hummingbird feeders, because when the flowers dry up, they habituate near humans because they know humans will feed them. So generationally, they know these things. So sure. But they make it, the anthropomorphization, the Disney, is strong, so strong in the mind that they think this bird is coming to them because of who they are. It's ludicrous, right? But they don't know it because the Disney is so entrenched in the soul, right? Lady in the Tramp.
Lou.
Suck. Sorry, I'm going on. Sorry.
Yeah, you got to understand though, a lot of people have never experienced another animal being slaughtered for its sustenance. So it's very dramatic. Their whole lives, like you were referring to Disney movies. Bambi, and it's just until they see that. I personally experienced that at a young age at a pig farm, but when I was in Hawaii, we were doing an emu. Doing a Kahlua pig, it was about 400 pounds, and all day they were walking it around, on the leash. All the females were petting it, gave it a name, and it's like they have no clue what's about to happen to this pig, and they were, I want to say they were traumatized, from the whole killing of the pig. But I tell you, having a pig like that, and put it in the boiling water in the old tub, and scraping off all the skin and shit, and cutting it and putting it in the ground. It was some of the best eating that I've ever had in my life, and it was done humanely, of course, but people think that these animals are just so distressed. And on the Big Island of Hawaii, it's Parker's Ranch. You can look it up. It's the largest cattle ranch in the world, right? So there's so many cattle there that, they were doing the same thing with cows. I mean, just butchering them right on the side of the road and giving you steaks, like still bleeding. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So people like that. It changes them lives. I don't want to imagine that me eating this corn on the cob is hurting any animals, but they don't realize when they till up those grounds, all those mice, all the snakes, all of the animals that live in the ground, they're all being killed, slaughtered for the corn. They don't see that, or whatever their crops. But
there's over, I forget what the number is, but I think it's somewhere in the area of 50 or 60 types of songbirds that have gone extinct in the last 75 to 100 years since this heavy production farming came to be, right? Because prior to the last 100 years, it wasn't as big as it is now, right? And these birds are gone because the planting this corn and this grain and this stuff, they kill all the insects, right? So some of these birds had particular insects that was their only food source. They evolved to eat that particular insect. So now these insects are gone, and these birds just die out, right? And like 50 or 60 of them, I forget what the number is, are extinct. And even worse, what about the red tides? All over the earth, wherever there's heavy food production in terms of grains and stuff like that, where they're using heavy fertilizers, which is just NPK, right? And this stuff is running off into the rivers, into the fucking lakes, into the oceans, and then they get red tides, and everything that comes close to that dies. Everything, every turtle, every fish, every fucking duck, everything that touches these red tides are so poisonous that if you're in them for very long, it'll kill a human. So, and this is all because of of factory grain, like this massive grain production that we have, right? You know, and then the vegans want to say, oh, that's because it's they're feeding all that grain to animals. Nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing. There's maybe 6, I think the number, something like 6 or 8% of all grain created is fed to animals. The rest of it is leftovers from the alcohol industry, that mash that's left over, that goes into animal feed, from the making of ethanol, from the making of oils, like soya oil, canola oil, all these oils. The mash that's left over, that's sent to animals, right? So it's not, they're not growing soybeans to feed the cows, right? They're not growing corn to feed the cows, you know, but this is what the system wants people to believe, right? So did I lose you guys again?
No, well, speaking of food, I'm making homemade lasagna for the wife and my mother for Mother's Day. So I got to get the onions and the carrots and the tomatoes going, making my own dough, making it all from scratch because that's the Italian in me. I can't buy store-bought pasta.
When's your Mother's Day? Is not the 5th of May?
It's next Sunday, yeah. This Sunday coming up.
Oh, it's the Sunday coming up. Boy, I thought it was.
Yeah, I make it and freeze it, and then just
nice.
reheat it. Yeah. My old mother taught me that way. But hey, guys, it was good talking to y'all. Keith, Benton, Lou, I'm out. We'll see y'all later.
Take care, brother.
Yeah, man. Have a good day.
Yeah, I'm out too, guys. I'm going to go get some of this nice weather.
Yeah, it's beautiful out here, man. Yesterday.
All right, brother.
Horrible.
Have fun.
Take care, Wizard.
Was it hot?
Yeah, it's nice today. It's not super, it's perfect temperature-wise. But it's nice and sunny. All the trees are budding. Birds are out. It's a gorgeous day.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and get me some sunlight here in a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to be going to work on my garden shortly. I had to come up to my dad's place because the guy that lives there changed some tires over to some other rims for me. I had to come pick them up, but yeah, I'm going to head back and work on my garden. So I'll probably lose you shortly, Benton.
Oh, you're breaking up, or it might be me. I think it's me.
It might be me too, because I'm starting to drive. Anyways, Benton, thank you for giving me the chance to spurg out a little bit. Get it off my chest. All right, Benton. So I don't know if it's me having trouble.
All right, man. We'll see you later. My connection's fucked. Yeah, my connection's fucked.
Take care.
Later, bro. Yeah, man. You too. Am I here? Can y'all hear me? That might have been Lou breaking up. Can somebody let me know if I'm here or not? Yep, indeed, Squirrels. He's quite adept at that. Can I get a mic check? Am I Mr. Roboto? Mic check. Okay, thank you, Big Drink Tea. Good to see you. It will be interesting to see what comes out of the what comes out of all this. Oh, what the hell? As far as the events of the day there, what do y'all think? Excuse me. Oracle Light, anyone ever notice that even if there are storms all night, the birds always sing the next morning? It's lovely. Shout out to the folks that are here, by the way. I can tell you, I don't know if it's the full moon or the events of the day. Sometimes I feel this way anyway. Like by the way, I took a beating on the channel yesterday for my, my health issues, right? And that was something else that I don't know if it was bothering me this morning necessarily, but I have a lot of thoughts about things. Like, I'm kind of dumb in the moment. So I'm, yesterday when I'm getting all this attacks, for it's being implied I'm a hypochondriac, people are saying that more or less until a doctor blesses me into cancer, then, I can't actually be ill. Right. Indeed. Let's blame the stars, Razvan. And it's an interesting stream if you want to rewind it. Maybe I'll go through all of that stuff. I don't know. We'll see. But something I thought about, when it was implied that I was more or less exaggerating my illness or whatever, it made me think of the last 2 times I went and visited my mom. And, both times when I first, when we first see each other, because I'm already know ahead of time she's going to be upset by how thin I am, right? And so at first she tries to give me a hug and all of this, and I can see, she's looking at me. And then at some point, both times I've seen her recently, she just bursts into tears, right? Because as I forget the guy's name, the guy with Dow in his name. Yeah, I am the Dow said, Benton is eating food and losing weight. And it's true. Although I do think I put on a few pounds. I actually left my my scale. Exactly. I'm totally fine. Thank you. I am the Dow. Yeah. Nothing to see here, right? I'm just like 100 and I'm fucking skin and bones. Dude, look at my I've had like actually, see, I guess because I've eaten today, but when I wake up in the morning and look at myself in the mirror, dude, like my belly button is like just as stretched as it can be. Like, it's just fucking bizarre. Well, whatever. Yeah. Whenever it was, EBT. But and I can, by the way, I'm fine with the illness and all of this. Now it sucks that, it's upsetting to my mom, but it is what it is at that level. But just the idea that this is somehow just something I'm inventing in my mind, right? Just I think it's fucked up, man. It is kind of fucked up. So I think this gets back to what you're saying with the gaslighting. I'm just supposed to be okay with people, construing my serious illness as just he's just pretending, more or less, or that I need to go basically. And then Kim before the storm trying to say, more or less telling me to shut up until I go get a diagnosis. But it's like, well, I'm not, like, why would I do that? Like, that doesn't even make sense. I'm certainly not going to be looking to doctors who will only, as we know, ruin my, they will ruin my quality of life. And I do have a quality of life, even though I am ill on a daily basis. But yeah, thanks. Never take the jab. I eat 4 times a day. I eat 2.5 cans of tuna fish. No, I would. That's an interesting question though, because I was actually on record earlier than pretty much anybody as just I'll never do that. And then I did a podcast, Provo Kid, that was actually pretty popular podcast called Nightmare Dystopia, where I talked all about all of the issues having to do with the jabs and all that. So I will never take any of those under any circumstances. So have never, will never. But it's interesting, though. I've spoken before how now we're in a space where anybody that becomes ill or dies, it can only be from that one cause, right? Which is actually kind of the COVID thing. It's another form of the COVID thing where I've said that people, have made it seem like, well, we're all immortal, but now there's this thing called COVID, and that might take you out, right? And now it's like everybody that dies, we try to find out if it was the jab, right? Yeah. Well, no, I knew. Well, see, Provo Kid, here's the type of news junkie you're dealing with, sir, is that the day this thing was declared a global pandemic, I remembered that swine flu H1N1 in 2009 was also declared a global pandemic. And from memory, I knew that Obama claimed to have taken the vaccination for swine flu. And yes, there was a swine flu H1N1 vaccine, believe it or not. And Obama claims to have taken it, right? And it was recommended, and that was declared a global pandemic. So immediately when that happened, I knew, okay, number one, there's going to be a vaccination. Number two, on some level, they're going to expect me to take this, right? And number three, I will never, under any circumstances, subject myself or submit to the government needle in the arm. Good to see you, Freedom Grower. Just much like yourself, I've been over here going at these intolerant people who like to try to shove the Bible down everybody's throat. And it's actually sort of ruining my channel to some extent, Dick. So I'm rooting them out, and it is in fact a reckoning, and we are going to exorcise these demons right out of the channel, because I'm not going to have my name on a channel and then people don't feel comfortable to come here because there's dogmatic religious zealots in the chat. And we're not going to have those people around, and it's just not going to be a thing. So thanks, Dick. Yeah, I listened to a little bit of your broadcast this morning, and I was definitely feeling some of what you were saying. By the way, that's part of the reason why I suspected I had some idea of what happened with OTW. And I don't know if you saw Drew's morning show or not, but that didn't go too well. And probably there will not be I'm assuming there will not be well, there may be a morning show. I'm assuming I'm not going to be participating going forward. Hey, it's Christos. What's up, brother man? Nice background there.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I found it interesting. You know, you're talking about exercising the demons. I feel you on what you're doing for the channel. And honestly, it makes sense because from what I've studied on the current astrology, what I've heard from people is this is like a time for the final purge. So getting out the last of what you need to get out before the seasons shift, and before we step into the new cycles. We just had the lunar eclipse. We just had the full moon. And the sun was just in Taurus, which is the throat chakra associated with truth. And obviously the throat could be associated with purging, whether physically or metaphysically. So in a sense, you are, you know, purging your channel of what you don't see as, you know, fit for the channel with the religious zealots, as you've been saying. So it seems fitting with the dynamics that I've studied and heard that are going on right now astrologically. I see what's going on with your channel and your actions as paralleling to a certain degree, you know, whether you realize it or not, what the energies are in the air. So it's very fitting what you're doing with the channel.
Thanks, brother. And yeah, I've talked about that before. I've detected there's something in the ether. And I got an email from a longtime fan of my content, even before this channel was a thing, who had wanted me to talk about that more. And I think you just addressed some of that. There's, you know, and I've noticed it not just in myself, but, you know, in other people coming into conflict. There was some loud arguing here in the motel this morning, which is unusual. And, you know, there's definitely something going on, right? So I'm never going to just look at myself in a vacuum and be like, wow, what's my problem? You know, obviously it seems to me like a lot of people are going through this same thing, right?
Yeah, no doubt. So that's all I wanted to really say. And I don't know if you saw, but we have Rotten Fish now as a live chat participant.
Yeah, that's great. I like that. Yeah, welcome, Rotten Fish. Oh, and I forgot somebody.
People do that.
Yeah. Well, and real quick, because I realized I started to answer somebody's question and I forgot. They were asking what I eat. I eat 4 meals a day that are all the same thing, and then I also eat fruit most days, although my gout can make that where I have to skip a few days here and there. But I get over 3,000 calories a day. I weigh somewhere around 130 pounds, and I, you know, sometimes still lose weight, if that tells you anything. But yeah. that's just how that is, man. But I went off on this while you were here last time, so I don't want to talk about that. But yeah, thanks for the astrology and the moon cycle talk. I like all of that. That's good stuff. I think that there's something to that for sure, you know.
Yeah, I don't do it regularly, but if I know something of what's going on and I see a correlation with other people's experiences, I try to bring it up. It's something I want to make more of my routine, honestly, because I think there is value in it if you do keep up with it to a certain degree. Oh, eggs. I haven't eaten meat in quite a while, actually. Not to get into food for real, but I just kind of noticed recently I haven't eaten meat at all for like the past 2 weeks, but I have been eating eggs, lots of eggs, and cheese, maybe a little turkey bacon. So I have had some meat, but nothing other than a little turkey bacon, it seems. And it feels good. I'm glad I haven't been eating meat. It feels like the right thing to do right now. For now.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where sometimes we get on with these eating of different things and diets is, you know, it's not the same thing all the time, you know, may not be maybe it's the right type of food at the right time, possibly.
It's nuanced. Yeah, exactly. Different times or different foods for different times.
Yeah, healthy fats too, and dietary cholesterol, which is for the male of the species, is especially beneficial. They try to make it. People think cholesterol is bad, but you need it in your diet.
Yeah.
Although I think I've had enough built up in my body, I think I've been living on just whatever's been in there, you know. But yeah, you know, I am improving in some ways health wise, so I'm thankful for that and grateful, obviously. And I think maybe at some point in the future, I will again be able to eat eggs because it's a food that I've responded to well in the past. So I think at some point in the future, I'm going to be adventurous and see if I can actually, because I may eat one egg and it may make me ill, but I won't actually know till I try. So saturated fat in particular seems to be difficult for me to process, but there you go. Well, that's right, Roy Duggan. And that's what they don't want you to know, right? Is that in order for a man to produce proper male hormone, they need cholesterol and saturated fat, both actually. So he says here, cholesterol, essential precursor of testosterone. And when Drew referenced this thing about, it was funny because he was trying to call me out. You know, he's basically trying to say that because I said, well, I'm always this way, which I am to some extent, although maybe I might be a less keyed up version of that. And Christos very astutely knows it's a good time to take a break because I'm talking about myself. So I see you working, Christos, but you know, there was some implication that I might have started drinking again because I have had a correlation with playing poker and drinking, but not always. I played plenty of poker without drinking. And went to the casino. Some of the people at the table had beer. I didn't have any problem with it. I do like the taste of beer, but you know, actually, I don't really like to drink. Believe it or not, I like to get fucked up. And in the past, I would do that with a combination of, you know, beer and weed a lot of the time. And now I'm not able to, you know, can't do the weed and I can't do the booze. So, but I will say, you know, one thing about the as far as the hormone levels and the playing of poker, well, poker is a competitive endeavor, right? And I'm a competitive person. So, you know, probably because of my illness and then, you know, the truck driving, I'd beaten myself down and then I injured my kidney, you know, probably I've rested up. You know, I've been in motels for like 6 weeks now or whatever it is. And I'm probably just rested up to the point where, you know, not that I was lacking in male hormone, but my levels are probably becoming maximal, right? For what my levels are. So that's probably where, you know, some of this maybe increased aggressiveness of late has come from, but it's something that's always present, right? It's just a matter of, you know, it does seem to be a little more easily accessible. Yeah, maybe you're right. Big drink tea. I don't consume either one anymore. Nuts and seeds are poison. And it is interesting. Like this is a good reminder that regardless of what people say, most people end up in a fast food drive-through at some point during the week. And, you know, can you really blame them when it's like they think they're doing something healthy and they're eating some nuts and then somebody else was like, well, actually, those aren't good for you potentially. And they're like, at some point, don't they just throw up their hands and say, fuck it, I'm going to Mickey D's? Like, just not even have to worry, right? Let's just go to Mickey D's. Well, I couldn't, when I was drinking, I found hard liquor was a problem because I'll never accidentally drink 30 beers, but I would sometimes accidentally drink 30, ounces of hard liquor. That was a problem. And that's when I would actually get a hangover potentially. Thinks he's a penguin says, when I was young, people would throw eggs as they passed by in their cars at us while we were riding our skateboards. Eggs sting when thrown from a car moving 30 miles an hour. He said, that's my only thought on eggs. Yeah, man. Yeah, we used to get skate or die. They'd yell at us for skater fags. They'd yell that sometimes. Eggs are a fertility symbol, according to Jack Tucker. Interesting. They're good for your eyes also. High in choline, from what I understand. Lots of choline, as it were. Yeah. Here he comes, I think. What is that? Oh, L-tyrosine. What's that? Is that working for you?
Yeah, it's nice. I usually would take supplements that had it in there with other stuff, but having it by itself in a higher dosage than the proprietary blends is a little preferable, I think. They actually compare it to Adderall. I've heard people say it's like
nice.
People have said it's like, nature's Adderall or whatever. Yeah, I find it helpful. It's definitely a nootropic.
Right on. Yeah, I've never tried it unless it was in something else I took. So.
Yeah, it's good, man. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I just know it's an amino acid and it helps you get in a flow state. It's kind of like, about cat's claw. You ever heard of that?
I've taken it. I've heard a lot of things about it. Yeah, I've heard it's also a nootropic, but then it does other things also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
good for kidneys. I was taking it for my kidneys. Yeah, also good for the kidneys. Yeah.
Yeah, usually there's multiple benefits with some of these things. Is what's interesting. Yeah.
Yes. So, do you think that's been?
You are. Oh, I was just saying. I like that you're versed in these things. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. And I think that's where some people don't realize that part of me being able to not go to the doctors is I know a lot about this stuff, and I've actually added to my knowledge, since then, right? So, and the medical system ain't going to fix me, as we know, but. Yeah, there's a tea I take, which is like a Mexican herb, herbal blend, and that's one of the ingredients is cat's claw.
Okay, right on.
Then I think after I was talking to you about nootropics, I think I was looking at some info, and then I saw that cat's claw was also a nootropic. I said, that's interesting. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it gets used in some products that I like. But I'd say lion's mane overall is like my favorite, I guess, alternative to not to to caffeine. Like caffeine, coffee alternative. If I had to pick something that's like a stimulant, or it's not even a stimulant for real. Like maca is a stimulant, but the point is there's a bunch of different herbs and roots out there and mushrooms that will give you, things that are on par with normal ways of getting those things into your body, or typical things like caffeine to get into a flow state or to get energy. You can get that from things that sometimes you would not expect it. Some of these things, people have never heard of. But there's a lot of alternatives out there. If you go to a place called Fresh Time, where I stay here in the Midwest of Missouri, there's a place called Fresh Time where people might know like Whole Foods, but places that have a supplement vitamin section that's big, like not that GNC shit, but somewhere where they got like a big and diverse collection of different supplements, all the different types of iodine, magnesium, probiotics, the roots and adaptogens like we're talking about. there's a lot to choose from, basically, you know. There's so many different things for so many different problems that people might have. And, you know, nature does supply the remedy for almost anything, it seems.
Well, and as the Dow points out, 5 pizzas and 2 ounces of weed is all you need diet-wise. Nice. But I think I'm going to go about another hour. I got to take a phone call at 2:00, so I got about another hour to chill out and hang out. So I'm glad you're here because I'm a little. I don't know if it's the events of the day or, you know, my illness or both, but dude, my nerves are fucking shot, man.
I feel really on edge today. Now I mean, there's a couple different reasons for that, but overall, besides like any type of personal things going on in life, I don't know. I think it's something, again, to what I was saying earlier with the collective energies and stuff going on with the stars. I think I need to do like a hardcore workout today because there's been all this energy building up, and I stay moving around. I stay on the go. I walk a lot, but I haven't gotten like a good, you know, weight session or calisthenics or even going for a run. Like, I mean, I'm 25. Like, these are things that I've thought about. It's like, I don't go for runs anymore. I don't have to be a runner, but I want to at least be able to, you know, go for a run, like, you know, every other week maybe, or once a week, just to get that cardio back in my life. Just, you know, I'm young and I have so much energy actually that I could be using all the time and a lot more. So that's something I've been thinking about, because I don't go to the gym anymore and I haven't really been on like a routine or regimen for working out like I used to be. So now that the weather's changing again, you know, shifts are going on, there's like windows of opportunity to make changes in our life, to implement new habits that are going to stick. You know, changing of seasons are always good, you know, like opportunity windows to implement novel ways of doing shit in your life.
Yeah, here's what I am the Dow says to here's how you get past your anxieties. Go rip the plates off a stranger's car today. Tell him you just freed him from being a slave. Let me know how you feel then. Yeah. That's good stuff.
That picture.
Yeah, I love it.
It's good.
Oh man. There you go. Or even you know.
Jack 2B, aka Goatfoot.
Oh, is that what we're calling it? Goatfoot? Well, I don't know how graphic I want to get here, but that's not a practice I've ever shied away from. I can tell you. Yeah, you are what you eat. Indeed, that's what I should have told Drew. Drew left too quick. I should have said I am what I eat. But yeah, deep dive into the Yoniverse. Indeed, sir. Indeed, big fan. Big fan.
Yo, I didn't catch all of that last night, but I had to just go up there before I went to bed, and I said, "Is there a reason you're closing your eyes, like you're channeling the message when you start speaking?" Like,
Who, Paul?
he said, "No, Aaron Gottry or whatever. He said something about quantum, like manifesting, or I don't know if he said quantum channeling, quantum manifesting." But I tried to bring it up because I noticed at times I would start getting that pretentious vibe, like, okay, here we go. You know, people thought that Paul was an asshole, pretentious, or cult leader. I mean, look at this dude. Honestly, the way he was carrying himself, he would start to close his eyes and like look really serious and like, you know, kind of be in this flow state. But his eyes would be closed for like a good 30 seconds or more. And I don't know, because I mean, I've done that too when I get into flow states. I know that's just a thing people can do, but I don't know. I was getting really strange vibes from that guy last night. I gotta go back and watch some of it because I know they went backstage and Paul was live streaming like a 12-hour broadcast yesterday. So I would like to catch up on that.
Yeah, man. Maybe I'll go tune in at some point. I don't know. I'm still kind of recovering from the whatever this has been today.
Oh yeah, seems like a culmination. I feel like there's been some stepping stones up into where we are at now.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. You can't just renounce your slavery. You have to earn your freedom in this realm. That's interesting. It's interesting, Jack. There you go, Roy. Expansion and contraction. Indeed. Well, I see the numbers falling off a little bit, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. If y'all got anything else to do, I'm just about spent at this point. I don't have a whole lot left to give, but it's been real. I'm glad y'all was all here. Oh, Tommy to save the day. Amazing. He's always right on time. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah,
What's up, Tommy?
I was gonna ask you guys some stuff.
All right.
Oh, I still got it on the member Barry's name. Hold on. So, I got an idea for my man on the street. Hold on, let me get my TV volume. I'm gonna do these tinfoil hat interviews where I'll be at like downtown Denver. I'll have a fucking foil hat on for the man on the street shit. But I'm trying to think of what to use. I'm gonna take these like the phone headphones that have a little microphone for it. I need a device that would be funny to like wrap this around to make it the microphone, even though it's just gonna be the headphone mic wrapped around it. And I mean everybody's gonna go dildo, and it would be funny to do a dildo, but somebody probably like swing on you for sticking a dildo up in their face like a fucking microphone. But the guy that said you have to earn your freedom and all that stuff, if you had 40 acres for your food and everything and you were just happy on that 40 acres, if somebody put razor fence around that 40 acres, does it make a difference? Well,
no, that's an interesting way to look at it. For certainly, I was sort of thinking about what you're proposing there. Yeah, that's. I had never really thought about it that way, Tommy.
Well, it's kind of what people are saying whenever Paul gets adamant about the registration and the plates, and people are just like, "Yeah, I don't care. I'll fucking pay for my registration and plates. Like, no sweat off my sack, And it's like, yeah, if we didn't have to have them, that'd be like what, $75 in their pocket that they weren't worried about anyway. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's like maybe somebody's out there like racking their brain because they can't fly. And it's like, I don't care, I can't fly. Do you? It's like I don't feel
No, I don't care.
yeah, you don't feel enslaved or entrapped because you can't fly. It's all relative. Like I said, man, I used to have to drive a guy's electric wheelchair by walking beside it and doing the analog stick for him.
Yeah, I'm kind of out of it, Tommy. I'm running out of
You've
steam.
been going hard, man. Not everybody can sit in a trailer and do 12-hour streams a day, man.
That's true. It's there is something to that, I would say.
Yeah, I'd probably say the thing I get confused of, but he doesn't. Well,
let's not even go there.
Well, I started to say he doesn't project any other aspects to it. Then I was like, well, maybe he does. Like he does go like get yell. He does get hyped a lot and yell.
Yeah,
But
well, either way, it's
I'm not going there, man. I'm the one that's sick of hearing it.
Indeed, indeed.
But no, I would say like it's probably his passion for it because the same way people have accused me of still being on it, it's like I've sat here in all hours just because there's been a good conversation or a good panel going. And I've even told people that I just met. Like, hey man, I don't want you to think I'm like on speed or anything. I'm just excited to meet like-minded people for a change. Like that's what I used to tell this veteran and him and his son, because when we first met, they were all about the like uh, going off grid or bugging out if they had to and shit, and we just jaw flap so much about it. I'd be like, I'm not talking too much, am I? It's just been a long time since I met militant, equipped people that are like minded.
Are you playing with a lighter? What is that?
I'm trying to light a bowl, but yeah, this lighter's on its last fucking. It's on its last lights.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind consuming some cannabis at this time, but now maybe going back to truck driving soon. See how it goes.
How did they do the test for that?
It's just typically urine screen, which
Yeah,
I know they're defeatable, but I'm not that interested in defeating it.
well, man, I got lucky one time because when I was driving those buses, I would take one with, because you had to have a backpack anyway for like all your bus driver shit. So I would just carry a drug test or synthetic urine with me every day to work. And it's like in the morning, I'd heat it up for the exact time that by the time I got to work, it would be body temperature. And the one time they hit me with a random, it was a morning that it was just cold. Like I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll just take it. And it turned out that it was the woman's son doing the drug tests. So he looked at it kind of funny, but then just wrote the temperature was fine on the paper. But if it had been her, I probably would have gotten questioned or had to take another one.
Oh, you didn't have to take it after all?
No, I took it, but the stuff was like cold. It wasn't my body temperature, and the cups have the temperature
Oh,
readout.
so you just gave them the cold stuff and hope for
Yeah, I
the
was
best?
like, what am I gonna do? Like, I might as well just pour it in here. It's not like I'm gonna piss in it or give him an empty cup. So yeah, he was just like a younger guy, and we were just shooting the shit. So by the time he like looked at the temperature, he kind of looked at it funny, and he just kind of like shrugged it off and wrote the temperature, and I was like, nice. But I pretty much put that up to Sky Daddy.
Oh yeah, that is a thing that happens sometimes. Yep, absolutely.
Lots of times. Yeah, man, when I worked at that plant where we made that craft plant where we made Capri Sun pouches, we were all on lunch break going to the gas station, and we were four dudes in my car, all in our beard nets and hair nets and uniforms. And a cop followed us into the gas station because I turned weird from the center lane. I kind of did like a shit turn. And he parked in behind us, and we all four got out, and just like a waft of cloud came out of the car with us. Like the smell was undeniable. And he fucking let us go because he knew it was four dudes that had a fucking job and shit. Didn't even shake my car down or nothing. But he did let us go in the sheets and do all the shopping, like let me sweat it like the whole time. And it was like an hour and a half from my hometown, and I ran into a girl in there that I went to high school with. She's like, how are you doing? I was like, oh man, I think I'm about to go to jail. Like there's a cop out there checking my car. We were obviously smoking weed. But yeah, man, you let us go. And that's the same state I did jail time for speeding, because Virginia is a commonwealth.
See, that was a good
Yeah,
story.
fuck
I
a
enjoyed
Commonwealth.
that.
Well, good, Christos. I couldn't tell either of you were still here. You're camouflaged in your background.
So is
I
that
did
Mitch
have.
Mars Life? Not to interrupt you, Tommy. I just
No, Mars is cool. He should come up.
okay. Word.
What do you mean instead of meth, Mars? I came to this panel because Lou Bass was saying Breaking Bad, Breaking Bad. I showed up like, where is it? I think even Wiz read that in the chat and was getting a kick out of it. So I was just sitting here watching, and after Lou said Breaking Bad so many times, I picked up my phone. I was like, okay, I gotta show up.
Good sport.
What's some tinfoil hat questions I could ask Christos? I was thinking maybe I'll walk around on the street and they can ask me something, and that's why it's tinfoil hat interviews. But I'm just mulling it around because I'm playing it up like it's a big Paul hit piece, and there will be the trans Paul part, which will be funny, but it's mostly just going to be like my fake news show that might have some real news in it.
A tinfoil question.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of stuff. Like I'm gonna take my hard hat and I'm gonna just layer it on the outside with tinfoil. And so I'll be wearing the tinfoil hat and I'll have the crazy looking microphone. And I'm just trying to think of some tinfoil questions.
Tartaria.
Yeah, I'll probably ask about stuff like that. Maybe some of this new stuff that's going on with the cryptos and going cashless. We'll also see how downtown goes. I mean, I go downtown a lot, but we'll see if I'm running into vagrants or what.
No doubt. I was just reading this comments again.
I still say
The
you and
funny
Peniel.
comments.
How close do you and Peniel live to each other? Do you know?
You live down in Florida. I live out here in Missouri, so not
Oh,
not
damn,
too
dude, you're
close,
closer
but
to
not too
me.
far.
Yeah, you're like a state over from me. Is Missouri legal weed?
Yep,
I was
all
gonna
the way
say if
around.
if not, you fucking just roll across the state. Because I've often thought about running up to Wyoming to get bang bang stuff. Yeah, Tao, I was watching that short today about whenever you all were calling for the blueberry that night with Jack and Hollywood Ben and everybody. I was watching that one today because I ripped some footage of EBT off of it. Well, it's all just weed now, Tao, because every legal state has, like, this is the thing with every state that goes legal. It's easy for companies to grow more weed than people are buying, and then they only shoot themselves in the foot as they have to either throw weed out or price it down or whatever. But it's kind of like it was its thing when it was illegal and rare and expensive. It all came together, and I like it being flooded and cheap, of course, but you don't always get the best good weed, even though it's still good weed. Well, it depends on the quantity,
Mic
Tao.
check. Oh, okay, there we go.
Chew.
Yeah, man. I think that's actually cool. So you're for real gonna make a channel because people have been like talking about it for so long.
Well,
You're actually
I
gonna
mean,
kind of surprise people and decide to do it after all.
well, I think everybody that ever watched YouTube kind of thinks about what they do because I've gone through different phases over not doing it. Like I've thought about all kinds of things over the years I might have done, but I think this situation where we're all interacting and stuff is why I'm finally and I think maybe it was you or somebody else was saying the other day that they really needed a new artistic outlet, and yeah, I can use that as well. But yeah, right now I'm just kind of basing it off of the equipment I have, which is like I could make videos and post them. I don't really have equipment to do streaming with because since I'm a single guy, I'm doing this thing that family people wouldn't be able to do, where you would usually put your investment money in the market and your savings money in the bank and then your spending money in your checking and blah blah blah. I put everything in the market, gambling on the shit that's going down, like to change society as we know it. So I'm just betting the whole farm on all these different directions. And when I need money, like for rent or bills, I just sell the minimum I need to sell to pay that so that I know the maximum money I can have in these plays is in it. But if you had like a significant other or kids or something, you wouldn't want to do that. It's just a loose cannon single guy thing I'm doing.
Loose
But
cannon. I
yeah, seat of the
like
pants.
that.
But I think this AMC thing, it looks like it might be unfolding this month, and I'll knock on wood because we've said that for 3 years. But now it's like, yeah, the banks are crashing. Nobody's got any liquidity to do anything with, and it's slowly starting to go up. And one day, a couple of hedge funds will just pay off their shorts, and it's going to pop up and start a chain reaction. And then a bunch of squeeze plays will start going off because if a hedge fund has to close one squeeze, it's got to close them all, and it's going to make a snowball effect. Dude, do any of you guys know
Salutes.
what the fuck is it called? Let me look in my channels here.
Did you
It's
do
the one
Member like Yurt? Like how Austin accidentally did his name when he changed it? He said he did Member instead of
well, this
member.
is the way I had it that first time I was the blueberries. I did it wrong this time, but it was the member berries. And really I was just doing that thing off South Park. If you saw the remember berries off South Park. Um but yeah, I was trying to spell it like that again. See if I can do this without kicking myself out of the panel. Okay, it's a channel called Hoax Wars. Have either of you guys heard of them? You guys hear me? Christos, are you muted?
Yep. Yeah, we hear you.
Have you guys ever heard of Hoax Wars? Like
No.
HOAX Wars? Um, they're another panel channel that I ran into one night. There was only two people there that knew me. One of them was from Subs. But they sat me down and showed me a bunch of Owen Benjamin clips where I was like, man, I'm mad that he was singing about Crocco's death, but every clip they showed me, I was like, man, I'm really vibing with Owen Benjamin on this shit you're showing me. It was funny. But yeah, man, they're
Mm-hmm.
about the type of size of all ours, and I feel like I'd seen Hoax in a panel or in the chat somewhere else, but I can't remember. But yeah, I don't know why we don't see them around or why we don't know who they are. They're no bigger than us. They were just sitting there doing bong hits talking about stuff.
Oh, word.
Yeah. But
Yeah, shout out to
they have
Sovereign
this
Soul.
they had this guy that I was like, we got to get that guy on Jack Talcott because he came up to like they acted like he was gonna come up and like wreck me on crypto and stuff. And when he came up, his little undertitle said 150 plus IQ. And then the longer he talked, he was just like stuttering and stumbling and into it, and be like, "Listen, I know you think you're smarter than me, but I don't like." And he's just like doing it, and I was like, "Wait, you're doing a bit?" I was like, "He's doing a bit." I was like, "Oh, I like this guy." So yeah, I hope I can find him streaming again and maybe see if I can intertwine them into our community because a couple of those guys were pretty cool. And it was good to hear Wiz and fucking Lou talking like they're having enough of Paul like bitching him out and stuff, because for the longest time, like before the other channels were found, it was mostly just me getting bitched out, and then nobody would relate with me when I'm like, man, he's always bitching people out. And now that I'm not there as much, it sounds like everybody's catching some, which will help him correct himself, as we all do. Like I've had my own things that I didn't realize I had to correct about myself until I did it to too many people and saw it for myself. Like sticking my dick in their ear. Dude, I tried to do that bit one night when I was on camera and people cut me off before I could get the second part out. Because that's an old joke where, hold on, is my camera working? Oh, it's pointed the wrong way. Let me change my camera around here.
Isn't it amazing to have a chick like licking your ear and like breathing in your ear during sex?
If they do it right. I'm
Right.
pretty good about it too. Have you ever had a chick like bite and pull on your bottom lip so hard that you almost think you're gonna have to punch her? Like, because you can't say anything, she's pulling your fucking bottom lip away. And I'm like, it's only been like twice that this happened, but both times it was like, I don't know what they think they're doing, but I feel like my lip's about to rip off my fucking mouth. And okay,
Yeah.
so here's the joke.
Right.
The joke you do like your mom or whoever we're talking about is like, well, they like it in the ear because every
Pardon
time
me.
I go to put it in, I know they like it in the ear because every time I go to put it in their mouth, they go. I got to watch myself.
Looking good, Tommy. You're looking fresh.
Actually,
Did you just shower earlier or something?
oh yeah, I might have showered, but I do look like shit if you ask me. I need to get some sun and fucking put some weight back on, and I might grow some hair. Well, it's summertime, so probably won't in the summer, but
Summertime shagging.
yeah, I mean, I guess I can do either way. But since I walk my dog so much, I probably will shave my head a lot in the summer. But really, I've just let it wreck me that, like, I haven't lost hair enough that I can't do a head of hair. But just because over lockdowns, it started to recede in the front a little bit, I was just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna start shaving a lot because I was driving the bus anyway. And you have to regulate your temperature in those buses. It's tricky because they give you your own climate shit in the front with like heat or cooling because it might be dead of the summertime and you're picking people up from dialysis. So they're freezing their asses off in the dead of summer and they still want the heat on in summer. And it would kill you as a driver if you didn't have the AC blowing straight on you while they're getting the bus heated when you drive them. And then it's the opposite for wintertime. You might need to be heating yourself when somebody wants it cold or something. But yeah, so having my head shaved, you could control like your beanie or your hat to stay warm, and then if you needed to cool off, you had your head shaved to like take it off and start losing heat. Did you ever watch
Yeah, I'm enjoying the change of temperatures, man. Praise be, man.
yeah, and
Oh,
I feel
geez.
like every spring I didn't realize how depressed I was getting staying inside more and having the sun be gone more until it comes out for the spring and it reminds me like how down I had
Right.
gotten into the winter. Yeah, I got some corny stuff that might work for a stupid mic. Oh, there's my dog's. My dog has like a fake rubber stick. It looks like a stick, but it's rubber. I might use that.
feel like I need to do round 2 of just like sitting in the sun for like a good hour with my headphones on, listening to binaural beats, and kind of just like meditating / sleeping in the sun when it's really warm and not too hot, but you know, you'll be breaking a sweat while you're out there depending on what you're wearing, and then you'll come inside refreshed and take a cold shower. And it's a good, you know, use of the hot and the cold. You use the hot to detox, and then you take all the sun in, and then you can rinse off with some cold therapy, ice cold shower afterwards after you detox and you've taken in all that sun. It's a good way to integrate, you know, those two polarities, the polarity forces of nature. Just a simple, good, effective way to do shit, you know, just like a
Yeah,
sauna
you just
after a
gotta
workout.
be careful with like the relaxing meditation in the sun. If you fall asleep, it's a good way to cook yourself. Because one time when you
Well,
guys were talking
this is
about
not on
the
boil. My bad. I was just saying it's not like on super hot days, you know, like I'm saying, like just enough that
yeah,
you'll be
and I'm
breaking a little
thinking in the
sweat.
context of Colorado, like Colorado, we're a mile above sea level, and you're like, it sounds silly to say it, but it is true. You're like that much closer to the sun, and it's like it's beating down on you, and you need sunglasses in the winter, or else the snow will just blind you off the ground. Um, but yeah, I did solar jobs not thinking with my shirt off and turned into a lobster of pain for like a week. Uh, so when you guys were
Wow.
talking one day about like the sun gazing and the grounding and stuff,
Yeah.
I was saying like yeah, and you still got to be mindful of having some kind of SPF on, because
I
that's
hear that.
one thing I get on what's it called, the artificial sun theory. I'm like, yeah, guys, that sun gives us cancer and destroys things on the earth. And we struggle to create energy and electricity on that level. So it's like I can't really buy into the artificial sun thing. It's quite the menace if you're not careful about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're young, so as you get older, you should pay attention if you notice new moles popping up on your skin, because that's like the more bad sun you get, it'll like consolidate into a new mole. And I think that's
Mm-hmm.
along the lines of like how one would develop skin cancer or something. I know I did it over the years, but at my age, I am usually wearing shirts or whatever in the sun more often, or else just not even out there as often.
Word.
But dude, if you're in Missouri, you should come out. You should bring your girl out this summer, because Denver has the best water world in America. And me and my friend used to eat mushrooms or acid and go, and it's fucking blast.
Oh
Because then
yeah.
you don't care about standing in lines, because you're just tripping your balls off. And the fucking water rides and water slides when you're hot but tripping and in the water, it's awesome.
Dude, yeah, that does sound like a nice experience actually. It's making you saying that is making me think about being at the beach tripping acid or being at the pool, like being at a friend's
Yeah.
pool in their backyard,
The
tripping.
significance is you're wearing sunglasses so nobody can see your eyes all geeked out.
Man, dude, I remember over a year ago now at this point, I was with my cousin down in Florida, visiting family, and we took like half a red gel tab each. And once we got down to the beach, I got my headphones on. I was listening to Black Sabbath, and when I closed my eyes and kind of sat down in the sand, that's when it really kicked in, and I realized, holy shit, like I've been having visuals. I've just had my eyes open, but I've been having these closed eye visuals like the whole time, it seems. They were there right as I closed my eyes. And
Yeah, it's the
it was fucking
darkness.
intense, bro. Wow. Like,
Yeah.
wow.
Like you can have visuals in things that you see, But whenever you see total darkness, that's where your brain can go crazy with it, because that's the palette for your brain to just
Yeah.
install things. Yeah, I worked with a guy at that, one of the guys that got out of that cloud waft car in front of the cop. He grew a bunch of fresh tripping mushrooms, and we blended them up. Like, we picked them fresh out of his little closet grow. We blended them up into Sunny D, and we all drank them. And we were so fucking tripped out, man. We went out around his house, and it was at nighttime. And I was like, "Where are we?" I was like, "Is this a lake? Is is there a little island out in the lake with like a house on it? Is there a little house on an island out there in that lake?" And this dog runs by and sets off the motion light, and it was just a field. I was like, "Wow, man,
Oh,
I'm
wow.
fucking tripping my balls off." And then our other
Dude,
friend
yeah.
came back from pissing. Yeah, he came back from pissing in the woods. He's like, "Do I have piss all over me?" We were like, "No, why?" And he's like, "Oh, I was just pissing," and all of a sudden it was just like there was audience faces, and I was scared to piss on them, so I was like pissing left and right, trying not to piss on the faces. Like, I thought I got it all over me. But it was that crazy, man. It was like fresh mushrooms just blended up into
Yeah.
vitamin C beverage. Yeah, we were losing it.
I know what you mean. I've had some pretty cool experiences / crazy experiences with my cousins with LSD. They've definitely had their fair share of dosing. Specifically, my cousin that's equal age. He's a tattoo artist up north. He's the one that I went to the festival with and tripped with. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I've tripped with my cousins a couple times and definitely had those types of experiences where it seems that you're like breaking through the veil and it's very chaotic, and like you know that what you're seeing is hallucinations, but there's also it almost, the line blurs between reality and hallucination when you get to a certain point, whether it's L or mushrooms. I find it more with mushrooms. But yeah, I've gotten to that point with my cousins. And we were out in the forest driving around through the backwoods of Wisconsin on the countryside. We were all tripping in this van, smoking joints. And we stopped out by this little river, and all the bullfrogs were going. The sound was tripping me out. I remember walking down the boardwalk into the water, and we had our flashlights on. And I was just trying not to look down because I felt like it was going to be like Lord of the Rings when they're pulling up on Mordor, and they go through the swamp marshes, and then all of a sudden they see the dead people down below in the marshes and the water below them. I was afraid I was going to look down and see that. And as well as, I remember multiple of us had to piss, and it was so dark out in the forest. I was starting to hallucinate like there was beings, like some type of like entities in the forest that were coming for us. Not coming for us, but just here with us while we were peeing. And then my fucking cousin's telling me, do you ever just have those things that, you're going to take to the grave and you're never going to tell anyone? Our older cousin said this shit. I said, bro, what are you fucking saying, man? I was already tripping my balls off, peeing out in the middle of the forest. It's kind of creepy, middle of nowhere darkness. And he's talking about that shit like he's fucking killed or raped someone or some shit. He's like, you ever have those things you're never going to be able to tell anyone you're going to take to the grave? Like, what do you say to your fucking friend or cousin when you're both tripping and they say some shit like that?
That's why people used to make me go with them to trip, because I do that stuff to them. Like like we had the high school in our hometown we got a new high school built by the time I was like a senior, and the old one got turned into a business center, and the football field got paved over for a parking lot. And so we were like tripping and walking through there one night, and I like got down on like a kneel and like touched it with my fingers, and I was like, can you imagine how a couple inches of pavement separate the past from the present? And they were like, whoa. And I'm like, I'm just fucking with you, man. We're tripping. And that night, I had the whole trip, the whole time we walked around town, I had an orange that I was peeling. And at the end of the night, it was just that orange bulbous brain with none of the white fiber. I just slowly shed it all of the fiber and everything. Like, you know how there's the white part.
Yeah,
But
it's like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Classic, just kind of friendly, messing around with. It's like some Joey Diaz shit. Messing with
and
your friends while they're
sometimes stuff will
tripping.
sound deep when it, like, sometimes acid will make things seem more deep than they are. Because that's kind of
Yeah,
what I
right.
wondered. Like that night on your show, there was sometimes I was talking, I was like, wait, am I feeling a little more like emotionally stirred over this than I should be? Because I was thinking like,
Tommy, we're gonna real quick. I'm sorry, I just want to say we're gonna do this again. We're gonna do a little more pre-planning. I want to do a show with you, bro. We can resolve. You have good in you.
well,
Despite
it's
some
not
of the
really a
times you be
thing, man.
wilding out.
I would just
That's
say,
what I want to have you on my show again sometime. I need to do my part of more planning out as the host, and then we can just get more
that's
on the
fine,
same
man.
page and
I
figure something
always
out.
would have been on your show again. The only thing I've took a real issue with was that you should post the video back up. But Christos, it's been like almost a year now. Like even whenever, like, the chat doesn't get it yet, but yesterday whenever I was raging, being like, I'm never coming on Benton's show again, it's like, well, here I am.
Right.
Like, there's like a lot of streets that it's like, keep up. Come on. Like whenever somebody said, oh, it looks like you're back at Benton's today, like you said you'd never be back to Benton's again. I'm like, oh, are you still playing that game? Like Wizard
I
already
hear
got me
you.
past all that. Yeah. Like sometimes you just got to come at people in these streets for the motive that it is, because even me and Paul going this long, like I said, it's because neither of us can just break the other's nose and be done with it. So you got to either go or have a way to finish it that isn't that. But yeah, man, I was never like,
Stalemate.
yeah, I was never burning bridges with you. If anything, it was like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna trigger this younger guy, and it will initiate his rite of passage sooner. You know, some shit like that.
Yeah. No doubt.
I mean, look at me, man. I've spent 6 months trying to convince people that I'm not doing certain substances, and I'm sitting there telling them I'd have no problem telling you when I do, and now I have to.
Right.
Now it's almost like these streets are gonna make me go find some and be like, okay, today's the day I'm gonna do it, and we can all just shut up and just say that I did it or whatever, you know?
Speaking of, talking about Sykes, it had been a long time since I had done acid when I did with my cousin, these gel tabs. In fact, I don't know if I've ever done gel tabs up until that point. And
It's
we were just
still
going into this,
acid.
like, there was this gift shop that we went into, and, like, it wasn't even that crazy, but, man, there was a bunch of people, tight corners and spaces. I was just hyper aware. Everything was happening really fast. I almost felt like I couldn't keep up with perception. Like, it was a weird feeling of, like, speeding perception, but you almost can't keep up. You're almost like in this weird, like, zen state where you're not paying attention to any of it, but you kind of need to because you're out in crowded public spaces with vehicles driving around, people walking around everywhere. It's like,
Oh yeah,
I
that's
want
good
to
to
just
have
sit
a
there and kind of chill and meditate with the type of mind state I'm in, but now I kind of just gotta like walk around and make it a sleepwalking thing and just play a role almost, and like, oh yeah, I'm looking at stuff, kind of like bullshit and talk to the family I'm with, and
Now, I
meanwhile
do
I'm just
have
in
a
another
story.
world.
I do have a story for you on that line, but first, like Benton, I get like viewers just coming and going, but I don't understand how subs change so rapidly. Like I'm never like unsubbing and resubbing the channels. Like if I'm subbed and I hate you, I'd probably just leave it sit subbed until like notifications bother me more than I come back to a channel. But yeah, I don't know, because other channels talk about that. I don't get how the subs are so varied. Like I get steady up or steady down, but a lot of channels talk like their sub count is like a stock market graph of like zigzags up and down. I just don't get it.
Yeah, mine's been pretty steady, slow and steady, but yeah. I think we hit 503 and now we're to 499, but it's more of a psychological thing. It doesn't really matter, I don't think, in the long run.
That's exactly why it's like a stock market graph, because a lot of that's psychological. Like there's people that bought AMC at $70 that have had to hold at $6 and lower. And it's like I bought around 11. So it's not horrible for me to sit in these lows. But either way, if you know the squeeze is coming, it shouldn't affect you at all. But the fact that you bought in at a price compared to what it is, it does affect you. And that's why Zen is the best head for the market. But since Benton's back, you guys will appreciate this story. I had some friends that went to what the fuck is the place everybody goes for the weed in the red light district. I'm losing the name. Not
Amsterdam.
Denver. Yeah, Amsterdam. I had some friends go to Amsterdam, and I even like said Amsterdam in my head whenever I was like, oh, I should tell them the story. They went whenever a couple years after they graduated high school or something, and they were tripping acid, going around trying out the weed and red lights and stuff, and they were crossing the street, and this homeless guy that was crossing with them got hit by a car. And my Jew friend, that's like Jew by race, not by, like your girl, like you were saying about your girl, he's not a Jew religiously, but he's Jew racially. He looked down and thought the homeless guy was him while he was tripping balls. And he was like, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. I'm like looking down at my body. And I don't know what they said, like they had to convince him, or he just walked around after that thinking he was like he had died back there after he saw himself get hit. But
I see what you did there, rotten fish. Go ahead, sorry, Tommy.
He does pride himself on being a Jew. He went to one of those Amsterdam prostitutes, and because he didn't get off before the song was over, he got her to give half his money back. Because he's a fucking Jew. And also, whenever I moved to Colorado, like his sister is who I stayed with before I moved to Colorado, because I would watch her kids for her for rent, and then I just sold weed when I wasn't watching her kid. And so whenever I got out here and left crates of records in their attic, that Jew motherfucker's ass is why all the stuff I left in that attic got raped. Like, I guess people went through, had their fill of whatever was up there. And it was all because my one good friend, like I had brought my magic cards with me, even though they died with my car in Russell, Kansas, hometown of Bob Dole. My good friend was like, hey, you should go up and see if Tommy's magic cards are up with his stuff. And once he went up there to see if they were there and found my crates of records and everything, I wasn't going to drive out to Colorado the first trip. That stuff all pretty much got raped and pillaged. But luckily, I'm more successful out here than I ever was back there. It doesn't really matter. I mean, there was collector's records I'll miss. I had the Sublime records where the vinyl was the sun, like the Sublime Sun graffiti was the vinyl, shit like that. And I had the Cheech and Chong album that came with the giant rolling paper that still had the rolling paper with it. Just shit like that I lost, but oh well. That was a
smell that.
Well, I was surprised. I found that Cheech and Chong record at a Goodwill or some kind of thrift shop. And as I was picking it up, I was like, I know the giant rolling paper ain't going to be in. Oh my God, it's got the giant rolling paper in it. Because back in the day when that album came out, all those heads were rolling that big ass joint up.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
Right, right.
it was a legit rolling paper the size of a record, an album fucking square.
Yeah, today's the first day I rolled up a joint in months. I haven't had a joint in months. Yeah, I just done like one hitters and bowls, maybe a bong bowl.
Yeah. That's one thing I've
Fun.
always been meaning to tell Paul about is like the closest I've ever come to nicotine withdrawals because I never smoked cigarettes. But whenever I was a swag lord, we rolled so many white owls daily that
Oh
when
my
I stopped
God.
smoking blunts, yeah, I got edgy and fucking irritable when we stopped smoking blunts. I was like, God
I
damn,
used
I'm
to do
getting the
time
nicotine
bombs.
addiction. Huh?
I used to do time bombs with my buddies. We'd get a nice medium to large size bong and then pack the blunt into a bowl and then smoke the blunt down like like a time bomb, like it's the fuse, and then you reach the bowl and that's the bomb, and you're fucking ripping all that fucking rest of the blunt that's inside there with its nicotine, and then the rest of the bowl, and you're fucking buzzing like a motherfucker. Outer space.
I
That shit was
think we did that
crazy.
with gravity bongs too. Did you ever make gravity bongs in the sink?
Uh, I've only done that shit like once or twice. Someone else had it at
That's
the
what was
time.
funny is people always made it with like maybe a 3 liter bottle with a 2 liter bottle
That's how we
inside
did
of it.
it. That's how we
Yeah.
did it.
But then once I had my own apartment, I was like, wait, I can just do it in the sink and then drain the sink. So we just started doing them out of the sink. One time we made a bong
Funny
out of a
comment.
huh?
Go ahead. No, my bad. I was just
We
saying
made
funny comment.
yeah, one time we made a bong out of a road cone and it took too much lungs. Like by the time you got the road cone full of smoke, you couldn't clear
What
it.
the fuck?
Yeah, man, it was so much like air mass, we didn't think about it because we were like younger stoners. But it was cool that we made a road cone into a bong. See, the thing I liked about that this morning, Benton, is like TBE and the Christian side of these streets have their like thing about them that everyone's like, eh. But in a situation like this, I still dig it. Like, let him do his thing whenever it's proper, you know? It's like if we're sitting around talking about, I don't know, some kind of anime with demon penis tentacles or something. He's gonna be all like Christian guidance counselor about it. But then whenever they're ripping OTW with that like picture, I don't know what that graph guy was or who drew it or where it's from. But whenever they're like delving into that, I was like, this is when I appreciate like the Christian type people. I mean, I technically still consider myself Christian, but it's like all these people say. It's like, what does that even mean in this day and age? So I just kind of, I'm like, I know God will sort it out, so I just roll with it. But, I don't like to yoke too tightly to anyone, so I don't have a problem not calling myself a Christian or even having Toilet Bowl Earth tell me that God cannot hear my prayers.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing for real. I feel it's my duty to stand against the toilet bowls. I don't want humanity to get flushed away, you know? So
Well,
fuck all
I
that
do oppose him.
self-righteous bullshit. And that's all
Right.
I'm
I
gonna
do
say.
oppose them when I see I think that's how I do anybody is whenever I see that situation where they need that opposition and not even me saying I'm that gatekeeper, but I get what you're saying because I never knew until we were talking on the phone that you were technically Christian because you
No,
throw
I'm
in like
not.
that this story. Oh, okay. I thought you were telling me something
What the-
about that church you work at is a Christian church, right?
Yep.
Okay. Because yeah, when the way you like throw the Star of David and some other symbols in your name, I was like, well, I don't think he's full blown like Christianity. But I thought you had said something along
Nope.
the Jesus
Nope.
line.
Nope. I happen to be around some people that are, but yeah, no.
Well, and like I said, who
I'm
am I to
Jewish.
even? You are Jewish?
No, I'm joking. I'm not
I know, because I
anything,
was like,
bro.
now I know you're
Yeah.
fucking with me because I thought you were Jewish.
Nope, I'm a friend of all creatures at the end of the day. That's what I am.
Yeah, I can vibe
Love
with that.
without fear.
Lou's kind of doing the thing I hope I can do once I'm out on my land, is post up some cameras in different directions and maybe have like a Bluetooth microphone on. And then you just hear me wherever I am, no matter what range I seem to be walking around at. I was going to try and use, I have this one. This is like a Bluetooth that you can connect it to something and then plug headphones and a mic into this, and just walk around like free with this Bluetooth. The only thing is, I had it sitting around in a box for so long that the battery won't hold a charge. So it's pretty much useless now. But they're probably like $5 if they're still in stores. What the fuck was that look for, Lou? He does have that farmer shape, how he looks like a circle with bowed legs coming out. He looks like the way like a Sunday comics guy would draw a farmer. So
You know, the real meat and potatoes is in the mysticism. You know.
you mean in as
all-
far as like the religion and
Exactly.
everything?
100%.
Oh, sweet! Thank you for chiming in there. Yeah.
Is that OTW?
Now, what? What about
I
OTW?
couldn't tell who the exactly 100% was.
No, the mysticism, because let's face the
Yeah,
reality
Ben.
that most likely none of these people have experienced such.
Oh, it
Very
was
high
Benton, okay.
likelihood.
You didn't sound like Benton whenever you said exactly 100%.
Yeah, you know, I just think some of it comes with me, especially number one, when I talk about my personal experiences and stuff, then here come the demonic attacks. But I think there's some element of jealousy because these people, I don't believe, have experienced any of that so-called mystical experience, Christos. That's my
Right.
opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't see any evidence of it.
No, it's
Mhm.
true because that's what I was gonna propose about the gematria thing that everybody's questioning on. The whole gematria thing could just be, look, there's something you can see is synchronizing. Do you get it or do you not? Like here's this obvious, those numbers are those numbers, and this guy's telling you that matches up. Like there it is. Do you get something out of seeing that or do you not? Because when Christos was talking about walking around tripping in town and stuff, we've had people that have never tripped with us that have never tripped that were like our straight edge friends, and we'd be tripping our balls off saying something like, "Oh my God, this thing is a thing," and this and this, and the sober people were like, "Man, I gotta get out of here, man. You guys are making me feel like I'm fucking tripping," and they're like starting to see what we're seeing or relate to what we're saying, and that's how it was like, yeah, man, it's not even about the chemical that's affecting us. It's like you get it. You see it too right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be tapped into from different inputs.
Yeah.
Multiple inputs.
Yeah, I mean, give or take the visuals and the like stomach feeling it gives you. Like I said, I think the biggest thing about LSD is that you just can't lie to yourself about it on it. Because even on your show, I was talking about like I'm trying to figure out how I might be taken advantage of if you guys were interrogating me right now. And then I realized later on, did you notice how toward before I got cut off, like before I dropped off the show, but toward later on, even though I couldn't stay focused and I couldn't remember things in the moment, I started calling back everything. I was going, oh, and you said this earlier, and you said this earlier, and boom, here's a call back to this, boom. And I was like, maybe that's the interrogation thing, is they just work you for a while, and then all of a sudden the LSD will have you recalling all their old questions that they hit you with, and then you start just blabbing it out. But I've never had a CIA guy tell me that's how they use LSD. And I, if they do scary pain stuff while you're on it, that's got to be fucking crazy. I would think the strategy would be better to just be like good cop while this guy hallucinates. But you never know with how they do the Monarch and Manchurian Candidate shit.
Yo, I don't know where Benton went, but I'm about to hop on my phone and get in my car here. So I want to keep going with this, but I'm gonna wait till he gets back.
If Benton leaves it up, we can go while it's going. I'm just about to try and fuck some more with this video stuff.
This rotten fish makes me think of Swedish fish.
And I'm trying to think of another Jew story because I do have them from that guy was like part of our high school group, and he did have his things that put me off. Like we weren't the best of friends.
Well, I think you and I can both relate to having some type of certain size nose that comes with an advantage in the bedroom. It's like a secret weapon, you know?
Yeah. That's like
Right,
somebody
so-
tried to suggest that they play the Humpty dance for me to sing with it. And I was like, oh, do you mean because of my nose? I was like, because in the 69, this will tickle the rear. And I just started going, like we used to rock some Humpty dance, man.
Mic check, mic check.
Hi, Lou.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hello.
Am I all staticky?
Yeah, Lou, while I got you here, I want to delay an idea on you that I'm going to try on my land.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and put like some kind of post or stake in the ground for each like row that you would have to till, and I'm gonna get like a an electric winch, probably at like Harbor Freight or something, like you would put on the front of a Jeep, and I'm gonna have it like you'll stick it on the post and then run the winch line down to use that as like the mule that pulls the till. Like you'll put the weight on the old school style till, but instead of like a mule or a cow pulling it, it's going to be that winch from the other end of the field. And then you just pull the winch off and put it on the next post and do the next row. But I don't know.
You gotta stop for a second. It's all unnecessary what you're talking about. I'll tell you what you want to do if you want to start the quickest garden. Easiest, quickest, best. When are you planning on planting on it?
Oh, you can only really, unless I do an indoor thing, where the land is, you can only really grow root stuff because in Colorado you can get a random spring frost that kills everything above the ground.
You could still grow a lot of brassicas and cabbages and stuff like that. You could still grow a lot of that stuff, even because they like cold weather. Some of those plants, they get sweeter when it's cold weather, you know, collard
Do they
greens.
have a deterrent to altitude? Because it's even higher up than Denver.
They'll grow. How high is your altitude?
I'd have to Google it, but Denver is a mile high, and this is higher than Denver. It's like 400 miles away, and it gets higher.
Yeah, eventually you might have to put a poly tunnel or something up. But the quickest way to
I'm gonna make an indoor grow for anything that can't grow there. But as far as tilling the ground, solar powered electric winch, I think that's
Yeah, but the best thing, you know what you do? You get yourself a big black tarp or a couple of them, however big you want to make your garden. You cover the earth. You go like there today, and you cover the earth with a big black tarp, and then you just leave it there for as long as you can. And everything underneath it, all the weeds, all the roots of the weeds, everything will die with the heat of the sun. And then when you pull it off with a rake, you'll be able to just turn the soil. It'll be so nice and soft because the worms will get under there with that warmth, and they'll move everything around.
I'm going to show you. I'm bringing pictures up right now. I know where our
I know what you're talking
miscommunication is.
about, but it's unnecessary. You could start a good garden without having to dig anything.
No, we're talking my land is a mix of soil and sand and cactus and rocks. It's not where you are. It's not like what you're dealing with.
Then you got to put up a polytunnel and get some good earth in and some compost and make yourself some beds.
And that's why I'm like, I'll probably just bore out a cave just for like the indoor grow. But I will show you the pictures anyway.
Yeah, indoors, there's a lot of great ways to grow indoors nowadays, and fairly cheap with the light systems they have. They're pretty amazing. The LED lights that they have, they don't waste a lot of hydro. You can run them on a friggin' solar system.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's my degree.
All right, I just came on to show off me digging, just so you
Hold
guys
on.
can watch.
Just give me 1 second. I'm almost there. I'm here now. Can you look at your screen? Oh shit.
Yeah, I see you.
All right. This is my land.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so you look like you got some elevation there.
Yeah, that's the this is the Rio Grande River.
Yeah, a lot of rock.
That's Ute Mountain. And that's New Mexico. Like this is Colorado where I'm taking the pictures, and that mountain right there is New Mexico.
Yeah.
Looks like a good place to do DMT.
Yeah.
Well, you could
good
survive
place to shoot guns. Good place to do anything that you can do away from people.
In that land there, where you are there, you could survive just on wild game. There's elk out there. There's deer out there. There's everything out there.
Yeah, they needed people to call the elk because we were supposed to introduce wolves back into Colorado, and now something came up where Wyoming's like, nah, we're not giving them wolves now. And I'm kind of like, well, how do wolves not just go where the fuck they want from Wyoming to Colorado? But I don't know what the deal was. So anyway, they needed people to help call the elk, and you didn't get to keep them for meat, which is stupid. But the game warden said they couldn't find enough people that could pass the shooting requirements so that you're not just wounding them to limp around. You have to be good enough to like take them out. And they said nobody was really passing the.
In that area there, they have such a liberal tagging system that you could probably get a couple of tags a year for elk, and you got all your sustenance right there.
Oh, trust me, Lou. The way wild horses and shit roll around there, if I can get something out of season with nobody knowing it, I'll do that. Like the natural way.
Yeah, you have the right to do that. You have the right to feed yourself.
Well, Colorado has a situation where if you live here, you can get a hunting license or a hunting tag for the year and just sell that for a god awful amount to some out of state person that wants to come in and hunt.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go on mute for a second.
That's what I say. All right. Oh, I guess Christos is driving. Pops in and out. Yeah, I don't know if I wasn't really elaborating, but I do have a lot of ideas that go along the lines of like a low tech form, or maybe I should say a high tech form, maybe inspired by like Luke Skywalker's uncle's, what was it called, a moisture ranch? I think that's what those were called. My uncle's moisture ranch on Dagobah 7. The same way I was talking about those little Raspberry Pi computers maybe running the hydroponics or something, and then these solar powered winches for doing the tilling. Just have some ideas like that. It's like, even though you don't need to do it, I just want to do it as a shtick, as a bit. Also, as a guy that's probably not going to have a lot of hands around the lift things. But yeah, Benton, I think you'd appreciate the thing I like about that land is no matter how bad the powers that be get, I will see you coming at least. Like, I'll know, well, this is the day a long, dusty government convoy seems to be headed out here. Because there is like one or two neighbors there that you'd very much discern whether it's them or not. Me and my neighbor went down there to camp just before winter, camp and shoot some guns. And the neighbor was over there, like, they're not really close enough to yell to each other or anything, but you can like see their cars coming and going. And they were just like laying on the horn a bunch one day. And I was like, do you think they need help? Are they like trying to signal us, or are they just fucking around with each other? Because I've never talked to them or nothing. And it's like, man, we're never out here and they're always out here. Maybe there's a reason they just beep a lot or something because it's home. And yeah, nothing ever seemed to be in danger, but once I'm down there more often, I definitely go over and shake a hand, looking and have a look in an eye, trade some names. Never know when I might show up with a compound fracture protruding through my skin. Maybe catch a ride into town from that guy. But he seems to be some kind of trucker. Like, whenever he's not there in the middle of nowhere, I think he drives some kind of rig. He had a couple parked around, and that's what he was coming and going in. Dude, there was a lot of my life working different types of jobs that I was like, man, had I known, I would have been a trucker out of high school. Like, had I known how much with different jobs I would enjoy just driving a work truck with the radio, or just driving around with my dog, I would have made an all right trucker. I just don't like the part where you see a semi on the shoulder and he's got the front open, climbing up in that shit himself. Like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be a diesel mechanic while I'm trucking, but with a lot of them, it's kind of like a requirement.
Yeah, breakdowns are no fun. I fortunately never broke down on the side of the interstate.
And if you, as the driver, can't figure it out or fix it yourself, it just is what it is, right? Like,
well, yeah, you're there until they come tow you or fix it or whatever. Yeah.
Did you ever see the Croco filter that I showed CBO in that one?
Yeah, I was there.
Whenever he was Iron Man.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
It was funny. And then, like, in typical CBO fashion, he was like, "You got to take it down. Take it down. It's freaking me out."
He rolled with it, from what I recall. He was a little taken aback initially.
I just like it because it's the whole reason I took the clip of him was because I was like, I gotta get that time that he said, except for Lumitami, fuck that faggot. It was like that was
Yeah,
when
I
knew
remember
liked
that.
Rocco.
Yeah, I remember that. That was good stuff.
Like, I'm mad that he died with us like that, but that's when I knew I liked him. Is when he said, everybody have a good night, except Tommy. Fuck you, faggot. Like that. Me and that dude are gonna be friends.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Yeah, I forgot that was just Friday night that all that happened, and we went from Love
Yeah.
Fest to now we're, at each other's throats to some extent. So it's interesting how quickly that turned, right?
Don't let it sweat. Don't sweat it. It's like I was just telling Christos, man. Like even when I was watching this morning, not even in the chat, not on the panel, whenever they were pissing you off, it's like, yeah, I get it. We all get fucking tired of each other at different serving sizes. But I
Yeah, I
appreciate
don't
that.
know.
I appreciate that Croco was his own type of womanizer, because it's funny that like Paul claims he gets the ladies and says I don't, and I'm like, I know this face. This ain't the like rockinest face for the ladies. Like I've never woke up going, oh, this is a Romeo face that all the women love. And Croco's got a similar like take it or leave it face, and he was womanizing on the side too, because you don't have to be super hot to do the thing for women.
Yeah, we miss old Croco. Yeah, he never had any trouble. Didn't seem to have any trouble pulling in the ladies. That's for sure.
It's like the advice I give people. It's like, quit trying to be able to get any woman you want and learn how to see which ones would give you play, and then decide of those which ones you want. And then still, I mean, if there's one out of your league or out of your range, go for it if you want it. But don't let the status quo the idea of Chadism make you think that you must be able to acquire every level of woman, because nobody can. We're all fucking different people.
Shout out to Pineal Power Podcast. Good to see you, sir. You were right about the Saturday Night Live clip. The stream was blocked, sir. So perhaps I could have heeded your advice there. There's a worm. Lubass is showing us his worm, and he's eating it.
You'd probably
I
be
feel like
better
you
off
have to
eating
eat it now,
worms.
Lou. Like you kind of have to eat it.
Like when they say eat the bugs, and I point out that you're not designed to digest crickets and exoskeletons properly, you'd probably make it further just swallowing worms than eating outer shell bugs. Like if any of you find yourself stumbling through the wilderness Daryl Dixon style to survive, don't hesitate to turn over morning logs and pick through fucking maggots and swallow them. It's protein, and you need to get a couple more miles. What the fuck kind of comment is that? And from Peniel of all people.
Yeah. I guess in the not on the StreamYard, I guess it probably looks different. Properly formatted and such.
Peniel, you're free to write a book. You just can't knock people for writing books. That's like I told Paul. I was like, Paul, go ahead and share your crypto wallet. Let people give you crypto. It just don't call me Catcoin guy, and you're free to do the crypto thing. Unhypocrisy. Unhypocritic. Unhypocritic.
Now Lubass is showing us his roots.
This is a coffee substitute. This is a pretty mature dandelion root. You chop these up, you roast them, and it's very similar to coffee taste, but without the toxins that coffee has.
That's interesting.
There is no coincidence between the fact that the Arabs discovered coffee and algebra. It's like had a community invented meth and then like intricate circuitry. It's like, yeah, it all makes sense. But yeah, they were the first to find coffee and caffeine, and then that whole algebra discovery just rolled right in. Did you guys know that the Muslims, the Arabs, discovered algebra?
No, I did not. Those bastards.
Because we don't invent numbers. We don't invent honor and integrity and those words. We discovered those things because they just are. Like whenever we're on the debate about 2 + 2 is indeed 4, and it's like,
did you see the dog running through the frame there, Tommy?
No, I'm digging through boxes.
Oh, okay.
Talking on the phone. But whenever you point shit out like the roots and stuff, I do look. What kind of dog did it look like?
Not sure actually. Nobody in the chat has noticed either. Yeah, a dog ran through the frame. He seemed quite happy to be running around.
Well, hell. Chat would probably stick its head in the fire if I told them they could see hell. Meanwhile, they got the devil poking out their ass saying, "Holy Miss Moly, I got me a live one."
Yeah, I like dandelion myself. It's good stuff. Good for my some of what my issues are. It's high in potassium though, or it can be cause issues with the potassium. So I can't take a whole crazy amount of it, but I do I do it every day. What's that?
You eat the flower part of dandelions?
I actually was making a tea out of the flower, the root, and the leaf, but I think I used it all up.
Do you know what Queen Anne's lace is?
No.
You probably see it along the road a lot. It looks from a distance like it's a big white flower, but when you walk up to it, it's like a lot of little white flowers that form a big flat kind of area that looks like one big flower, even though it's a bunch of little white ones. And you can eat those roots, and they taste almost exactly like carrots.
Interesting.
Yeah, we used to do these in West Virginia. Me and my friend used to do these survival classes for summer.
Yeah, wild edible plants, eh?
Well, not just that. I mean, Mr. Sprouse was awesome. Like we did this gambit of, I think it was like a 2-week thing, but we would have a day where everyone got 3 crappy matches and everyone got to try and get a fire going. And if your matches didn't work, you had to try and do the stick.
Dog's back.
And then there was a day we'd learn how to get out of bondage, like being tied up by captors and shit. So he'd teach us how to be not so tieable, and then how to get out of shit once they leave you alone in a room or something. You know how to like get out of shit. So we'd play a version of hide and go seek where the time you had to hide was relative to how long someone took to get out of ropes and how well you tied them up.
How well did you tie them up, Tommy?
I was probably all right at tying people up, and I was pretty good at not being tied up, because some of the tricks are like, you're gonna act like it hurts. Like, of course you're being kidnapped or something, but whenever they're tying you up or whatever, you're gonna be complaining and winching and flinching a lot that it hurts. And you're also gonna like expand any kind of chest or stomach in the moment, and you're gonna like try and press your wrists together with like some kind of gap. Just anything you can do so that once they're done, you can like retract into a little bit of space that loosens it up. You can take all the time you need to work with that little bit of space to slowly like get it undone or whatever it is they tied it like. Because people would try different stuff like tying each wrist individually and things like that. But if you're just talking rope and you're vigilant enough, you should be pretty confident you can eventually get out. Now being thrown into a lake in a box tied up, maybe not so much.
Yeah, some
But,
Houdini shit there.
Yeah. But as far as being left in a back room or something, like, yeah, there's a lot you can do. And
Indeed,
then the
indeed.
last 2 days of it was always like a camping trip somewhere. Oh, another one we did. You'll probably like this one. We would go to the city pool one day, and he shows you how, like, if you were out at sea and your ship sank or something, we would go in the pool, like, to where you can't touch the bottom, and you'd wear denim pants or the right fabric that this works with on that day. But while you're treading water, you would have to take off your jeans, tie the ends of the legs into knots, and then while you're treading water, you take the waist part of the pants and slam it down toward the water, and you can make like a balloon of your pants, and like when you slam it down, you're closing up the waist side, and it's making the legs like two air balloons that you can kind of float on to get a rest. And that suddenly reminded me of Gary Busey from Point Break. He's like, I've been in the CIA 15 years. I've fired my weapon in the line of duty 17 times. And I have yet to see what retrieving 2 bricks blindfolded from the bottom of a pool does for anything in my job.
You know, shockingly, I've never seen the original Point Break.
That's a good movie, dude.
Yeah, no, it has quite the reputation for whatever reason. I think I was, because I know that came out. I'm trying to remember what year that came out. How did I
It
miss
was
that?
after Bill and Ted, probably. Now the challenge is, was it pre-Speed or after Speed? Because its reputation is partially because the Keanu. I want to say pre-Speed, but I think they were pretty close.
1991.
Now search when Speed came out. Pop quiz, hot shot.
Benton, are you ending when Paul goes live?
Yeah, is he scheduled yet? I saw he was doing his music thing.
Yeah, I think he's doing the music right now.
Yeah, sometimes there's quite a bit of time in between music and when he goes live. But yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes there is. Yep.
But yeah,
So,
thanks for the reminder.
And here's the thing I was saying about like the scheduling. He, like, when I tell him he could take a rest or like get some exercise, get some sleep, it's because none of us can take 12 hours and fill that
I got to
12
take this
hours.
call real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Go for it. Yeah,
All
nobody can fill 12 hours with just quality due information. And it's like, if everyone was doing 4 or 5 hours of something and he cut back, then you guys could better schedule around each other, as opposed to like, what if Benton cut off some really good recipes cooking up, and Paul was just gonna hang out today anyway. Like, let's say it's one of those goof around shows where you're not really getting into the weeds of everything, you know? So it's like, I know everybody's like got the respect for each other in this context of like, yeah, I'm only gonna go till his show starts. But yeah, there's an inefficiency to it all, I can see. Because even the viewers know you're gonna tune in hopeful for a thing that is never guaranteed. It just happens with the right cooks doing the same recipe, and if you can get that. and then the good ways of like spur gouts and the ways things go south. There's even like quality bad shows versus the bad shows.
Yeah, Speed was 94, and now I remember the hilarious reason why I never saw Point Break is because that was so long ago that I've still lived with my parents, and they did not let me watch rated R movies, as insane as that
No.
sounds. Yeah.
No, man. My parents were the same way, where I moved out whenever I was still a senior, and there was one time that I passed back through transitioning to some job or something. But you go and live under my dad's roof at any age, and he'll hold you to whatever the fuck he wants to hold you to because you're at his house.
And then I guess since I never saw it when it was out, when it was a thing, I just never bothered to go back and see it. And I know it's kind of like a lexicon in the culture, but I've never actually watched it.
I only thought it was more of a big deal because of like it was a good movie. It was like a culture kind of thing like that. But then when Hot Fuzz had that strong reference to it, that's what I thought made it even more widely viewed. Like, you've seen Hot Fuzz?
I'm familiar with that, but I actually there's a lot of things like I know what they are, but I never saw them. And by the way, another problem, Tommy, is I used to watch a lot of movies drunk and I can't remember them.
Oh, I feel you there, because I watched a lot of movies through pothead years, and now I'll watch a movie and get like 45 minutes into it and be like, oh, I've fucking seen this before. It took me 45 minutes to realize I've seen this before.
Yeah,
but
it's
I was
funny
going
how
to
that
say you probably
how that
didn't
works.
see a lot of stuff because you were trucking. You probably don't. I mean, I know Truck Stop's got the DVDs and whatnot, but you don't have like people around you going, yeah, this movie, yeah, this
Well,
movie.
actually,
We're
only started truck driving in 2018, so
Oh,
2018.
okay.
Yeah, so I'm right at 3 years experience, I think, because I've taken some time off here and there.
Well, with no moral fault to any person, you should check out Point Break sometime. It's a good
I
movie.
think I think I will. And I know I'm not
Um,
interested. I don't want anything to do with the remake. I'll go watch the original.
what is this remake?
They remade it in 2015.
I think I knew about that and let myself forget about it. So who was in it?
I don't even remember. I'm gonna have to go look.
Dude, okay, that's why Point Break was so badass. I forgot. The rival to Keanu, like your nemesis, is none other than fucking Roadhouse himself, fucking
Yeah, Swayze. Yeah, Swayze.
yeah, Swayze, the Sways.
Yeah.
And it's also one of those we're so the same, we respect each other, but we must be enemies. Well,
Yeah.
or maybe it's Keanu undercover has made friends with the Sways, whatever, you know how. But yeah, it's a good movie. And if you did see Hot Fuzz, they make a lot of the references in it, like, because in Hot Fuzz there's the one hardcore cop, and then there's like the childish like wannabe, and so he's asking him all the questions like Point Break, like, have you ever fired your weapon whilst soaring through the air? He's like, no. Like, have you ever laid on your back and fired your weapon in the air and going, ah? He's like, no. But then he makes him watch Point Break, and they eventually do that shit in the movie. But it's worth it just for Anthony Kiedis as one of the surf gang. Like, you know how surfers will claim
Yes.
beaches and shit.
Yeah, they're very
Anthony,
territorial. Yes.
yeah. And so, like, Keanu's like, let me guess, guys, you're going to tell me to, like, get the fuck off your beach. And Anthony Kiedis like, that would be a waste of time. We're just going to kick your ass. And they fuck him off.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see this now.
Yeah, and Tank Girl has to teach Keanu how to surf so he can cop. He can't cop until he can surf. You see how the 80s, 90s aspect of this just gets better and better.
I love it.
Yeah. Oh, and they bank rob in president masks. Come on now.
Yeah, shout out to one of my favorites, Dead Presidents. It's actually a pretty good shitty movie.
Yeah. That was a good movie in like a Vietnam veteran sense.
I think that was the late I forget the guy's name. John Singleton, I think, delivered. No, the Hughes brothers. Okay. Huh. It's funny how the memory works. Yeah, 1995 Dead President.
Well, and that's why you hear me saying all the time, like, you guys got to get it out of me. Like, there's a wealth of information in my brain that doesn't know needs to be surfaced until somebody talks.
Oh, I love all this, the pop culture, the movies, all of that stuff. I like just talking about it. I like to do.
But even whenever I wasn't on your panel and heard you say something about looking into some solar power, I was like, Benton, that's my fucking major. That was my major in college.
Nice. Yeah, I'd like to do something cheap and effective with my car. Just be able to cook food and stuff, but not, a lot of people are like, oh, like what you have, the portable deal. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm not going to be able to carry it around. But I can throw it in the car, I can actually set it up in the car rather.
Yeah, I'm about to show you that. Now, granted, I could design and piece together any level of a thing, but what I'm showing you here.
Real quick, hang on. Real quick, Lubass has got a helper. Is that his son out there?
That's his good friend from an all men's bar that comes to help him with things.
Gotcha. Say no more.
Like the Greeks had their younger man they brought up in society in exchange for sexual activity.
Understood.
So you can get these at Harbor Freight. Hold on, let me make sure.
The fuck is that?
Let me just switch my camera around. God damn it. Give me a second. I wish there was less menus to go through to switch which camera direction you're using. All right. They probably even have better ones by now because I've carried this one around a couple years. This is just a 1.5 watt solar panel that you put it inside your windshield and you plug it into the cigarette adapter and it just keeps your battery topped off.
Oh, yeah. I think you were telling me about this. Okay. Yeah. Right on.
And then also it has the clippers if you would have to clip it to the battery to charge it. I mean, technically, if you were camping or Mad Maxing with car batteries you gathered up, you could use this to charge them and use those batteries. It would just be a slow charge.
Yes.
But in the car sense, it's like, yes, you're parked there all day and that's just sitting on your dashboard where the most sun hits. So, and I think this thing was probably like maybe $10 or something back when I bought it. So next time you're near a Harbor Freight,
right on.
Check it out.
Hey, I'll see you guys later. I gotta go.
Hey, later, Lou Bass. Good to see you, bro.
That means they're gonna go have a nice, refreshing.
Yeah, we were watching your video until just now, so yeah, we had you on the screen for a long time.
Well, I figure give you something to look at instead of just it was cool, somebody's room.
Yeah, right on.
All right.
Yeah, you gave us something to look at, Lou.
See you later, Lou. Have fun. Yeah, Tom, I'm thinking, since I'm not broke yet, but I probably will be at some point in the near future, I was thinking about just buying like maybe some of those flexible panels for the roof and then a battery or two, and I guess an inverter and some kind of charge controller, I'm assuming.
Okay, so let me show you what you can do that keeps that all in one. Because that's what I have for shit hits the fan. And
yeah, you showed that to us before. Yeah, I think I need a little more capacity, though, for what I'm trying to do.
No, you can daisy chain it.
Oh, I see. Well, let's see.
So I showed you that black box, right?
Yeah, I remember the one you showed me, that cool all-in-one deal.
Yeah, I know it's around here. I'll just show you the side where you can.
I didn't know you could connect them together, though. That's interesting.
Like it is. Oh, okay. Yeah. See, it's in my Faraday bag right now, but Yeah, there's a red and a black thing on this side of it where you could daisy chain batteries off of it. And then right here, hold on a second. These are the panels I got whenever I got that. They were a little more expensive because they're flexible and you can run over them with a car or something and they'll still be okay. Like, see how they're like plexi panel with the solar shit still on them. I just leave them in this carry bag because I don't really have them out while I just
Gamer.
But yeah,
Well,
man,
and-
Benton, something like that would be
Yeah.
easier to travel around with than like sturdy, firm, rigid ones.
Yes, but I'm also thinking about like actually installing the stuff into my car, if that makes sense. Almost like a car stereo, but it's a solar setup. Because then,
Yeah,
you know,
I did
because if
that
I'm
to
going to end up
my-
car camping in the near future, that would be pretty effective for me versus trying to carry a bunch of stuff around. But go ahead.
Right, I did that to my RV and just do it like I did to where you can also remove it,
Yes.
like when I lost my RV.
Yeah, but then again, if I was to lose my car, I probably wouldn't be physically able to carry the stuff away. But I hear what you're saying, yeah. Or if I chose to sell it, I could just take the stuff out, obviously. But
Yeah, and that's what it was. Like my RV was parked where my apartment was when I got out of RVing homeless. And the tow truck guys put one of those warning stickers on it, and I ripped most of it off, but it still had remains on the window. And the leasing office told me where I could park it. And while it was parked there, some kids saw that the half sticker, the remains of the sticker was on it. So they just fucking ripped the shit up. Like they made it a clubhouse while I was at work. Like they were banging, like one of the neighbors was like, yeah, I saw them on top of it. They were banging up the windows. They were writing all over it. I was like, you didn't do anything? Like you just watched him? I'm like,
wow.
fucking asshole. Yeah, so and whenever I found it, like they had thrown some 410 shells around on the street that I was like, damn, I didn't even know those were in there. But luckily I had gotten most of the shit out that needed to get out before they even did that. But it still infuriated me. They weren't white kids. Not racist, but they weren't white kids. We know this.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, and then whenever I did get some of the cool kids to help me track down what kids did it, oh, their parents wouldn't answer the door because they knew what their dumbass kids had probably done. I couldn't get them to, yeah, they weren't going to answer the door for me. I'm like, well, that's why your kids are pieces of shit. Have fun in jail.
Yep.
And like I got to do, I remembered that RV had paid for itself 10 times over with the rent it saved when I was homeless, and just chalked it up to Sky Daddy. Like, yeah, I had it when I needed it. Now it's gone. I don't have to haul it around.
Yeah, I appreciate your lack of attachment. I'm kind of the same way, you know, about some of my things I get attached to, but most of them I don't.
Well, that what you're appreciating is my effort to do that because I did put a lot of heart and soul into that RV and I did bond with it in a sense while I was living and surviving with it. Like there was days that Camacho would just lay around while I'd be parked at a city park, like on top of the RV, re-weatherproofing the roof, and the cops just see a white dude doing what he needs to do and don't harass me about it or anything. And those were good memories that like one day I'm bitching that this thing is leaking on me from all angles, and then one day I'm on that roof putting multiple weather layers on it myself. It was part of that quality homeless experience.
Yeah, no kidding. And these are all the reasons why I don't go into an RV or a van or something. Because as you well are describing, there's always something to be done, and I've lost interest in keeping up with something like that.
And a lot of what was needed to be done was I was looking for one by the seat of my pants as meth homos were like throwing me out on the street because I was responsible. Like this dude's boyfriend was failing in his side of the rent. I was holding down a job, coming through with my rent, never losing my shit when I was on shit. And yet, because of the Breaking Bad, his boyfriend was still like, no, you have to go. And he still occasionally he went back to Texas. He still occasionally hits me up to make sure.
Well, you
I'm
know, in
all
all
right
these
and stuff.
all these bizarre dynamics, at a certain point I got to where I just was unable to process them in my own life. And so, you know, as much as, you know, the thing about me living in the streets for so long, that part of that was just sort of getting away from, you know, a lifetime of similar enmeshments, right? Maybe not the
Yeah, I
same
think that's
type
what
of
the art.
enmeshments, but the same energy, right?
Right.
Go
It's
ahead.
like when I saw these dudes doing the same shit show roommate thing that even straight edge people fall into, that was when I was like, nope, this time I'm getting a goddamn RV and I'm trying something different, you know? Um, and yeah, it was like a lot of it was a vacation and some of it was endurance torture and
Well, yeah, but
that
it's
kind of.
still also better than a tent, right? Because, you know, there is a
Oh
chance I'll
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
back in a tent at some point, and it's way better to have a door you can shut and lock, you know, obviously, be out of the elements to some extent.
Oh my God, Benton,
Yeah.
look at what we just discovered that I never thought of before. When I was living in that mobile bedroom because it was gutted and I wanted it gutted, but the way the cops stayed off my ass despite when they would check on calls and stuff, I did have tags. I did have insurance. And the fact that that wasn't an issue in the situation is how homeless guy parking around Denver flew a lot smoother, you know, because I did give Caesar what was his instead of stacking that cop fight. And I never even thought of that until we were just talking about this just now. And
Sorry, I
another
kind of got
strategy, yeah.
lost in the chat there, but go ahead.
But you heard what I was saying, right? Like the act of having those plates, registration, and insurance, that made my homelessness easier than dealing with the cops on that, despite what I still had to deal with the cops on. Like I had haters that would call the cops if I parked somewhere too long. And if they also
Oh,
got
yeah,
to,
100%. Oh, of
yeah,
course.
so if
Yeah.
they also got to jump my shit about plates and insurance, it would have been even more trouble. So I'm glad I was
Yeah.
fucking the vehicle.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying.
But I did have a strategy for that RV and all my cars here in Colorado where I always kept a friend's address down in Colorado Springs to use for my car registrations. Because Denver does the air, what do you call it? The exhaust, you know.
Oh, yeah, smog emissions.
Yeah, that test
Yeah.
you got to run the car from.
Yeah.
They
Yep.
do that in Denver, but not anywhere else because Denver is where it's a problem. And so I just keep my address in the Springs, so none of my vehicles would need that emissions test.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Colorado does not have that statewide. Texas does. It's kind of strange. Arkansas
They
does not, of course.
Colorado does pretty good as is. The only reason they do it in Denver is because the years they didn't, when you're outside of Denver taking wide span photos of the city, it did have that brown cloud where you saw it stop. Like there's the city, there's the brown cloud around it, and then so far out it goes away. But the picture of the city is like, yeah, look at that smog just hovering over it. And ever since they kept the emissions tests going, it went away. I mean, with some other steps, but they have gotten rid of that smog. Because yeah, Denver really is kind of packed in the city area. It's all close together. It's what made driving that bus a pain in the ass. Like it was the smaller kind of buses for wheelchairs and the shit you'd get into downtown with the varying like like 16th Street Mall, the way you'll take a whole street-sized area, but it's just for foot walking.
Yeah.
And
I
all
have
the
been
kids
I have
walk.
been there, so I know what you're talking about. Real quick, I want to address Mars Life's. By the way, good to see you, Mitchell. This is
Mitchell,
something I
come the
know.
fuck up here.
Hey, Mitchell, real quick. I noticed at a certain point, you know, when I watched a lot of these videos of the police murdering the citizens, that it's never a white guy with a backpack on a bicycle, that's your stereotypical like city, you know, out on the free range meth head, more or less. And that the cops never kill those people for some reason.
I remember you brought that up. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, why is that? It's almost like they're accepted somehow. And I'm not saying they should or they shouldn't be. It's an observation. And I'm not applying this to Tommy. This is something I would say whether he was here or not. So
No, this is part of the ongoing battle I've been in with Joe Fool, and it's like he always plays that. Why is it always these black people getting arrested? I'm like, Joe, because they're the ones doing the offenses. Like, yes, I get it. People are racist, but sometimes black people are arrested because they were doing shit. Because even on Real Brother Radio, where they tell you that Nazi is ingrained in your white DNA, I've told him, like, yeah, I've never had the black experience, but I've had the stop and frisk experience because I wear like punk looking clothes and I was a street skater. And he goes, so whenever you were getting the stop and frisk experience, did you ever stop wearing those clothes? I said no, because I never had anything for them to arrest me for. I was like, yes, they frisked me. They found nothing. I walked away. But I was like, it wasn't the clothes that had me going to jail. And he didn't have nothing to say about that. And Joe Cool, he's talking about this small demographic of black people getting the larger demographic of charges. And I'm like, Joe, now you're talking white people talk, because you're talking like they don't deserve it. And we're talking like, no, they're out there doing that much crime on behalf of their small number of citizenry. Had a number of guns put in my face in this city. Always black person. Never for survival. Like, I can't be surprised if more black people are in jail in Denver. I also see how some of them, like, there's plenty of good Ben Carson carrying style black people around Denver. But the way I see, like, groups of black kids on city buses and stuff, and the way they carry themselves around Aurora and I keep saying Belmont. Mitch probably knows where I'm talking about. There's a place that's like as shitty as Saudi Aurora for crime, and I always say Belmont, but it's not. Montbello. See, that's why I say Belmont, because the place is called Montbello. That place. Okay, the Jewish guy I talked about earlier, his sister was out here with a guy who had a grow house in Montbello, and he was like, I think I need to get a big dog to protect the grow house, because Montbello is that like scurvy. But that's why he had his grow house there, because it was the scurvy place. I don't know, there's just an extent to population where you're gonna have that, and then you'll find out what parts of the city are worse for it. But in this day and age, like I was laughing about on the channel that Croco used to work with on these investigations, I started showing up there to, I don't know, maybe see if I can take up space that he left open or something. But I was talking about how I walk my dog wearing level 3 soft plates, and then I made a joke conversation where I was like, well, because it's a bad area, right, Tom? Like, what difference does it make? Like, in this day and age, those aren't bad areas that random pop-offs are starting to happen in. So while I might say I live in a bad area and wear this armor to walk my dog, I don't think it matters. I think anytime I'd be out walking my dog around parks and malls and stuff, I'd still wear it. I mean, goddamn, being a goddamn private church school, some trans person will start shooting up. You could tell she wasn't a boy though, because she had 7 guns and she took that fucking I can't even remember what it's called. That fucking the foldy one. That was like she used that folding backpack 9mm that Keltec makes. It's the Keltec something. And she used that as a primary rifle. So I wonder what the other she had like a pistol on her. So I wonder what the other 5 guns were she bought that she took those 2. It's weird. Oh, and Mitch, when I say come up here, you're not going to get your ass rammed. I'm like, Mitch, why type so much? Come on up here, buddy. Verbalize.
I don't.
Socialize.
It's hard for me to get into a flow with my
I
my
understand
verbals.
that. I
I'm
hear
not
that,
very
man.
articulate. I get caught up. Like when I text, have time to think. Like I don't
No,
know.
I hear
It's
that.
weird.
Yeah, no, I feel you on both, man. There's some days, I'll get up here and I'll wax ridiculous and have everybody hanging on what I'll say next. And some days I am better off just taking my time, deleting, retyping, figuring out whether I need to even send this paragraph in the email.
Yeah, fine. Oh, I guess I just use my matches. I could try and find a lighter. I haven't had a cigarette all day. And I like to
So,
smoke
Mitch,
it.
you used to be in Colorado, right?
Yeah, I'm in Colorado right now.
Right, but back in your early unslaved times, you were in
Yeah,
Colorado as well.
I lived
Okay.
in Colorado for over 10 years.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I just wondered because I always knew you as Colorado, and then I guess you were in Arizona for a minute, and people corrected me on it in a context where I was like, they weren't even affirming that you were ever Colorado, and it had me all twisted for a minute.
I still call Colorado home. I have a hard time staying away. It's,
Yeah, and I guess I call it home because I've been here so long and I don't have a problem with it, but the problems I do find myself having, I realize are just going to be the state of the country. It's not, I used to think it was just Colorado turning into Comirado or Calirado. And then one day I realized, no, that's just the country doing that. It's part of the plan.
Colorado's got some pretty dark history, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well,
It's still
the way
pretty
that
fucking corrupt.
the way that all the states are turning into these bluish, not gun happy, like even in Texas, your child can be transitioning without your knowledge while they're in school, and that's Texas.
Not my
And I
child.
don't even have a problem with I don't even really have a problem with the trans community. I just say let's not cut our junk off. Like there's never been a penis formed from a woman's extra fat that's ever worked out. Losing balls and penises have rarely worked out for dudes. Let's just go without that part of it.
Yeah, that'd be a good
I mean,
start.
if I'm gonna date a trans girl and she tells me she doesn't have a penis, I'm like, then what am I dating a trans girl for? I could just go date a girl. You get it? You get it, guys? I just like my guys to have some tits and ass on them, And man, that's a bit right there. I should somebody go get Brian O'Shea. Let me build that man a career. He doesn't have much time left. Dude, that's another one that kind of like it doesn't, I don't laugh at it and I don't feel good to see it. But when I was going back, finding old footage through old Paul times, I've come across like pathetic Oshia events that even I had forgotten about. Like one time Paul had this guy given his little testimony to how he came across Paul and how Brian had inspired him. And he's saying all this great shit like, yeah, man, Brian really showed me this and that, and he taught me how to this and brought me out of my shell. And the whole time Brian O'Shea's in his square, like kind of doing the perking up, like, oh, I better comb my hair a little bit. I better dap my fingers and then straighten my eyebrows. I better fix the collar. I'm about to come up to get this recognition. And Paul was warming up for it too, as this guy's like, Brian. And then right whenever he's like, so O'Shea did all this? This is Brian O'Shea you're talking about? He's like, no, Brian from High Impact Flicks. And it just like, it just shoots him down. Like you just see his whole thing drop. Like he felt the fool. And I was like, man, yeah, that sucks. But and then I remember how he was the last 2 months, and I don't care. But it'll be good for him to be doing his own channel. I think the way O'Shea fucked himself was Paul got him more confident than what he is. He was overconfident compared to who he still is in his walk in life, as far as respecting himself or me or anybody else getting him the respect he would like. Yeah, he needs to get away from Paul, go sit in the mud some more and come out of it himself rather than just have somebody tell him he's doing great. It's what we all need at some point.
Some pretty mountains back there.
What part are you in?
South, I guess southwest Colorado.
Yeah.
I just had to get out of Arizona because they probably did a warrant. I didn't get a chance to do my paperwork. Hit him with some
Yeah, and I'm
paperwork.
not gonna have you come all the like you're near my land. I was gonna say I'm not gonna have you come all the way up to Denver to take us back down to my land. But if you were up this way, I would have been like, hey man, if you want to do some cool camping, shoot down to my land while I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do. That's camping is about all I do. My home is my camper.
Yeah. I'm thinking it, depending on how this stock market shit plays out, I might go back to that. Like when I was just talking to Benton about it, while it was fun back then, there was a level of it that was out of need. And I'd kind of like to go back to it with a better vehicle than I had and more directive than just survival.
Well, it's definitely a lot better. Like I used to live like this for survival and out of necessity. Now that I can do it by choice, it's quite enjoyable.
Yeah.
It was a little tough out of necessity. I didn't really get to make the most of it.
Yeah, I got to make the most of it in the mild parts of the year, but both the extreme heat and the extreme cold is when I had to buckle down and do the modification and conform, because you couldn't drive my C-Class around in the snow any kind of leisurely. Like I only drove it to get to a job I had. And the extreme cold and the extreme heat were both similar challenges in an RV, but if you have those beat, man, it is like it's like a vacation life.
Yeah, I've had a couple RVs.
Yeah, there was a lot of the time in that RV time that I'm sure you've been to Wash Park or Washington Park in Denver. Me and my dog would go there almost on the daily, where I'd like microdose a sheet of acid that I found when I was evicting a guy from an apartment as apartment maintenance. I would microdose that and just take him to Washington Park like part of every day. That was just the routine.
Oh man, it's perfect here. I miss it. I feel at home already.
Yeah, I know south though, around my land, there's times in the winter that you would like, even if you had like a house or a camper or something, there's areas down there you'd have to set up those like drift barricades to catch some of the wind and the snow that would be always the same direction in certain parts.
Yeah, I was in last year, or maybe it was early this year. I don't remember. I was in, what was it, Frederickson, Colorado, and then I was camping out there, like -17 with -55 wind chill. That was brutal. All I have is like a little oil heater to keep me warm. Man, it worked, but that little thing kept me alive. But shit.
Well, Mitch, if you do find yourself near Denver, hit me up because I have from whenever I was doing that shit, I still have an electric blanket that plugs into the cigarette lighter. So you definitely need to grab one of those. Unless if you don't
Yeah,
grab mine, get one from like Walmart or something.
I had one, but it went bad, and I used it. I put it underneath my Tempur-Pedic mattress because it was like a gel mattress, and it would freeze. So it'd be hard as a rock when it was cold, and that thing would keep it warmed up. But yeah, the electric blanket went bad, so I had to throw out. It got real cold. I had to throw out that mattress. But
Yeah,
I don't
wouldn't
know.
be surprised if you could drain your battery to dead overnight and not know it too.
I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna do a new setup. I'm gonna go with an SUV.
What are you owning right now?
I have a Toyota Tundra.
Oh, that's got good resale value.
Yeah, it has real good resale value. So that's why it's a 4x4. I was gonna sell it when I was down in Arizona, but I could get so much more money for it up in Colorado for some reason.
Yeah.
I guess it's just more sought after.
Well, yeah, Arizona definitely doesn't need as much four-wheel drive as far as wintertime compared to Colorado.
But I don't know if I'm gonna make it up there just yet. I might come up there like towards the end of summer. I'll probably head over to the western slope and then cruise through the mountains, take my time.
Yeah, and over summer, if I find myself going down to my land, I'll let you know.
Yeah, right on. That's cool.
Yeah, man, if you miss my land, it doesn't take long before you're hitting welcome New Mexico signs, like very close to the southern border.
Yeah, I'm probably right there then. I just came through the Four Corners area. So yeah, I'm probably right in that area.
Man, my idea for like a hardcore nomad, like gypsy thing. There's this guy on YouTube called Rich Rebuilds. He was the first person to ever take two salvaged Teslas and make a working Tesla and still get around their policies to make the computer shit work on the road and stuff. Him and some ex-Tesla guys have something going on around Maine where they do custom electric vehicles. If you could get a C-Class RV converted to electric and then have all the type of house RV inverters and shit on the inside, it would be like
Have you seen those Amazon delivery vans that are electric, them big old cargo vans?
That would probably work as well. to have
That's
some
pretty-
kind of solar charging to it. Even if you just had to sit and park while it charges and not charge while you drive, it would still be better than paying for gas stations and stuff. You'd still just be indefinite travel as long as you kept tires and maintenance on it.
Yeah, you could just go like to Whole Foods and convert it to like a Tesla plug or something and get free charges.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you would still be able to plug charge it, but if you had the panels on the roof or were able to bring them out and set them up while you're parked, you could charge like that as long as you're not stressed to be on the go or meet deadlines scheduled. If you could just sit there and let it charge, you could sit there and let it charge.
Yeah, that'd be the way to go. I was looking in because I'm getting ready to sell my truck, so I was looking into potentially getting a Tesla, but no, I'm not gonna do it. There's no way I could camp in one. Not even that whatever that is, the XD model or whatever.
You could probably camp in a Cybertruck when they come out, but they are gonna be a little pricey.
Fuck, where would you camp in a Cybertruck? The bed's tiny. If it's gonna be how it was featured, I don't know.
And I think that's long enough. You could probably still extend, like even in my Audi, I would open, like if I flipped the back seat down to my Audi, I could stick my legs into the trunk, like and just lie flat. Like you can't stand up in an Audi. I like those Amazon vans, how you could be inside of it and standing up. But if you're just talking laying flat to sleep, there's a lot of vehicles you can find a way to lay flat.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't find it to be very convenient with a lot of vehicles, to be honest.
No, it's
Even
not.
some of them SUV, like I'm pretty careful about trying to pick out my next vehicle because I need that back to lie down completely flat, and be wide enough, not have like anything.
But I guess maybe the logic is this: if you could afford a Cybertruck, could you not afford some tow behind camper on it?
Well,
Even
that's
if
what
that was used?
I just bought a brand new $30,000 tow behind, but it was impossible to travel with. I mean, it sucked. It was.
How big was it?
I think it was 28 feet, including the tongue.
Yeah.
Maybe 30, maybe 31 feet, including the tongue. I don't remember exactly.
Because those little like grandma
It was
ones.
no, it was it was an ultralight. It was a Rockwood ultralight. So I mean, it was still like 7,000 pounds. Fucking.
Did you find the weight was an issue or the length?
The size. Yeah, I think it was like, I can't remember the dimensions, but it was like 8.5 feet wide, which is damn near max. I mean, you're taking up the whole entire lane, and it was pretty tall, so you had to be careful about choosing your routes, and it sucked. You couldn't go, like I like to go explore in the mountains and stuff, and it just.
Yeah, that's why I think you need one of those, like the little ones where it would have like a two-wheeled axle on it, and if you weren't pulling it, you'd have to like have that.
You mean a double axle? Mine had a double axle, but
No,
is that
I
what
mean where like it's like just a small little pull behind camper that only has a single axle. I meant like double, like two wheels on it.
Yeah, but then you run into a whole other. Yeah, I don't know.
And that's the kind where like when you take it off the hitch has to have that bar like balance it or level it with the wheels sitting, it's like sitting like a tricycle kind of. Now that wouldn't have had the weight or the length, but now you can swing it out over a turn, or there's always something you gotta keep track of.
Nah, I don't know. I really don't mind pulling a trailer. I'm pretty good at pulling a trailer, but it was a pain in the ass. It sucked to travel with. as much as I travel and moving around.
So, like, let's say you were in a place for a while, like where you're at right now, if you're just kind of hanging there for a week or something, would you like detach it and then just drive to stores and shit without it, or how did you
If I
do it?
was at a campground, but see that most of the time I'm not at a campground, you know?
Yeah.
I'll just fucking pull over and camp wherever feels right, you know? I don't even care if
Yeah.
it's private property as long as I don't see any like no trespassing signs. Then you know they'd have to come up and let me know to leave, and I'd be good.
That's what I always said online whenever I was doing the C-class thing is I went through all the trouble I had to do with it around Denver, but if I had just known like one or two people that had a driveway, they would have let me park in for like a couple extra days a sitting. Like I still could have rotated and not gummed up their area. But if I could have had some reliable driveway owners to just grant me like 3 or 4 day sits occasionally, that would
Well,
have made it even better.
I pay $80 a year for a thing called Harvest Host, and it gives me like 5,000 properties across the country that I can park at least overnight for free.
Oh wow, I've never heard of that. Yeah, because out
Yeah,
here in Denver, all the RV parks they stay booked. Like because of the homeless and the RVs and stuff, just RV parks stay full with a waiting list, and
yeah,
doesn't.
especially in the popular areas, you know,
Yeah,
it's like that a lot of places I found.
yep. But yeah, I used to have. I mean, I had a 24-hour fitness membership just to lift, but by the time I was doing the RV thing, it was worth it just for the showers and all that jazz.
Like my probably my favorite place I've been to in my travels so far was I think it's called Silver Creek Falls in Oregon, and there's no way I could have explored that shit with an RV. Like,
Yeah.
it's so limiting for me. I mean, it's very convenient, but I didn't need all those amenities and shit. You know, there's other ways to get that.
Well, yeah, and mine didn't have them. When I bought this RV off some hippie kid that was trying to get the fuck out of Dodge to go meet up with his friends in Oregon and Washington, which was just before all that riot shit popped off. Yeah, he was already not taking care of it, bullshitting me about details about it. Even had to recontact him and say, you better not leave town without getting this title shit worked out that you bullshit me about. And he did. He stayed. And as soon as he left the DMV, he was leaving town. But if he had left town without fixing that shit, I probably would have hunted him down or sent the cops at him. But yeah, I ended up just ripping the AC off of the roof and from the roof dumping it into like one of those hallways that the apartment had. And I just sealed that hole and it made the thing run and handle better to take that big ass AC weight off the top. I think Mitchell pulled a Lou, got out of his Wi-Fi, got out of his imagination and his Wi-Fi. I'm not sure how long that chat's been sitting there, but whatever. Really, if you just turned it off, we'd figure it out. I'll hang out and see if Mitchell comes back. And if it's just me, I gotta fire back up the method to see the chat because I don't want to leave them hanging. Imagine a chat just by itself. I don't know who's in the chat, but this is just one. Hold on, let me make sure it's all compatible with you know, the YouTubes and whatnot. This is just one random cloud section of God knows how many I might not be able to find. But when a certain motherfucker tries to challenge me to the age-old line up who we had the choice of or where we've been. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I'd have to gather up a lot of clouds that I probably don't even know the passwords to. Might find girls I've fucking forgotten. And fucking this one, I only have the picture of. I never fucked her because the difference between her and her is her husband knew and was okay with it. And that's the only time I fucked a married girl, is because the husband was like, yeah, go do you, boo. And I'm like, yeah, all right. And I mean, I didn't believe it from her mouth because I wouldn't. But that one I threatened, like, let me see you and your husband at a fucking restaurant and see if I don't fucking embarrass you in support of that fucking penis that doesn't know. But Paul has never, like, these are the looks of, I mean, Paul probably doesn't pull only ugly bitches, but I'm saying we can go beyond those pictures and I can start talking about what I don't think Paul's ever had as far as aesthetics or what do they call it, trophy, like a trophy on your arm. I speculate that that mixed girl from my early days, whenever I went back and saw the encounters again, I speculate she might have been monetized to say X, because when she talked about his jail stays and the things that had happened, she sounded like the story sounded like a coached story. Like, not only did the details of the story sound very much like what a guy would be like, hey, make sure you say this and say this about it, but just her delivery sounded like someone who had been coached and was at a point where, yeah, like that, say it like that. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying it's for certain, like details are told about me. I just think in the both cop and criminal shit I've done, I just read her this second time around. Like, I forgot about her. I forgot she was a thing because it was just back then, and there's been a lot of streets since then. It's hard to consciously stay remembering everyone. And when I was looking for footage and came across her saying that shit, I was like, man, I never realized how coached that sounded. Because she's also not around. She's not around anymore. I don't know why she'd be gone compared to why she was around back then. They weren't dating back then. She was just down for the cause. Yeah, chat can be where it's at sometimes. I mean, I'm back on the chat now if anyone wants to chat. I always present chat as the ooze from Ghostbusters 2. I always remind chat that they are shit, because that is where it's going to happen. Chat will naturally be shit, and then on the right, contents of that chat, it can be good or where it's at or less shit. But classically, in these streets with the panels and the opinions and the saying of things, chat will usually take the low road. And as a person that can be recognized for high vibes and high road, I will even take my turn sometimes to be like, I'm in the chat. For the sake of chat, let's throw a little low road. I mean, it's still my name. They still know it's me. It's not like I'm hiding and doing it. And I was always wondering if anybody picked up on that. Like, no, it's because I was in the chat. That's why I went ahead and said that. There's a goddamn flashlight, man. I just threw fucking silverware in the trash. Yes, I am rich. You know how I got rich? It wasn't from throwing silverware out every time I ate. I still pick up change on the street. Because right now, if you see a penny on the street, that's like 1.9 shares of fucking rad AITX. Why would I walk past that? shit, in Denver, I've fucking stopped and chiseled away some ice from a puddle because there was such a prevalent 5 spot, like Han Soloed in this puddle of ice. And I was like, oh, I'm not walking past this shit. I'll kick this around a little bit so I can get that out without ripping it. Dude, I know it was 2 fucking things. Got the 4. Yeah, that means it was the quality steak knife, guys. You're gonna have to give me a second. I can't see the chat. I just remembered that was a quality steak knife that I dropped in the trash. I only did it because the bowl was full of so many popsicle wrappings. Forgot there was silverware in it. I'll just get it later because I think I'm gonna cut myself if I keep doing that. I wasn't taking the trash out anytime soon anyway. AKA fattening up the squirrels for the Mad Max times. Actually, I'll probably be late to the party on the squirrels because even last night there was literally a fucking gunfight like that took place across my property, I think, because it sounded like the first shots were back here on the southwest side of the building, and then the responding shots were the other side. Like I could hear it like in front of me. And I don't know if they were just like responding or shooting at each other. Because there's so much of it, it's hard to tell. Because one time it had to have been sound response. Like last night, among other times, it was like, yeah, that was probably beef. But there was a time that it sounded like someone was in the courtyard of my fucking building dumping a magazine. And then like miles away, like over probably near I-25, you heard shots ring out almost as if to go, hey, we hear you over here, we shooting too. Because it was so far away, you couldn't have been shooting at each other. There's miles and buildings between you. And they were probably shooting pistols over here. Yeah, I don't know, man. People are so fucked up. I mean, I'm fucked up, but I'm like society compatible fucked up. You leave me alone. You leave me alone when I want left alone.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, who's at the bottom? Is that Christos?
Yeah, Christos.
Can't see because the main.
What's up?
So Christos, do you? I know you always come and go, and I never get around to asking. Are you choosing to come and go, or do you just let the Wi-Fi do what it does?
No, I come and go. I've been doing shit in the background the whole time and like sometimes walking away. I've been listening for the most part though.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, because I lost Mitchell.
Yeah, I saw Mitchell was on earlier. I didn't see him on any streams.
Yeah, cool, Mitchell.
No, I'm glad he came up because that was the first time, literally, that was the first time in my Screets history that as far as Mitchell being his grounded, rational, past the early days self, that was the first time we ever got to just sit and vibe. Even whenever we were just me, him, and Peniel on Peniel's channel, we couldn't sit and have a face-to-face talk because Peniel had him triggered into Rage Mitchell, which I loved. I loved it that night. But that right here was the first time I ever just got to sit down and be like, hey, Colorado Mitchell to Colorado Tom, how are you doing?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Because the thing
good.
I always appreciated about Mitchell is he knew a lot of the angles I was coming at Paul on. He was doing that himself, and we never were together doing it. And that's why I was like, I'd cross through and give the unslaved a bunch of shit, and then be like, and Mitchell, if you hear me out there, you doing it right, kid. You doing it right. I see you. Like, I see you, boy. And like but we'd never cross paths.
That was the
But then,
first.
yeah, and I love the dude because even yesterday, I think it was yesterday in one of the chats, I was saying something about like whatever Mitchell was saying, and he comes at me with like, well, I'm just doing it for my personal freedom, and it's not to do what the fuck you say, Tom. And I said, how are you getting me twisted, dude? That's my rhyme. Like, that's what I've been screaming, dude. I ain't telling people to do shit. I was saying, what you said, yeah, that. Like, don't even come at me like I'm bossing you to be free.
Tommy, I'm glad that you kept that thumbnail that you got going. It's a good one. Did you see that London man made a video involving you? I think I already told you about it, right? The holy social weirdo experiment or something is what he called it. The best part is when he had that picture that Benton had as his background, like pulsating in front of on screen, like with the bass of the
How long
music.
is the video?
Like 2 minutes, 2 to 3
If
minutes.
Benton's down for it, man, drop it in the private chat. Let's watch it. Because I like London Man, but I only saw him on Z's panel. And I mean, I know I could go find his channel, but it's just with all this shit going on, it's just not in the loop like that. I think he should come. If Z's not around, London Man should start stopping through here.
Yeah, he's welcome, but I did yell at him one time, so just be aware of that.
Well, I remember, like, I've always liked Z to a certain extent, like in what I know of him. And even in the most heated shape debate or Paul associated times on Z that he would throw me out and have everyone on his panel bitching about me. After I was gone and still watching, London Man would always throw in some kind of like, well, I think that's a good dude. I see what he's saying a lot of the time. He'd always throw me some support.
Nice.
But I just have never had time between my life and my streets interaction to get over on his channel real hard. And also because I would interact with him on Z's, it would like, why go to his channel? I talk to him here, you know?
Yeah, here's the video, by the way. It's only 5 minutes.
Let's get it.
Let's do it. I'm about to drop a Trinidad James. Should sound like 007 on N64 shit. Why is it? No, listen. Z is better than OTW, and Z goes and gets a job. OTW is a shit fucking excuse for a restream, and he quits his job. How's he gonna get dental fucking insurance? Do you see that smile? Do you see that smile? He might as well be in a homestead in Colorado with a smile like that. He might as well be accusing me of a pedo with a smile like that. And why are you still here, you old coot? We're done with you. Get the old coot out of here.
Tommy going off. Oh my God.
I mean, that's why they bring me on, right? That's why coffee is.
Tommy, you never fucking disappoint, dude. You never OTW, nobody cares. Let me speak. You do, if I shut up, you're gonna shut up, and no one's gonna listen. Now I sound like Mitchell. Okay, case in point. Now either leave or shut the fuck up.
Only Carl is Carl level. Even my fake news show won't be Carl.
Oh my God, is this Christos? May I bet? May I?
And see, this is good because
Christos,
if
why are
it
you
weren't
so
for this,
quiet?
I
Why
would have
do you
just
not
forgotten
have
there was
on your
ever
fucking shit?
water to
That's
go
all
into
you
the
Thinks
do.
you're a fucking demented fucking motherfucker who tried to hit on him, man, with your stupid fucking.
Well, I didn't say hit on me, but he
That's what it was.
was.
He was trying to hit on you,
OTW,
fucking
he
pervert.
fucked up himself.
fucking
See,
pervert,
look at that.
man.
Look at that.
I like
That's
to
Robin
fucking
Fox
with
ass
the-
right there. Nice. That's right, Christos. You take your nobody little dick.
Oh my
child
God, he
shit.
found a dude that looks like Christos getting kissed by dudes.
You planned on
That
me.
boy's got Google skills.
Well, look, I have to say, hold on. In defense of Tommy, Christos is an objectively handsome young man. I mean, can you blame him?
He's a fucking fake ass douchebag. He fucking cleans
That's why you're
churches,
trying
but
to
he doesn't
flirt
listen
with
in
him, you
churches.
piece of shit.
I am a
Fucking salty, man. She's an OG.
Go
Now,
fuck
this
yourself,
is not
faggot.
Christian Brotherhood anymore.
I knew that voice. Let's do it, Yurt. What do you want to do?
Ah, you got the Yurt impression in there.
Hopper op på en hest. Og du er så helt for højre. Det kommer der krat. Stejl med helikopter skoleløn. Og der hiver ham så til venstre.
I think you're problem. You're honestly, let's do a real panel here. Let's do a real panel here. You're honestly, I think you're.
Hey, op for helikopter. Der er rigtig musik. Bruce Springsteen. In the USA. In the USA.
The problem is you'll take off with your family for a week, and you'll try and act like you're on a road trip, but really you're just hiding from everybody. You're just hiding from everybody that sees through your bullshit. You're fucking nobody.
Det begynder at danse. Så ind fra venstre, der kommer der sådan en vampyr. Jeg vil så spørge, hvad du til at stemme. Hvad? Det er ikke en almindelig vampyr, nej. Det er en fodboldvampyr, som kan tage 200 nigger med hovedet.
Dude, is that guy from a movie? That like the crackhead guy?
Cult name to show how original my channel is. It's based on Mary. I'm a cult member of the
I should follow a guy around.
I deleted 3 channels to act like I was never those channels.
Touch me on that shit. I know you motherfuckers didn't think I forgot. Hell no, I ain't forgot, nigga. I just remember what you told me. You said don't go to war unless I got my money right. I got my money right, nigga. Now I want war.
Emotional damage. Well, that might be worth a typing of a channel and
Wow.
a sub in itself. I didn't know it was going to go all that.
Wow, that was pretty good. He made 5 minutes seem short.
I'm telling you, man, no one knows about this video, it seems. I've been trying to tell people on streams.
You know, I'm subscribed to that channel, so it showed up earlier today, and I didn't bother to watch it. But then I got involved in the fracas and the drama. But yeah, that was. I'm glad you pointed that out,
Well,
Christos. I might have
Just
missed
off of Christos saying that, like I said, everybody came at me about Lauren, and all I do is find out more and more people didn't really watch it or
I
watch.
thought it was
much of
epic.
it. Yeah,
Dude,
and,
I was still uncertain about you at that time, I think, probably in the timeline, but I thought it was funny as hell. The way you had
But
that
then-
vest on and you had the TV in the background that had the filter on. I don't
Yeah.
know, just the way you were carrying yourself was hella funny, bro. She didn't know what
yeah,
to
it
do
was
with
like it was like I was a troll that wasn't there for Lauren until she turned on me, and I said, "Well, we can do this too." But no, not even that one, Christos. You and I played up the LSD thing, did the LSD thing, talked about it afterwards, then talked about it as drama, and people still weren't going to watch it. And now they say, "Damn, I want to see that." Like today, I heard some people go, "Oh, I wish I would have watched that LSD thing." I don't get it, man. You're right. Like sometimes we can put it on the title, put the thumbnail there, and people will be like, "Pass." I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, man, I forgot like, I'm glad he made that video because I even forgot about some of that stuff because I'm so water under the bridge once it's done, or these screeds keep moving with the next issue and you don't have much time to dwell on anything. Despite my like long range memory of the stuff I'll cite, you still just keep moving like you're in a herd running from predators or a volcano that's erupting. But I'm glad he pointed out the grin on Z's face, because here's the significance
Yeah.
of the day I did the yurt impression. That was like raw, off the cuff. I've never sat alone and tried to do a yurt impression. It's just he struck me away that day, and it just came to me, and I just started yurting at him. And when I saw Wiz and Z and whoever else was in the panel, like obviously just getting a kick in real time out of it, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna roll with the yurt voice and berate him. Probably not ironically why I was Yurt's the first one to ever ban me from being able to go into his backstage. I can't even go into his backstage. It will tell me no. This channel says you can't. Paul didn't even do that to me. Go, guys, listen. Run till that. Shout to EBT in the chat. I just got your footage today to do my boards for me on my news show. And don't worry, it's no labor on you. I will just tell you to do it on my show, and you will either give the salute or that praying hands bow, or you will ignore me and drink something and smoke and look like you're working on it.
Intriguing.
All of that was just from that night that Talcott fucking fucked Hollywood Ben in the ass. As far as title clout goes.
Poor Ben, man. Does he ever?
No, he didn't.
Emerge
It was
victorious?
just no. It was actually one of those nights where everybody was on point. Everybody combined to just do great stuff. And my first comment on that was a gourmet kitchen. Like everyone was just doing their thing, and it worked out great. But because of who Jack is and who Hollywood Ben is, you have to make the title Jack Talcott destroys Hollywood Ben.
Sure, this is a clickbait platform after all.
Yeah.
So that's a good point.
Hollywood Scott to be. You say
I
Hollywood
love
Ben, it
Hollywood
makes me
Ben,
think
man.
of Hollywood Scott.
Dude, when people hate on Ben Thorpe, I'm like, you obviously don't get it, and you should go back to cable television. Like,
Did
get
he
the
ever
fuck
wear,
out
like,
of
a
here with your
NASA
Thorpe
getup?
hating shit.
Did he ever wear like an astronaut suit for some stream?
Dude, but EBT, I don't get that he would be mad. Like, there's times I think he's mad, but that night, I don't think Jack was mad either. I thought Jack was loving it. Even whenever CBO rage quit, it was like scripted. It was like part of the show to where like CBO rage quit and Jack was like, oh, that's what I wanted to do though. Like, I guess I gotta stay here a little longer and then I'll rage quit. But yeah, that was a good night. And Ben just plays the angry dad that just doesn't quite understand and still wants to ask you another question. He's just trying to get to the bottom of all of this so he understands. And that's why I was like, Mr. Thorpe, as your agent, like, listen, you're fine, you know? That was a good kitchen that night, man. That was like sous chefs, all the different types of chefs that just come together for one of those classy ass restaurants. Yeah, it was a bit, man, because Ben can be mean. Listen, EBT, here's what really sold me on Ben. I was always suspecting that he was that guy until I did a little bit of DD, a little bit of research, and I've seen how many Karen panels, how many Snowflake panels. He just goes everywhere and acts like that unaware father waiting to strike with his right-wing religious like context to troll. I love Hollywood Ben, man. And that's why I was calling out Robin and Steve or Stephen, because they were really triggered by the incest and the hot daughter stuff that he'd play off of Trump on. And it's like, dude, that's his daughter sitting in front of him. They live together in the same house. I don't think there's any issues with incest, or she would be coming out with real issues as they do with their mom. I think they know what they're doing. I think they don't know how much further they could be doing it. And that's why I tried to bring in the agent, try and like tell them that live, just correct them into doing them better. Tao, as the guy with that picture and that name, who, like, so you're telling me they're a bit, right? And I get it. I get the pun, the bit lame, but that is the bit, dude. That's why it's great. Ben is a bit. Sometimes he's a bit lame, but it's to his credit. I would say it's the daughter that's been a bit lame, that she pulled a Paul, where she got way too high of a tier, way too many higher level hosts, more bigger viewer eyes on her before she has who she is in these streets established. Because that's what Paul did. He was interviewed on High Impact and various bigger channels before he even knew what he wanted to stand here and say he was yet. And that would hurt any of us, dude. If you don't know what you like, Benton, if you don't know what your channel is yet, if you get invited by like Ben Shapiro to come on, just maybe hold off a little bit if you don't feel like you've established your Benton thing that's your brand, I guess you'd say. Because
I understand the point you're making, but wouldn't even be interested in going on that.
I know
not
you're
because of the
politics.
Not because of the politics, because that's not.
And you're just sitting in front of me like I like.
No, I understand I understand why you're using me for the example, but I understand.
We need a creator.
I understand. I understand.
But a creator
somebody
that really
who can
wants the career. Yeah, you got to be ready before you. It's like if I would have said, "Don't worry, guys, I'll just learn how to box at the tournament." Like, why get punched in training? I'll just do all the boxing in the tournament. I'll be fine. Because Grace is already known by Milo Wapanopoulos and Destiny, and what's she got besides a little bit of ditzy girl, Catholic? Not even. I mean, she's cute. She's not going to age into like a super hot girl. So I can already tell you that. She's an attractive girl, but I see the aspects of women that sometimes it doesn't grow into more hotness. It grows into like, meh.
Yep.
Did he now? Well, that makes more sense. So what's the Destiny connection, EBT? Or what is the connection that like Ben can just get people on the phone? Because he says that and I believe him, and I always wondered what the connection was. I don't know the Thorpes either. I just saw something in them. And even I tread. If anyone saw my first interactions with the Thorpes, I knew I was recently off that Lauren pedo shit, and I didn't know if they had seen it because Ben's like, "Oh, I love Lauren." I'm like, "Yeah, did you see that?" I'm like, "How much do you care about your daughter?" Because I also thought she was 17 at the time. I was like, all this is lining up to destroy my YouTube presence. But I tread lightly. I read them the best I could, and here we are. I settled on they didn't even know they were already doing it. Well, I think Ben knows. But that night with Talcott and shit, I still played it like, no, sir, you're fine. Like, you don't even know that you're doing it fine. You're fine. But he's been on all kinds of panels doing what he does. I'd actually like to sneak into some of those panels because they were dropping the ball on, I don't know if you guys saw them debate the two self-righteous Karens that say it's not a thing for a man-woman to go into women's sports. They don't think it's that big a deal. And I was in the chat, feral, raging, spurging out about every time that man-woman goes into an MMA match, she breaks a woman's orbital bone or does something that doesn't always happen on man versus man. And those women are fucking retarded, and because of their posturing, they're going to help some ladies get broken physically. Their ladies will hear that and go, oh, I could MMA then. No. Men are born with primary testosterone, and when we want an upper hand on other men, we do more testosterone. So tell me it doesn't matter to just digress off that a little bit and go into the estrogen games. Or tell me that estrogen with testosterone is going to come match men easily. It's not.
Well, and I'm going to jump in real quick since this is kind of my wheelhouse. And, you know, this will turn into a hashtag things Benton can do, but you know, it has been, you know, through blood work, it runs in my family, man. We got abnormally high testosterone levels. It's a thing, man. It's a real thing. Now, I probably don't anymore, but with my illness, but I agree with what Tommy's saying here. There's something to that.
Well, and I won't say there's never going to be that exception. Like maybe there's going to be a woman on testosterone supplements who is technically gifted like Ronda Rousey was. Ronda Rousey grew up with a mom.
I was a big Ronda Rousey fan, actually.
Right. And I only didn't like her off of her ego talk she got into when I already knew she was wrong. And then it didn't take a man to show her she was wrong. It just another woman came along and showed her that she wasn't ready for Mayweather and all these men she wanted. And I also artist boxer in my past. I also knew we were just waiting to see what female would know how to stand up to arm bars, because that's all she was beating girls on.
Yeah,
was getting it done fast. But as soon as a woman knew how to get back up and keep going from an arm bar, she got knocked the fuck out and disappeared for about half a year.
Yeah, she looked pretty bad. Definitely.
Well, she did the same type of loss that what's his name? He was in the first Ultimate Fighter. He got knocked out by Anderson Silva, but it looked like Anderson Silva did a catcall punch, and it knocked him out. Forrest Griffin. I liked Forrest Griffin. He was good. But he did an ego thing that when he lost Anderson Silva, even before the call with the ref in the middle, him and his team just jogged back to the locker room. Like he got up from the knockout. They were all getting together to do the end shit. No, we're just going back to the locker room. You can leave Anderson Silva there to get his arm raised and shit. That was the closest you'll see to a Ronda Rousey in the man world, pretty much.
Yeah. Hey, did you ever see any of these documentaries about that Diego Sanchez, and he had fallen under the spell of that guru that I can't remember the guy's name. It was like Josh somebody. There was like there was like a whole saga.
I watched
around
Diego
that.
Sanchez's Ultimate Fighter, because back when he was in is when I was still interested in it.
Yeah, he was a fan favorite. Well, he ended up somehow he fell under the spell of this like a literal con man who passed himself off as some kind of spiritual guru and it actually ruined Diego's career towards the end. And I don't know a whole lot about MMA, but I've watched some, documentaries about this. So I just wondered if you were familiar with that.
I didn't know about that, but I believe it because a lot of people were surprised when I tell them like Don King was fucking Mike Tyson for a long time. And it's only by the grace of that guy that picked up Tyson and treated him like a son that he kept going, because Don King leaned in to like let Tyson smoke crack and do his street life. And I'm just going to make more money and promote the fights. And yeah, it was what it was. And even Tyson will tell you on that second thing he did where he just stands on stage and talks about his life. On that second one, he even says, oh, and don't worry about the first one I did. You don't have to watch that one. I was still smoking crack and shit whenever I did that one.
Well, and then supposedly there was a story that at some point Tyson kicked Don King out of a moving car.
Yeah.
I seem to remember that. It sounded like it was probably real at a certain point.
And listen, guys,
this is the
Tyson was great. He was a monster, but he does admit that back then he was juicing. Like when he was that pit bull just taking people down, he does have that, but the juicing didn't make it less in any means.
Well, but let's also, if we're going to talk Tyson, a lot of people, and I'm not a boxing fan necessarily, but Tyson was not a large heavyweight. He's actually about my size frame wise, if you can believe that, with like insane amounts of muscle, but he's not a big
like
guy,
a short,
man.
wide. He's like a short and wide guy.
Not even big in the shoulders, really, if you look at him, but he's just like 20-inch neck and muscle, but muscles, not his bone structure.
Yeah, he was
I'm telling you, he's not a big dude. When he fought Roy Jones, man, they're about the same size, and Roy Jones fought at a way lower weight most of his career.
This is why the thing I appreciate and like about boxing is what I do suck at in it. It is a science. There are a million little golf tee things, like the way golfers are thinking about everything but hitting the ball. That boxing is that. Because it's like when you're just two guys with your dukes up, it does come down to like your rotation degree, your footwork, your heel toe. And Tyson got a lot of his knockouts from the left hook. The left hook is a hard thing for boxers to learn to do because you think it's weak. Everyone thinks about that right they want to bring over. Everyone's confident in their right because you know it's your baseball swing, right? But your left hook is what follows up. And
what's up, SDG? Good to see you. Are you seeing any of this? You see this video?
Is that the guy that that
he
screwed him?
He claimed to be some kind of trainer and like totally just hoodwinked Diego and more.
Let me make sure hold on. Let me wipe my bathroom mirror real quick for the haters, and I'll just show you guys what I'm about to say about this.
Well, I don't know what happened. I think I clicked the wrong button and left the studio. But yeah, if you get a chance, check out the some of that Diego Sanchez stuff with his Josh.
I know Diego was good, and I don't specifically remember that Ultimate Fighter, but I do remember probably not being thrilled with something about his personality. But as far as I can separate that when we talk about how people fight, the same way I don't need to talk about biting ears off or doing crack if we talk about why Tyson was great. I actually love doing an impression of him whenever he responded to his son, whenever his son told him he wanted to box too. And Tyson started laughing. He goes, I sent you to private school. You're not going to box. I sent you to private school. I had to do this to survive, man. You're not going to box.
Yeah, dude, Tyson's I think he's a legit genius. I really do.
No, he is a smart dude. And I mean, we all have a way about us that you'll never not be challenged by that thing about you. Because something about when he was on Rogan talking about his weed business and stuff, I was like, oh, well, he is a smart dude. But there was a detail to it where I was like, man, he's definitely fucking up on that aspect. I can't remember what it was. And I'm sure the weed stuff might be going fine. It's probably good weed. But some trouble we had after living in Colorado as long as I have, I was like, oh, I could have told him that was coming. All right. So
sorry, I had to go plug in my cookers there for my food tomorrow.
All right. So like the classic template boxing combo is your jab. You would go left, right, and then a hook. And even whenever I was fighting that tough man in that picture that I show everybody, even a guy shouted at me in between rounds that like, you'd get this guy if you just hook after that combo. And I was all tired. I was like, I know, I just can't. And it's nobody has the confidence in this. And because that is not your overhand pivot weight coming. But what that is say my reflection is the guy I'm fighting. Let's say I've already hit him with that right. Now his chin is right here. And if I just Bruce Lee 1-inch punch pivot, if I just hold this hand still and firm and just pivot across his chin, it's clean enough. That'll knock a motherfucker out, like right there. Especially if you 1-2'd him already and then get that pivot across his chin. That's why that combo can just drop motherfuckers if you can teach yourself to do it. But I understand it, and it's still hard in a fight to tell myself, like, yeah, just throw that left hook. You don't feel like there's power there because technically there's not. But that thing is sitting right in front of your boy's jaw, and all it needs is a quick swipe. The same way Anderson Silva had worked Forrest over enough that the punch that knocked Forrest Griffin out, and I don't say he wasn't out cold, but he was out like dropped in no control and was laid there for a half second to have the ref like shove Silva away. But the punch that took him down, it looked like Anderson Silva was quickly trying to tell him, hey, don't leave. Your keys are here. It was that kind of motion. Like, hey, come back. Your keys are still here. Boom, took him down. And I liked Anderson Silva, man. He was like that Bruce Lee method, be like water.
Yeah, he was the man for quite a while.
And it was cringy to have to watch his shin flop in like halfness. Like he
Paul's going with the Drew World Order again.
Oh yeah, he's got Drew in his crosshairs now.
Yeah.
And Drew is leaning into it as well. I'm not going to say Drew's unaware. Drew is going over and showing up like I do when I'm in his crosshairs. But that's why I commented on that first time Drew was the thumbnail. I commented some rhyme about people tell me I'm obsessed, or Drew tells me I'm obsessed with Paul. I'm like, bro, you're his thumbnail. Hi, Michelle Moretti. Snake spaghetti.
Hey, Michelle, good to see you.
I like Michelle. I like Michelle because, like most people, by having things figured out, I can use it against my real enemies. Michelle, if I hold anything against Michelle Moretti, it's that she's got her little remix toys, her little audio remix toys that she won't display and brag to me about out of my own interest in them. I showed her my old DJ type remixy toys. You know,
go ahead.
Well, I caught Michelle. Have you ever seen Michelle on a panel before?
I don't believe so.
I know you never do, and I caught her one time, and that's why I like her more, because if I hadn't caught her, I'd probably think worse about her. She is long overdue, Michelle. You know we've had a history that doesn't get talked about in these streets. Michelle, if you didn't know this, Benton, Michelle is why I came back from my hiatus away. Like, I don't know if I would have come back. But Michelle came and brought me back, and I've played enough Game of Thrones that I'm pretty solid on saying whether they corroborated it or not, Paul still knew that I was coming back off of her coming to get me. I would speculate in my own paranoia, my own human acknowledged paranoia and faultness. I would leave room that Paul sent her, just like I speculated that one ex was a paid girl to say she was Paul's ex. But even if he didn't send Michelle to get me, he knew I was coming. That's right, Michelle. There was a lot of colors and details in that email for Paul to repeat after you told him about it or sent him a forward or whatever. But it's okay. We're not enemies. I have long time said I walk alone. I rely on myself, and that's half of why I don't have to hold grudges and shit. It's like when you leave the Smeagol cowering. It's like, I don't care if you try to take the ring, dude. It's cool. You're not going to get the ring. I'm not scared. Yeah, she was. She was worried about my doggy. And I told her that's the only reason I'd want anybody to worry about me. And I was flattered that the news stories about crypto millionaires being deleted is why she worried about my doggy. And now you all see how I go around these streets like, yes, I have crypto. No, that's not how I made a bunch of money. It's how I'm gonna make even more money though. And then I'll come back around like, now you can say I'm a crypto millionaire, faggots. Like imagine Paul's face. Imagine Paul, all the BS drama, Mark Basket. Do you mean the thing you're showing up for? Like, you can only have the drama and the introspective, like, good panel bro days if they're there to be the yin and yang of each other. Man, you guys might think you know broadcasting, but this is entertainment. We're giving you the ups and the downs. Like when I was a DJ, I wasn't a whole night of hype. When I was a DJ, I gave you the roller coaster. You had the ups, the downs, the slows, the fast. Clear the dance floor. Fill the dance floor. Oh, you've never seen that relative be on the dance floor before? Oh, yeah, you're welcome. It's kind of what I do, or what I did. But yeah, man, imagine the look on any hater channel's face when they get like $1,000 super chat that says, now you can say I'm a crypto millionaire, bitch. Yeah, $1,000 isn't a lot if you're a millionaire, and that's still all I'm gonna spend to do it. Like with both Paul and Grace, I'm rich because I'll only spend $1 on Cash App to send you a one-line message. I'm not gonna send a $5 one-line message or a $100 one-line message. Fuck you guys for making me use Cash App to fucking reach you. Michelle, because of our relation, the Tao wants you to know he doesn't understand why you're blocked, why you blocked him, but he wants to make things right, and that's nothing like the man he parades around as. So I would maybe hear him out, because I too, the Tao approached me in his mimic fashion of that man, but I had already watched him a little bit, and I continued to watch him, and I see what he's doing. I'm okay with it. I understand in myself that if the Tao acts too much like Paul while coming at me, I am the one required to discern this is a man doing an impression, and that impression happens to be my arch nemesis, and I can't hold it as much against him. Now, if he saw me sobbing over my dead dog and decided to drop like a very Paul thing in that moment, now you're crossing the line. You got to know that balance. Man, if I'm not a Joker, if I'm not the Joker or Vince McMahon of these streets, I'm the fucking Thanos. Because I'm all about balance, and I am fucking inevitable. That might be my next bit to go to. I might see about I don't have any filter for it, but I might see about a Thanos thing. Thomos. THOMOS is my MOS. Well, it is a mood dropper. I cry about my dog dying, and he's probably got easily another 5+ years on him, and that's just gauging the years you hear people estimate dogs on. Athanonati. Yeah, my dog's fucking 12, and people think he's a puppy, and the only reason I know he's not is because I've watched a little bit of that salt and pepper come in on his snout, and I have the recollection of the years we've spent. But that's why sometimes like there were times on the methamphetamines when I was getting off of it for a break, and it's like getting out of my system, and my dopamine has to rebalance and suffer without the the easy ups, I'd sit there sometimes and just like cry about that one day my dog's gonna fucking die. And it will probably be there can't be a convenient time for your dog to die. But I can take pleasure or happiness in knowing I definitely had him for the times I've probably needed him most. Like sleeping soundly on hoodlum streets, knowing he would growl me awake before anyone really got any intrusion in. And that's all I need is time to like grab it and point it. Whenever you're in the top sleeper of a C class, it's like all you got to do is grab and point to anywhere they could be coming in on. But usually by the time I woke up to his growling, they would be doing the walking quickly with a board up your ass move down the street away from my shit. Tao, you don't have to unmask, but just yay or nay, just let us know. Were you someone we knew, or did you just come in fresh as the Tao? Like, I've made it no secret that I watched Paul's channel like I found out about it, then watched it a little bit before I ever stepped in. So I just wondered, did we know you as the not straw man Tao, as the man on the land? Did we know you as that? Or did you always come in as a Tao? Okay, that's fine. Like I'm in total confidence with all cult members and anonymous things because I just don't have to know who you are. Because once you take an anonymous identity, I treat you like that, like any other forum of anonymous identities, whether you're a regular there or not. I just have a way I am with anonymous identities, and then whenever they have real names and identities, you have to worry about like keeping track and respecting like your history, lest ye find folly in forgetting one's history and being exploited by it, like some imitated Tao personalities seem to be on the road to doing. Listen, guys, I think it's pretty clear. Everyone's having their own problems with him in their own individual ways. I think it's pretty clear I'm still going there, both nice and not nice according to the situation. So,
Tommy, wrap it up. I need a few minutes before we end the show, if that's okay.
Yeah, I was trying to Elon Musk that that closing sentence.
My apologies. I jumped in
No,
the middle.
go ahead and do your thing, and even if it doesn't come to me, it doesn't matter. It's always going around. I'll always get to it. That's why I don't really care when I lose.
Well, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till you're done because I have the hypervigilance. I'm too distracted when you're here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have the same thing you have. Where
do I have to kick you out, or are you leaving? I don't.
No, I'm saying go. I'm saying race, or on your mark, get set, your turn.
Well, I wanted to close the show out solo, Tommy.
Oh, okay.
But,
all right, I'll catch you next time.
All right, brother. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Paul, I was just wondering about that myself at the risk of summoning Tommy. Yeah, I'm running into a little bit of this myself recently. And I don't know if you're aware, Paul, but there was a bit of a falling out between me and Mr. CBO on the show today. However, that's happened before never to this extent. And in fact, this is part of what I wanted to address, but now I'm talking to Paul because he happened to come in here. But good to see you, sir, by the way. Thanks for stopping by. You're always welcome to come up if you want. Yeah. Well, see, Smith, this is where that's actually funny. So this is the first comment of yours that I've detected some comedy. So yeah. Thank you for the reminder. But yeah, so me and CBO had a bit of a falling out today on the channel. I don't know if you're aware, and I noticed that this is Drew, that this is Paul's, thumbnail for the day. Get chalked up ? And then Paul also had a lot of people, intentionally sort of trying to drive a wedge between me and Drew, which I guess has succeeded to some extent. But this idea of, I've said before, well, because Paul refers to himself as daddy. So then if I'm a fan of his channel and, going on his panels, I'm placed in that context at some point, right? And I'm like, well, to be fair, if I have a daddy content wise and I'm very specific to speak this way, it would be Drew, because he's the one that put me on in many, many ways. And I'll never not be grateful for that. But again, that's where we get into my dad can beat up your dad talk, is that I have a very big, strong, tough father, although I'm much more mentally strong than him. And maybe Paul can relate to this. I don't know. Can you relate to any of this, Paul? But I will say, I'm a little disappointed sometimes when Tommy continuously brings up Paul in a certain way, but I don't know. I can't really do anything about it, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's a cop-out, but I like having Tommy over here, I have to say. Although me and Tommy weren't getting along the other day, so there's definitely something in the ether, right? Like there's something going on that I've talked about. There was a loud argument here in the motel that woke everybody up this morning. I've been hearing sirens all day. I've noticed a lot of, turmoil in the metaverse. Krako's funeral was Friday. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Assuming you mean me, on some level, Paul, like I think all the comments are about me, and sometimes it's just people are talking to each other, but I'm not sure that's true. Now, see how they come out of the woodwork, Paul? Here come the what do you call them? Defalcators, Paul. I've certainly not hesitated to express my opinion, that's for sure. Although at one time we had a misunderstanding because I said fuck Paul, but I literally meant Paul from the Bible, who I'm not a fan of. And that created confusion. Yeah, I did, actually. I covered something in the ether, AJ Lloyd. In fact, I referenced you, so thanks for mentioning that. But we had, I don't know if you're aware, but there was an incident on this morning show that Drew and I have been doing over on Get Chalked Up, and that got ended early, and then it sort of continued into my broadcast, and then eventually Drew came on, and we had some words. Actually, he called me some names at the very end, but and this is the point I'm making is, me and him have had our differences. Me and Drew have had our differences, but and I do have this tendency to sort of go off on people sometimes. I'm pretty good with the verbal jousting to some extent. Yeah. Yeah, man, it's been rough, man. It's been a rough. I even took Saturday off, although that kind of had a lot to do with staying up late for the Krakow memorial. But the live chat went real hard on me on Sunday, and thank you, sir. Appreciate it, Jack B. Thank you very much. And ultimately, my point was that, if somebody's trying to make me pick sides between Drew and Chalk Body Outlaw, or Drew and Paul, it was like, well, actually, I'm on my side. Ultimately, like I don't see a concept of sides here, right? But I've definitely seen attempts to undermine, and then, Drew, when Drew was here on the channel earlier and we were having our back and forth, he was implying that, I was doing something to him and that this was a pattern in my life of, having a falling out with people, which, may not necessarily be untrue. And let me wrap up because I see Paul's going live.
The most beautiful act of faith.
If everybody wants to go check out Paul, by the way, Paul's
in
live.
Sacrificing and with extreme effort.
Might have saved me from myself, but give me a couple of minutes.
Idleness is the enemy of the soul.
Couple of minutes, Paul.
And therefore, the brethren ought to be employed.
I don't even know what I'm trying to say at this point. I guess I felt some need to put a bow on this. I don't think there is one. Yes, thank you. Paul is live. Everybody, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get up out of here. But yeah, let me go ahead and address the AJ Lloyd stuff while I've got him here. Thanks, AJ Lloyd. And you're right. He says things will all be resolved. Well, everything always works out, sir. I'm sure you remember me saying that from the old podcast days. So I appreciate you, sir. Thanks for being here. Unfortunately, Sunday's broadcast got I played some content that I'm not allowed to play apparently, and it got blocked. So unfortunately, don't have the means really to download it, delete the portion, and then upload it again. I just don't have enough bandwidth for that. It would also take a long time, I'm assuming, for the download and the upload on a freaking 9-hour live stream. But yeah, I do chalk, no pun intended, I do chalk some of this up, AJ Lloyd, to something in the ether, certainly. So I may not have addressed it as well as you wanted me to, but I did talk about it earlier in the broadcast and I brought you up. So yeah, indeed. Well, that's disappointing. I am the Dow. But yeah, indeed. Well, okay, Smith. Smith said, I have my own channel. I came to this community for the heathens, and there are plenty of them. Well, we're not going back into the Jesus and the Bible talk. That's another battle I've been waging over here. But you're certainly welcome here, Smith. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up there. Shout out to everybody. It's been real. It's his trailer. There you go. Nice. I'm starting to think this is GRP, actually. Am I far off? Now the question is, who would misspell lose as loose? And are they doing it intentionally to throw me off their scent? Because Carl, somebody thought this might be Carl, but I was like, yeah, but Carl, I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if he spelled lose as loose, right? That's a good point, Tommy. That we'll finish on that. Tommy says we're slowly becoming a community who all have a channel. All right, folks. Did I drop the link? Yeah, there's Paul and Slave's link. Go check him out. I'll be over there. Probably not going to be on the panel today. You never know, though. Thanks for watching. Bye.